70% di Kiev è occupato dai russi e difatti quando siamo entrati con i maggiori volontari che fanno la spola per tirare fuori più gente possibile, a un certo punto dopo un chilometro e mezzo li abbiamo visti in lontananza, quindi abbiamo fatto una velocissima inversione a U e siamo andati nei rifugi dove ci sono ancora soprattutto anziani e anche alcune famiglie giovani e sono decisi se
Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε συναγερμό στο Κίεβο. Θα παραμείνουμε συνδεδεμένοι, θα αφήσουμε την κάμερα ανοιχτή, προκειμένου να καταγράφει και να σας μεταδείξει το ζήτημα. Αν σε περίπτωση έχουμε κάποια δραματική εξέλιξη, εδώ στην Δημοκρατική θα ξανασυντεθούμε για να σας ενημερώσουμε. Τώρα να κλείσω λέγοντας ότι στα πολιτικά κανάλια, στην κρατική τηλεόραση, τόσο στα κρατικά όσο και στα ελληνικά κανάλια, υπάρχει προειδοποίηση προς όλους τους πολίτες, να μην βλέπουν αποσυντική από το βράδυ, να αποφεύγουν όπως πέρασε νωρίτερα, να κάνουν μπροστά στα μπαλκόνια τους ή στα παράθυρά τους, να πάρουν όλα τα επικοινωνία μέτρα τα οποία τα γνωρίζουν άλλωστε οι πολίτες της Ουκρανίας, καθώς και οι ιστορικοί κάτω από αυτή την κρίση. Πάντως είναι χαρακτηριστικό ότι υπάρχει ειδική προειδοποίηση για αυτό το βράδυ, με το δεδομένο ότι υπάρχει παντού και πάντα η υπόκληση ότι η Ουκρανική πρωτεύουσα μείνει να είναι μια μόνη και υποδέχη από τις δικά στα θέρματα. Ακριβώς αυτά τα σενάρια τα οποία υπάρχουν εδώ και αναδύονται από τα κοινωνικά αναγκές αλλά και άλλες χώρες του Κίεβου είναι κυρίως δύο μέρες. Το πρώτο σενάριο αναφέρει ότι τουλάχιστον με αυτά τα οποία εκτιμούν εδώ οι ντόπιοι αναγκές ότι ενδεχομένως ο ρωσικός στρατός θα επιχειρήσει να κάνει μια ολοκληρωτικά κυκλοθετική κίνηση ώστε να αποκόψει και τις 7 εξόδους που διαθέτει η Ουκρανική πρωτεύουσα με οδικά δίκτυα προς την ενδοχώρα και προς όλες τις κατευθύνσεις. Αυτό είναι το κυρίαρχο σενάριο σύμφωνα με τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης, αλλά και τους στρατιωτικούς αναλυτές της Ουκρανίας, ότι δηλαδή θα υπάρξει μια περίπτωση στην οποία ο ρωσικός στρατός θα προσπαθήσει να αποκόψει όλες τις διόδους της Ουκρανικής πρωτεύουσας, προκειμένου να εγκλωβίσει ουσιαστικά το Κίεβο σε μια κατάσταση η οποία θα είναι εξαιρετικά δύσκολη, χωρίς αντιμετωπισμό, χωρίς επικοινωνία, χωρίς δυνατότητα για κάποιον να φύγει από το Κίεβο ή να προσέλθει σε αυτό. Το δεύτερο σενάριο αναφέρει ότι ενδεχομένως, εάν οι Ρώσοι αισθανθούν ότι κάνουν τον πόλεμο των δημόσιων, εάν οι Ρώσοι αισθανθούν ότι αυτή η ιστορία τραβάει πολύ, κάτι το οποίο είναι αρνητικό για αυτούς που ουσιαστικά ρίχνει το ηθικό τους αλλά και το κύρος στην παγκόσμια σκηνή, τότε ενδεχομένως να επιχειρήσουν μια περισσότερο αποτελεσματική ή περισσότερο δραστική κίνηση. Δηλαδή να βομβαρδίσουν αρχικά το Κίεβο και στη συνέχεια να επιχειρήσουν μια εισβολή με επίθεση δυνάμει. Αυτό είναι το δεύτερο σενάριο, το οποίο λένε πολλοί στρατιωτικοί αναλυτές στο Κίεβο ότι είναι εξαιρετικά δυσκολότερο να το πούμε, με το δεδομένο ότι το Κίεβο είναι μια μεγαλύτερη, είναι μια τεράστια πόλη, με πάρα πολλά κτίρια, με πάρα πολλά στρατιωτικά σημεία, με πάρα πολλά κομβικά σημεία εισόδου και δεν είναι δυσκολική ποτέ ότι κάτι παρόμοιο, δηλαδή όλες οι άλλες πόλεις που έχουν τη διάρκεια των τελευταίων ετών αναλύσουν τα λεπτά αυτό δεν έχει ποτέ ένα τέτοιο μεγέθυνο ποτέ άλλοτε εντός αυτής της ιστορίας. Αυτά είναι τα σενάρια. Τα σενάρια αλλάζουν σχετικά εύκολα. Θα δούμε γιατί το δύσκολο στην υπόθεση ενός σενάριου δεν είναι εφαρμογή. Θα δούμε τι θα ακολουθεί και πώς θα κινηθεί ο ρωσικός στρατός μέσα στις επόμενες ώρες. Δυστυχώς δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε καμία κίνηση. Έχουμε παρακολουθήσει και έχουμε καταγράψει και έχουμε δει από κοντά δύο τεράστια κλίματα αναχώρησης. Ουσιαστικά είναι η μεγάλη έξοδος του Κyiv. ανεφοδιασμό με πολύ προβληματικό τρόπο και με τις ενδοκίνησες διόδους που παραμένουν ανοιχτές. Είναι ελάχιστα τα κρασίματα τα οποία λειτουργήσαν και σήμερα στο Kyiv. Πραγματικά, δηλαδή μιλάμε για όλο το κέντρο της πόλης και μιλάμε για ένα ίδιο σούπερ μάρκετ, τα οποία φυσικά για να μπεις μέσα πρέπει να πρέπει έτσι για 2 ώρες. Και πραγματικά τραγική η κατάσταση, ακόμα πιο δύσκολη και πιο επόμενη η κατάσταση στα φάρμακα, υπάρχουν σαφώς περισσότερα φαρμακεία ανοιχτά, ωστόσο τα φάρμακα είναι να εξαφανιστούν. Και εδώ πρέπει να περάσει προσπάθεια από τις οικονομίες και από τις
jeszcze, no poleciał do wszystkiego dobrego. Popłakała się.
you're joining us in a key area which is just outside Kiev. It's very logistically important because this is one of the main routes still open out of the capital. With me is the former President Petro Poroshenko. You've come here, taken up arms yourself. Good to meet you, sir. Thank you for joining Sky News Live on the Kay Burley Show. Tell us a little bit about, first of all, why you're here. We're not mentioning the place because of security reasons. Why is this place fundamental, and what do you think the West, the international community, should be doing at this point?
First of all, I want to thank the Sky News for being here. This is deadly dangerous because just this night we have 17 cruise missiles which hitting also civilian object in Kiev. But it is vitally important to protect Ukraine, and having an opportunity given to us by brave Ukrainian soldiers to stop Putin troops and the 12-day keeping Russia outside of Kiev. Protecting Kiev means protecting Ukraine. Keep Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. And with this situation, this is the Kyiv Oblast, and this is one of the main strongholds where we create the battalion 1 week ago, and today you see that we deliver here all necessary things, supply, radio station, night vision, the machine gun, the uniform, everything they need just to increase the effectiveness of Ukrainian army.
Because if you close this route, the whole of capital is going to be encircled.
We just do our best on the different location, not allow them to go further. Yesterday, you know, we saved lives. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we saved lives. 2,500 people only our battalion helped to evacuate, providing the buses and military protection, and having opportunity to see what's happening after Russia attacked Irpin, where we evacuate. That was a disastrous picture with the dead civilians in the cathedral of Orthodox Cathedral, in the school, and they are just lying on the roads, killing by Russian criminals.
I was in Irpin yesterday. How confident are you about any humanitarian corridor succeeding at the moment? And what do you have to say about an advancing force which is attacking civilians?
This is nice question, and I think that please don't trust Putin. Putin never keep their promises about humanitarian corridor during the 8 years of war. Putin never keep promises for the releasing the hostages during 8 years of war. And I'm not very much optimistic, frankly speaking. I wish all the best. I keep my fingers crossed, but I'm not very much optimistic with the negotiation group which now are on the border of Belarus, because we need to be united. And this is not a war against Ukraine. This is not a war against Ukrainian. This is the war against our values, the war against the whole West, against US, against Europe, against UK. And everybody should understand that on the negotiation we also should be together. I really am admiring the leadership which President Biden demonstrates. I really admiring which administration, Congress demonstrate. But we definitely need a plane, military jet, and Poland are ready to give it to us. Some European nations are ready to give it to us, but they want to replace old Soviet military jet which they are giving to Ukraine by F-16 or A-10 or any other model of which protecting the scale of the NATO country.
Will that be enough?
I am absolutely confident that we have no other way out like to have the plane now. Because we need to protect our airspace. We don't need now the American pilot. We don't need now the American soldiers. We just give us the opportunity to protect you. This is very simple. And point number two, don't buy Russian gas. Because every single dollar you spend them, this is the dollar for the Russian soldier. Please introduce the embargo of the Russian oil.
Are you happy with what Britain is doing? Because we've got a lot of Russian money in Britain.
I think
Are
that
they doing
was
enough?
absolutely great, and I have a very positive experience for communication with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson in his capacity as a Foreign Secretary and in his capacity as a Prime Minister. And I think he was one of the first. He was also the leader for introducing the sanction to arrest the Russian assets, not only the assets in British Bank or the Great Villa.
Is it enough, and is it going to
No,
work?
this is not enough. And my idea is every single day, why the Putin continued to kill Ukrainian civilians, why the Putin stay not only an aggressor, but he is a military criminal for the crimes against humanity. We should introduce every single day new sanction. We can we can introduce the SWIFT ban for all the Russian banks. We can introduce prohibition using credit card for all of Russian citizens because they support Putin, they vote for this criminal, and they approved the killing of Ukrainians.
One more question. One more question I want to ask the former president. We saw civilians killed and injured yesterday. Our own Sky News crew, led by Stuart Ramsey, been attacked and escaped with their lives. How much of an international war crime do you think that is, and what should be done about that?
I'm absolutely confident we are create a special legal group who collecting all the evidence, and we will present it to mass media, to the world media, and we presented it to International Criminal Court. And with that situation, definitely Putin and all his general and all his who is blessing this aggression should have responsibility. And you expect extremely important role because you are independent eyewitness who seeing the dead Ukrainian civilians, who seeing how brave Ukrainian soldiers. Look, these guys don't have weapons yet. This is the first weapon almost. This is the first weapon they deliver, but they are risky of their lives for the 12 days trying to stop Russian soldiers. Just yesterday, the Russian missile attacked the oil storage here, and we finished the fire just 10 minutes before our arrival. And this is just a demonstration. We are decisive, we are ready to stop, and together we definitely win Putin.
Thank you very much. So you've given us a lot of your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks
we'll
a lot.
see you the rest of the time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kay, for bearing with us. A very passionate man. He's had a little bit of an unhappy checkered history in Ukraine, but now he's soaring high in the opinion polls because he is with the current president and really trying to rally the troops and get them, including the volunteers, the many, many thousands of volunteers who are ready to fight to defend their country.
And just before I let you go, Alex, we have seen what happened to one of our team on the ground. We've seen so many people. I mean, we've seen several hundred civilians dead. I'm sure that number will increase significantly when the true cost of this war, this bloody war, comes to our attention. But in the meantime, what is it like on the ground there? Do you get the feeling that these people are defiant? Are they beaten? Are they determined to take on Putin? Tell me.
I think if it was only based on defiance and determination and courage, there wouldn't be any contest. Ukraine would be absolutely ahead of everything and would defeat the much bigger, superior, stronger military that Russia has. But that's not enough to do it. And unfortunately, what we've seen just in the few days that we've been in the capital is that the capital is really digging in and hunkering. The whole of the centre of the capital has changed with massive concrete blocks, trenches to try and hunker down. But the Russian troops are definitely making ground. Unfortunately, they are definitely making ground. Yesterday and the day before, we were able to go quite far down the road into Irpin. Yesterday was even less. Now they're trying to create some sort of corridor, but we know from the civilians that they have made quite a lot of headway into Irpin. It hasn't fallen yet, but that is on the outskirts of Kyiv. They really are just a hop, skip and a jump away from the capital there. Now this, where I am now, is the only route out because civilians can't get out through Irpin anymore. The capital is virtually encircled. There's no safe route out apart from where the southern route down to Odessa, and you'd have to skip Odessa because that's also being attacked and try and get out that way. So unfortunately, the Russian military is moving closer and is making headway. It's been slow, but it is making headway. So there's a real heightened sense of we've got to hunker down in Kyiv and we've got to build up defences, and that's exactly what they've spent the last 24, 48 hours. Every time you go outside, there's new defences built, there's new trenches, there's new blocks, roadblocks. So things are not necessarily moving in the right direction for Ukraine, and certainly there's I think amongst the civilians and the population, there's a feeling that they're fighting. They're definitely not ready to give up, but it's difficult to know which way it's going to go right now.
So we have the video here of Zelensky holding a press conference. We believe in Kyiv somewhere. The feed's coming in to us now. It stops and it starts, so be patient with us, but we want to pick up what he's saying.
You can get them not from news or mass media, but you can see everything, you can touch everything, as to say, in the streets with your hands. You can go to block points, you can see the bombarding, the points, the military points. You can see how strong our people are, the territorial defense. When there is shooting, you can ask our people, our women, our men. You can ask them if you want to eat, to drink. They will always bring water and food to you. That's why I'm so confident. Yes, so confidently, me and our military defend our country, because our country is special, and our people are very special. And I wouldn't want them to be destroyed. I would like all of them to remain alive, not just in history. I would not want the history of Ukraine as a legend about 300 Spartan men. I don't want this. I want peace. I want this peace to be in my country. We're on our land, and we're ready for anything, and we're definitely ready for your questions.
President Zelensky, ABC News, thank you very much for talking to us today. I just have two questions. The first is, you slowed the Russian advance. There's been fierce Ukrainian resistance, but nevertheless, Russian forces are advancing. They're encroaching on 5 major cities. What is your honest battlefield assessment of how long you can hold on? And secondly, what are your red lines in terms of these negotiations? What is acceptable for you? Is it demilitarization? Is it recognition of the DPR, the LNR in the east, Crimea? What are your red lines?
So many questions.
Sorry.
And you need
sorry,
only one.
Your voice is fading.
I think so many questions, and I think nobody who is here doesn't know exactly future or real answers on your question. So the first part of your question was, що ми замедлили, уповільнили.
What did we slow down the advance?
Яка ваша особиста оцінка стану справ на полі бою, як довго Україна ще може триматися?
Російська армія більше.
Right now is bigger.
Більше не в 2 рази, не в 3.
It's not bigger twice, 3 times. Regarding the tank attacks or the quantities of the army, it's 5-10 times bigger than ours.
Ніхто не рахує,
The people, the casualties of the Russian army are not counted.
А ви знаєте, що вони з собою привезли?
You know that they brought with themselves the crematorium.
Так, вони просто з собою привезли
Yeah,
крематорій.
that's what they
Тобто
did.
вони
Where they can,
заздалегідь не збираються
in
показувати їх
advance,
сім'ям,
they are
їх
planning not to
матерям,
show to their
не збираються
families, their
показувати, що
moms,
їх діти тут
that their kids
загинули,
are
що
here
їх
and that
вбили,
they
що вони сюди
died here,
прийшли
they were killed
вбивати
here,
нас,
that they
і
came here
ми
to kill us.
оборонимо нас,
And
нашу
we are
свободу,
defending
наші
our
домівки,
freedom,
і
our
тому вони вмирають.
houses,
Ми не
and that's
хочемо
why
їх
they are
вбивати.
dying. We don't want to kill them.
Чому наші
Why?
беруть
Our
їх в полон, а потім наші
people are
лікарі їх
taking them
лікують,
hostage,
хоча вчора
taking
ще
as
наші
war prisoners,
лікарі
but our doctors
спасали
are saving them,
наших
treating them.
хлопців, які
Though
померли від
yesterday
ран.
our
Від цих
doctors
же
were
людей, але
saving
все одно ці
our
лікарі,
boys
бо
from
вони є
these
лікарі,
people,
вони,
but they are
в них перш за
doctors.
все
They
людяність, а
they
потім
are
вже
human
помста.
first of
І
all.
це є реальність.
And yeah, this
Різниця
is the
між тим,
reality
хто
of the difference
просто посилає
between
м'ясо.
those who just send the cannon
М'ясо. І
meat.
тому він взяв крематорій
And
з
that's
собою.
why they
Ці
took
люди
this
привозять
crematorium
крематорій. Ці
with them,
хлопці
where they
несуть ці
burn
крематорії, вони
dead
розуміють, що
bodies.
вони несуть щось для
The
себе.
boys
Це жах
understand
просто.
carrying
Це
it
я
something
навіть
for
не розумію,
themselves,
як-
that
що
they
це
will
за
use
людина,
it
яка може
later.
планувати такі
What kind of a
акти.
person
Це
can
є
plan
акти
such
геноциду і
acts of
нацизму.
genocide and
І мені
nazism?
соромно, що
I'm
у нас
ashamed
сьогодні
that
22-й
we,
рік, 21
this is the
сторіччя. Мені соромно, що
22nd
сьогодні є
year,
такі акти, які
2022,
говорять,
and we have such
що
acts,
забудьте про
such
будь-які
deeds.
Майя, тощо, що є
Or forget about
апокаліпсис, що є
that there is
кінець
this
світу, кінець світу вже
apocalypse,
стався.
the end of the world. The
Якщо
end
ми
of
не
the world
можемо
is here.
зупинити
If we cannot
такі
stop
кроки,
such
це і є
steps,
кінець світу.
this is the end of the
Тому
world. That's
цього
why
світу.
of this
І
world.
кінець світу для таких людей.
And the end
Питання
of
в
the
тому,
world
що
for
саме
such
ми є
people.
тим
The
парканом
question is
між
that we represent that
нецивілізацією і
fence
цивілізацією.
between the
Я не
non-civilization and
відрізаю,
civilization. I'm not cutting
народ
off
Росії,
the nation of
звичайних
Russia,
людей.
the
Вони такі самі
regular
люди,
people.
але
They're the
різниця
same
в тому,
people
що
as
вони
our people.
бояться
But
вийти
the
на
difference is
вулицю,
that they are afraid of coming
сказати
out in
своєму
the streets
президенту,
and
так як
tell
мені
their
кажуть.
president the same way
Як
they tell
мені кажуть,
me.
як коли люди не
When
задоволені
people are
кроками,
not
вони
satisfied
підходять
with
сюди,
steps
вони
and they
підходили
come
на
up here,
банкову
they
офіс,
come
вони
to the
були
Bankovska
демонстрації, вони
street
казали,
to
нам це не
demonstrations
підходить,
and they say,
ми
oh,
не
we
задоволені
are not
деякими
happy with this,
податковими
we're not
змінами,
happy with some
тощо.
tax
Це нормально.
reforms. This is
Це
normal, this
нормально,
is
вони ж
okay.
тебе обрали, щоб
Yeah,
мати
because
доступ
you,
до тебе.
they chose
Це не
you,
ти,
they
ти не
elected
цар.
you in order to have
Ти не
access
отримав
to
цю
you.
владу від
You're not
когось там,
sorry, you
так не
didn't get
було,
this
ти не
power from
монарх.
somebody, you're
Це
not a
демократія.
monarch.
Ти
This is
президент,
democracy,
тебе
you're
обрав
a
народ,
president.
і, будь
The
ласка, ти
people
CEO
elected
держави.
you.
CEO.
You are the
Не
CEO
тиран.
of the country, you're not a tyrant,
Не фюрер,
you're not Führer.
не будь-хто.
You're
Ти
not
CEO, ти
anybody.
менеджер
You are the
своєї держави,
CEO,
який
the manager of your
повинен
country.
зробити все,
You have to
щоб
do
твоя
everything
держава, як
for your
будь-яка
country,
компанія була
like any
успішна.
company, to be successful.
Пишались
So
твоєю
people are
компанією,
proud of
знали
your company.
у всьому світу.
So that you're known in the whole world. This is the country. This is what we named it. We are defending our country, our people. If I were not the president, I would be in the territorial defense today. Maybe I don't shoot better than others, I'm sure of that. I'm a person of peace. But it turned out this way. I'm not just a guarantee of Constitution these days, but a guarantee for my people. That's the way it happened. If I were not a president, I would be in the territorial defense. I would probably give the food, provide the food. I would help.
Я робив
I
те,
would
щоб
do
мені казали.
anything I would be told
Але
to
якщо б
do.
мені сказали
But if I were
ультиматум,
told
ти
an
повинен
ultimatum,
скласти
you
зброю,
have
перейти
to
на інший бій,
give up
я
the
б це не
arms
зробив.
and change
Яким би я
the
воїном не був.
sides,
Ось
I
в
would
чому
not do this,
різниця, тому що ми тут,
regardless
ми
of which
захищаємо
warrior we're.
просто своє.
Here we're
Подивіться,
defending
ми
our
нічого не
own.
забираємо.
We're not taking
І
away
тому дуже
anything.
хочеться,
That's
щоб
why I want so
російські
much
матері,
that Russian
матері, які
moms
відправили ці
that send their
хлопці,
boys
18-19 років.
18, 19 years old.
Мені 45 рік.
I'm
У
45.
мене донька
I have a
такого
daughter
віку.
of this age.
Це жахливо.
It's horrible.
Я не можу навіть уявити собі,
I cannot
що
even
це майже
imagine
ті хлопці,
that
вони
these
можуть бути
boys
моїми дітьми.
could be
Або
potentially
дітьми таких
my
людей, як я, мого
sons
покоління, і вони
or
прийшли.
sons of people of my
Я хочу,
generation.
щоб ці матері
They came
зрозуміли,
here.
вони
I want
приїхали і
these moms to
забрали. І
understand
навіть ті
this,
хлопці,
so that
які
they take them
загинули вже
back.
тут,
And even those
загинули
boys who
багато.
died here, yes, a lot of them perished
І
here.
навіть зараз.
Even now,
I
would not want them to be burning in crematorium. And their moms won't even know for what and why. That's not right. That's not human. You were sent and you decided to kill other people. God should judge you, not crematorium. That's what I'm saying. Let them come here. We'll open the access to all these moms. Let them take back their kids. I don't know.
Я не знаю. Ми не тримаємось з точки зору часу.
We're not holding up from the point of view of time. We're holding up just because we're defending because it's our work. We're not thinking of time frame. This is work that transformed into protection or preservation of our life, of our history, of our families. This is a shame if you don't have a possibility to have your life and decide for yourself what you can do and what you cannot do. I think this is the main essence of life and freedom.
Mr. President, there is reports that Wagner Group, that Vladimir Putin is after you, that Vladimir Putin wants to kill you. Are you afraid of that? First question. And second, what can Germany do? What can Europe do? Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, do to support you right now that you win the war?
As a live person, as any live person, we all want to live. And I believe that this or that person is not afraid to lose their life or life of their kids. I believe this is not a healthy person. When you send others to war, as it happens in this other country, and you don't think that these people are taking away lives or they can die and you're not afraid of it, you don't have that emotion. I think it's not normal. As any person, I'm afraid for lives of my relatives, of my close to me people. I'm a president of Ukraine, and I don't have the right to do this. And even if I have this in my soul, deep inside, if I feel it, but I feel pain as anybody else. That's why we're afraid for our close people to us. We are afraid of losing our land where we live. And I'm afraid of imagining that I don't have a country. And if somebody asks you, where are you from? And I'm afraid of giving the answer, oh, this country doesn't exist. What will we leave to our next generations? I'm afraid. And regarding the world has to know. The question is not about Schulz, or Biden, or Macron, other leaders of the world. We've talked for many times. Ukraine needs security guarantees. I've been saying it from the beginning when I became the president. If you don't show that you're a strong union, either NATO or EU values are the same. Safety, economical unions, cultural values. But you have to say that this is the world, this is the unifying of values. You have to protect your union. If you don't, then the values will disappear. I'm talking honestly about NATO. If you don't protect the countries of your union, the sanctions responding to any threats, being very decisive. When there was pressure at the countries of the NATO Union, when there was a crisis where the borders with Lithuania and Poland were, what was the response of the NATO? Let's wait. Wait for what? I'm not saying one has to go into war. The strength of this union or another is not to allow the war. You are so strong that you can sit at the negotiation table and say, these are the clauses, everybody has equal rights. A little country or an empire, everybody has equal rights. This is the sense of existence for such unions as NATO. There was weakness, yeah. They were asking us to help Lithuania for barbed wire. Which strength are we talking about? Which common task are we talking about? This is the problem. The same thing is with the EU. What's happening to Ukraine? When we're talking about North Flow, North Direction 2, I assured all the leaders you were talking about, the President of US, we were talking, the prices would not be compromised. The increase of price will happen in order to become and after this Ukraine will be excluded. There won't be any alternatives. When Ukraine is excluded, it will be the same weapon in order to pressurize Ukraine and conduct a powerful escalational rhetoric, the one that is happening right now, to put down arms. The army has to kneel, raise your hands, recognize everything. This is the beginning. If Ukraine does not stop all of this, if the world doesn't unite around these strong principles of Ukraine, I want to thank the countries that are helping us with the weapons. We're thankful, but it's too late, I think, because we gave back this time when we were asking this time frame. The cost of it is thousands of human lives. And next, what we can see through the strength of these unions after Ukraine, if we don't exist, God forbid, then it will be Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Moldavia, Georgia, Poland, and they will keep going until Berlin Wall. They will continue. You have to show your strength without many military actions, through diplomacy. Strong sanctions right now, I think that was a good start. It was a right start.
No-fly zone, yes. I will answer this question. I'm sorry, yeah?
It's okay.
About non-fly zone. Важливіший крок.
A more important step for us is introduction of shutting the sky above Ukraine because of constant bombing of non-military zones. It's all lies. You can come out and see Uspensky Cathedral. You know, the tragic irony. The President of Russian Federation said that there are many, so to say, nationalistic elements. One church suppresses the freedom of another church. He was talking about Moscow Patriarchate. I said that we have different churches, they're all equal. We don't have any, prioritizing of churches. The bombing yesterday, or actually today, I'm confusing following days,
Біля Успенського собору
near Uspensky Cathedral,
російська бомба
the Russian bomb launched
на церкву
at the church
Московського патріархата.
of
Ось
Moscow
так він захищає
Patriarchate.
свою церкву.
That's how he's
Коли він
protecting
каже,
his church
що вона їх.
that he
Тобто я
mentioned
вважаю, що
and said that it's
українські.
theirs.
Тобто бомбардування, там повилітали
So
всі
bombing,
вікна. Я не
all
знаю,
the windows
жертви.
came out.
Зараз
I
не
think
знаю, в мене немає
I'm not sure if there are
статистики.
casualties,
Але
but
ось відповідь,
this is the
чому
response. That's
І
the
так
cynicism
само,
we're
як
dealing
Бабин Яр
with.
вчора.
The same thing
Просто 5 людей
concerns
згоріло.
Bab and Yar
Тому що вони
yesterday.
йшли
5
в
people got
Бабин Яр.
burnt just because they were walking there.
Це просто не смішно.
It's not
Там
funny
більше
anymore.
100 тисяч загинуло. І там були
Over
євреї,
100,000 people died there, Jewish,
Там
Ukrainians,
було багато різних меншин.
different minorities in those times. It was an act of genocide,
Нацизму.
an act of
І зараз вони
Nazism.
бомбардування цього
And now
меморіалу.
they are performing bombing of this
5
memorial.
цивільних людей. Просто
5
все
civilians, the whole family died.
загинули люди, дорослі, діти. Все одно.
Adults,
Вони
kids,
кажуть,
doesn't matter to
вони не
them.
попали в якусь військову інфраструктуру.
They said they didn't target a military object. How can we
Щоденно,
perceive
сьогодні
this?
вночі, ви знаєте, що
Today
було
at night
бомбардування
we saw that it was
Києва
a
і інших
bombing of
міст.
Kyiv.
Бомбардування Києва, 3 бомби,
3 bombs.
і вони в центрі впали.
They fell in the
І
center.
тому, вже ж, і Харків, ви бачили, що відбувалося
Харків,
в Харкові, і,
you know what was
і
happening.
сьогодні, і вчора, і позавчора.
Today
і так
and
само в
yesterday
інших
and the day
містах
before
нашої
yesterday and
держави.
other the
Просто
cities of
Маріуполь
our country.
обстріляний.
Mariupol was shelled.
І тому ми хочемо запровадити
And that's why we want
тому
to
що конкретно
introduce
вбивають
shutting of
наших
the
людей.
Ukrainian sky
Це
because our
відбувається, причому
people
з
are
території
dying.
Білорусі,
From the
із
territory of
Росії
Belarus
літають
and
ці
Russia,
бомби,
these rockets
«Іскандери»,
are launched
літаки,
bombs,
бомбардировки.
helicopters,
Все
the
це відбувається.
bombers,
Я
the
звернувся
drones.
про закриття неба, я звернувся до
I
президента
appealed
Байдена,
to
я
shut the
звертався до,
sky to Biden.
Мені здається, і до Шольца, Макрона.
And Scholz,
Чому я
I think
кажу, здається?
Macron,
Тому що я по
why I'm saying I think, because
20-30 дзвінків,
20,
міжнародних дзвінків я
30
проводжу
international
щоденно.
calls I make every
Щоденно
day.
я це роблю. І я
I
сказав,
do it
що
every day.
що якщо ви не можете запровадити закриття
And I said,
неба
if you
зараз,
cannot shut the
то
sky now,
зараз дайте
then
нам
now
термін коли.
give us
Якщо ви
the
зараз не можете
timeline.
дати
When will you do
українцям
it?
термін,
If you
коли ви це
now
запровадите,
cannot
скільки треба?
provide the timeline,
Скажіть, яка кількість
tell us
людей повинна
how many
взірватися?
people
Скільки треба
have
рук,
to
ніг,
die, how
голів,
many
щоб вони були
legs,
відірвані,
limbs
відлетіли,
have to
щоб
fly away
достукатись
from
до вас, щоб
people's
ви це
bodies.
закрили?
So
Скільки
you
треба?
hear us.
Скажіть, я піду,
How
ми
many
будемо
people
рахувати і
will
почекаємо
count
до цього
and
моменту.
we'll wait until that moment
А якщо ви
where
це
you
не
feel
можете
comfortable.
також сказати,
If
навіть
you cannot
терміни, це те саме,
provide
що
that
відбувалося з
timeline,
санкціями. Я просив
it's the same as
запровадити
happened with
санкції
sanctions,
до
how to
початку війни. Ви побачите, вони
introduce
не
those
будуть
preventive
наступати.
sanctions.
Дайте
They will
повний
not
пакет цих санкцій. Я
advance.
попросив всіх
Provide the full list of sanctions. I asked all the leaders. The response, you know,
Слава Богу, зараз це є.
thanks God,
Слава Богу,
now we
весь світ
have
зараз
those
бачить, що це
sanctions.
діє.
And the whole world
Я
sees that
просив цю підтримку. Так
they are
само, як
efficient.
зараз я прошу закрити
Now I
небо. Якщо немає у
hope that
вас
the
сил,
sky will be shut
міцності,
down. If you don't have
закрити
strength and
то дайте
courage
мені літаки. Чи це
to do that,
несправедливо,
then give
скажіть?
me the planes. Isn't it
І
fair?
коли мені кажуть, що ну у нас є
When they
питання
tell me
щодо
we have a
літаків,
question
там
regarding
треба
the planes,
голосування, те чи
we
інше,
have
ми
to
сказали,
do
ми знайшли,
voting.
де
We
ці
said,
літаки?
where are
Ми
these
у них
planes?
знайшли. Всі
We
ці
found
літаки.
them.
Їх багато. Нові літаки,
There are
вони
a lot of
дуже
planes. We
дорогі.
found them,
Вони
very
дорожчі
expensive
людського життя.
planes.
Окей, ми
They are more
знайшли
expensive
літаки ще з
than
радянського
human.
часів. Можна
We
такі нам
found
літаки отримати?
we found
Можна
planes
нам
that are of
отримати,
the
щоб ми
Soviet times. Can we get those
на
planes of
своїй
Soviet
землі?
times that we
Не на
can
території Росії,
fight back on
не на
our
території
land, not a
Білорусі,
territory
а
of
на
Russia or
суто
Ukraine?
на українській
On our
землі
land,
відповідали
can
всім
we
цим установкам, які
reply
по нас стріляють.
to all
Танкам
of these, military
Thank you, sir.
equipment, to this military
You
equipment
spoke
that
this
is
week with
targeting
President
us?
Biden. How would you describe your conversations with the U.S. leader? And do you believe the Americans waited too long to give Ukraine the support you need to push back this Russian offensive?
Перед затяжкою, що малося на увазі, I'm sorry. We will sleep 3-4
That's okay.
hours.
I can ask again.
No, just a second, please. About that, if I spoke with Biden, President Biden, yes, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember. And we have good contact. I can tell you the truth. And it's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team. And so we can speak now often. That is the first part of your question. And the second part, can you...
Вам, що трошки США забарилися із допомогою?
Що зробили?
Забарилися, що занадто пізно надали допомогу.
Я вам сказав відверто.
You know, I told you honestly, I responded honestly. The question is not about Biden, it's more about indecisiveness of the world. I am telling you all these steps. The world is stronger than the military of Putin. I'm telling with confidence the military, because I know there is also opposition in Russia. There is the opposition of military, business opposition. There is the public opposition of civilians, and there is a split even within that people watch TV there. I didn't see your reports on Russian TV, but you all present here didn't see a lot of your footage on Russian TV. People live in this media space created by the administration of the president. And I would want all the decisions regarding diplomacy and NATO, and our independence, regarding the nuclear power, nuclear weapons, nuclear attacks, regarding all of it. I would not want that all of this I wouldn't want all of these decisions be adopted just by this very small selected group. There are other people, you know, the military shouldn't. The whole world is late with Ukraine. You know, started late making decisions. Let them forgive me. Their nation said, talked about this. You saw what happens in all the squares of the world. People come out and support because they're people. They're smarter than all of us. That's it. They said to them, they were pressuring them. But the whole world has to know that the whole world came late with this policy. The question is not about, you know, somebody treating Ukraine well or not. Of course, most people and these leaders, they all treat well Ukraine. But nobody was even thinking that in modern world, a human being can behave like an animal. That's it.
Добрый день, господин президент. Я Андрей Крамер из газеты New York Times. Я очень рад, что я имею честь задать вам вопрос.
I'm very happy. I'd like to ask a question.
Вы знаете, что во всем мире сейчас вас очень уважают как символ храбрости и как человек, который защищает демократию. Помогает ли это Украине?
Does it help Ukraine? I'll respond in Russian. Yeah, it helps.
Большая поддержка.
It's a big support.
Во-первых, то, что от меня ждал народ
That's,
Украины.
first of all, what Ukraine expected from me.
Я не хочу говорить, каким я был или каким я
I don't want to say how I was and how I became. I think we all are the same. We love our country. You are in the place where you can help more, help the state, help the people. I'm in that place. And the support of people who come out to squares and say and talk with their governments, and the support of the government. I talked to many leaders. I became close buddies with a lot of leaders. We call each other several times a day. We talk on the cell phones. I like a lot that I can talk on WhatsApp with leaders without any bureaucratic red tape. When I have to go through all this complicated process of waiting for weeks while people are dying. But now it's a completely different moment. I need this support. It's important to me. I appeal to the world. I wouldn't want this support to weaken. This support gives a lot of confidence. We're the people of peace, but we're not ready to give up. This support tells us that we're doing everything the right way, and there is the strength of spirit in this. I'm very happy that the world united. Unfortunately, at such an expense, but still.
Yeah. Israeli television. If you ask for any assistance from the state of Israel regarding military technologies, what answer did you get? And as a Jewish man, you got expectation from the Jewish state?
Очікування, все правильно. Дякую вам за запитання. Я сьогодні
Thank you for your question. Today I saw a very interesting photo by the Wailing Wall, Jewish, Hasidic Jewish people, and they were wrapped in, I don't know if you know, into our yellow and blue flags. There's a photo. I was really impressed. And my respect to those people who did that. They were praying. I don't know how they were praying. I saw many times. I don't know how it's done, honestly. This is my home here. You understand? I always had this liberal attitude to every religion. I believe that everybody is equal, in this aspect on earth. But I was so thankful for them, for their praying. I talked to the leadership of Israel. I'll tell you honestly. Maybe now it will sound a little bit offensive, but I believe that I have to say it. We don't have bad relations, but everything is tested by moments like this. With Andrei, we have perfect relations. We always talk. With the heart that we want to send to wounded. I contact our military and I tell them, this is true. I'm thankful. I don't know who helped more, but I'm thankful. Lavrov. I think everybody's face shows his or her life. And the whole life path as well as the end of one's life. They're interested in what's happening right now. They're not interested in what's happening after them. Everything that comes after me, what will come after me? My kids, I want them to be alive. I don't want anything else. People feel equal. We build this society. We just started building it, but that's the way we are. This is the informational bomb that everyone talks about. What do you want us to give away? Go away from our land. If you don't want to do that, sit at the negotiating table with me.
Do you have a message to give now that Ukrainian cities are under attack? This city is under attack. Convoy is on its way to there. Is there a way to prevent this from escalating even further now? And how are you holding up? Internationally, we become incredibly popular. People are comparing you to Winston Churchill, but you're not getting a lot of sleep. You're taking time to talk with us. How are you holding up under all this pressure?
Які меседжі будемо так передати? The first part, I'm thinking, yes. What messages I want to directly to Putin?
Exactly. You said you want to talk to Putin. You just
No, it's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
So what would you tell him?
I think I said about it previously on this question that I'm very honest and open. Not interesting word. I mean that я відкрита людина, я знаю всі проблемні питання, про які піднімає питання.
I'm an open person. I know of every open questions that Putin knows and talks, and his minister. I believe that we have to talk about insults, to talk as simple humans. It's very important. If it's possible, I'm not sure if it is. There are questions I'd like to ask. I'm ready to discuss every question, every matter. All of these areas that we are mentioning, before the war in Donbass and the whole territory of Ukraine, in Kazakhstan and Belarus, I know mentality of these people very well. I know where we're similar, where we're different. Another planet. If we talk like humans on equal terms, we'll raise all the questions without regarding the absence of safety, security, and we'll take care of all these questions. That's my main message.
How me? Що стосується Черчилля?
Regarding Churchill,
він трішки, мені здається,
he's a little bit, I think,
в іншому світі.
In another world, I think. He's a great man.
У людини є можливість стати великою для своєї
Person
держави,
has a chance to
несучасне покоління.
become a great person. But it's not decided by this generation, it will be decided by next generations. If I get to do what I want to do, then maybe I'll be mentioned. But the most important thing, how they mention you know, not what they tell about. And I think he was drinking a little bit, but that's just between us. The first question for Ukrainians. The towns that are occupied, blocked by occupants on purpose, and it started so...
Turkey is one of your close partners of Ukraine that provides you with drones, but the Turkish foreign minister came out and said that he will not be supporting sanctions against Russia. What is your position on that?
Чесно кажучи, я не всі деталі пам'ятаю, хто
honestly speaking, I don't remember all the details regarding the drones. That's a big support. There are many questions where Erdogan helped us, where a lot of areas where he helped us. I'm very thankful to him on a political level. He made a lot of steps so that the president of Russia has an understanding so that the war has to end. Not many leaders of the world have that possibility. Many want, but you know, one has to have an opportunity. One has to be this you know, influential person on geopolitics of the world. Erdogan is this type of a person. He's a very serious president, and he helps. If you allow, if this whole for image of our history during World War II and all the years afterwards.
Позитивно. Що буває, якщо допустити той чи інший вітер, такий, знаєте, з таким вітер, з таким ризиком, який віє, йде.
Wind with such a risk, and it doesn't, you know, cover just one country. It passes through the whole country and the whole continent, and then it's like a hurricane.
Так буває, що одна крапля, ви знаєте,
one drop sometimes, you know, you have a new suit and there is a one drop, and everybody sees it. And now it's red, as if it were from wine. In this case, it's red because of blood.
Hello, Marcus Chalvaux from the French television. The war started 1 week ago almost. Would you say that it has changed you personally, and can you tell us about your life? I mean, in what conditions are you living since the beginning of the war?
It's hard to answer it. Life is as it is. My life today is wonderful. I believe that I am needed. I think that's the most important sense of life, that you are needed, that you're not just an emptiness that breathes and walks and eats something, that the fact that you live, on this fact, a lot of some things depend. That's important. It says one thing: we Ukrainians are not running away from challenges and problems. At least they're not running back. They're running forward. What about Belarus?
Thank you so much. Will you ever leave Kiev? No, I think so.
What's going on? Everybody okay?
They got a call, said there was trouble in the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You all need to look around?
It's a little wet for practice, don't you think? Don't the girls have schoolwork to do? They do their homework. Tundi's first in her class. Lynn and Isha are too.
Now, I don't even mind you saying we hard on these kids. You know why? Because we are. That's our job, to keep them off these streets. You want to check on the kids? Let's check on the kids. We got future doctors and lawyers, plus a couple tennis stars in this house.
The chances of achieving the kind of success that you're talking about, it's just very, very unlikely.
Okay, you're making a mistake, but I'm gonna let you make it. Watch him hit a few balls. All right. So tell me your names again.
I'm Venus. I'm Serena.
So what'd you think? I wrote me a 78-page plan for their whole career before they was even born.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
These girls so great, how come I've never heard of them?
They're from Compton.
It's okay. They're just not used to seeing good-looking peoples like us. She's nervous. They can step up.
Maybe she ought to take a few more steps up. Just get someplace safe.
I think you might just have the next Michael Jordan.
Oh, no, brother man. I got me the next, too. This next step you got to take, you're not going to just be representing you. You're going to be representing every little black girl on earth.
They're not going to let you down.
How could you? This world ain't never had no respect for Richard Williams, but they gonna respect y'all. You gonna walk out there with your head up. You are a champion, and the whole world know it. The most dangerous creature on this whole earth. It's a woman who know how to think.
Yes, Daddy.
Ain't nothing she can't do. You gonna show them how dangerous you are? Venus and Serena gonna shake up this world. Venus Williams, who is your best friend?
You, Daddy.
Serena Williams, who is your best friend?
Venus. Then you.
That's
Then you, after
unbelievable.
Venus.
La început mi-a fost un pic frică și frica strigă tot. Încredere n-aveam deloc, simțeam în mine un foc. Ura strigă doar de jos, eu sunt deasupra lor. Am pus frica în spate și acum mă împing și
ca o bestie, mări șmecher, mulți din idei aștept să pește. N-oglindă după ce câștige șmecher sărtele. Am înfundat prea mult, am ars timp în canapele. Vreau ca să câștigi, trebuie să sar din ele. Și crește, ura lor da crește și puterea mea regește. Răsfățații ăștia nu înțeleg ce poate să semne. Ridică-te din umbră, oricum s-o fac singur, tu ești bestă. Prăștie dragoste și sperie cu lumină eternă. Ura te apucă, dar te aruncă într-un gol. Scrie-te pe față că sunt peste tot. Doar adevărul pur și doar rău. Merg superior printre ei ca un horror. Ca un uniform, sunt multiform. Inima mea numit de director. Prin microfon și hate-i promo, bro. Ura te apucă, dar te aruncă într-un gol. Scrie-te pe față că sunt peste tot.
Respir ușor, mă simt în formă. Doar un om pășesc ușor. Viața ring de form, dar cap o formă mă transform. Mi-a putere chiar din hate-ul lor. Intru în joc și distrug tot, sunt zeul lor.
M-am născut liber, poate captiv doar în sistem, no. Unii stau de partea lor și nu-și dau seama nemno. Liber să mă port cum vreau, să fac orice visez vreau. De ce vă purtați de parcă sunteți toți jurați? De ce vă purtați la bani de parcă sunteți frață? De ce când dau banii peste voi vă lasă spață? Haterii merg în piept, dar emoționat sunt prafă. Am diablă pe față, fiindcă-s de altă rasă. Nu mai pleca din bloc. Pierd după stradă, se admir pe toți de jos. Zborul e în ochi, în calea mea l-am dat foc. Te-a speriat cu dragoste ca un soare. Încă nu sunt uniform, sunt multiform. Inima mea numit de director. Prin microfon și hate-i promo, bro. Ura te apucă, dar te aruncă într-un gol. Scrie-te pe față că sunt peste tot.
Împăște dragoste și vei primi putere. Pune ura lor în spatele tău, să se țină de mână cu frica. Și fără să te împingă, fără să te atingă.
Nu rata șantierul ofertelor cu prețuri meseriașe pentru oameni puși pe treabă deschis la Madhouse. Ofertele se țin lanț la materiale de construcții, finisaje și amenajări interioare. Comandă online pe madhouse.ro sau în magazine și ai transport asigurat oriunde.
Oboseală, aspect palid, dificultăți frecvente de respirație, chiar și căderea părului. În România, aproape 1 din 4 femei se confruntă cu anemie, cea mai întâlnită cauză fiind deficitul de fier. De aceea, eu am ales Feroptim.
Feroptim conține o doză mare de fier și în plus complex de vitamina B și vitamina C, ce susține absorbția fierului.
Întreabă în farmacii de Feroptim.
Acesta este un supliment alimentar. Citiți cu atenție prospectul.
Committee will come to order.
Trăiește un moment de plăcere cu iaurtul tău fin și delicios. Cremoso. Simte gustul răsfățului.
Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous material, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitation in the rules. Before I begin, I want to make the big announcement that today is Mr. McCall's birthday, so happy birthday, Mr. McCall.
I'm 35 years once again.
Me too. Pursuant to notice, we're here today to examine Trump administration policy towards Iran. I welcome our panel of distinguished witnesses. Welcome to members of the public and the press as well. We had hoped to hear from Secretary Pompeo today as well. After we invited him, he announced that he would instead be in California. That's unfortunate, whether you agree with this administration's approach to Iran or not. I don't think there is a member of this committee who doesn't want to hear from Mr. Pompeo, and the American people certainly deserve to hear answers with our troops and diplomats being asked to stand in harm's way. But this committee will conduct oversight on this issue one way or another. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Under the Trump administration, we've seen tensions with Iran ratchet up bit by bit to a point earlier this month when it seemed we were on the brink of war. Iran bears much of the blame for this escalation. The regime is the world's most prolific state sponsor of terrorism and believes that provocative and destabilizing behavior strengthens its hand. It's what we expect from Iran. What's helped stave off calamity for 4 decades is that the United States doesn't behave that way. We don't play on Iran's turf. Being a world leader means you don't emulate your adversaries. You use your power judiciously by trying to change behavior while seeking to diffuse conflict and present bloodshed. That's why the killing of Qasem Soleimani was such a shock. Not because Soleimani was a good guy, just the opposite. He had the blood of many Americans on his hands. He was a hardened terrorist. Democrats and Republicans alike know the world is better off without him. But killing him was a massive escalation. Those who wrongly view him as a martyr have already used his death as a pretext for violence and retribution. Americans have been warned to leave Iraq and have been threatened with kidnapping. Iranian missiles have struck bases where Americans are stationed. Thousands more men and women in uniform have been deployed to the region. The Iraqi parliament has asked our troops to leave the country, even though we rely on that partnership in the fight against ISIS. Fortunately, for the moment, both the administration and the Iranians have taken a step back. But we have to ask, why was it worth turning the simmer up to a boil? That's where things start to get confusing. At first, the administration said there was an imminent threat. Why is that important? Because in the case of an imminent threat, the President has authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect Americans. No one doubts that. But then we heard the strike went forward because Soleimani did so many bad things in the past and was plotting for the future. Then when that didn't work, they went back to an imminent threat, but we didn't know where or when it would take place. In fact, we don't even know if it was imminent, which makes you wonder if the word imminent still has any meaning. Next, an embassy was going to be attacked. Then 4 embassies were going to be attacked. Then maybe it wasn't 4 embassies. Then it's widely reported that there was another failed strike on a different Iranian Quds Force official in Yemen. So what was the justification for the strike which killed General Soleimani? Surely neither of the existing war authorizations, the post-9/11 authorization or the 2002 Iraq war authorization, could possibly be contorted into an explanation for attacking Iran in Yemen. Finally, the administration's rather heavy reliance on the 2002 law, which authorized the war against Saddam Hussein, is especially dubious. Was there any legal basis whatsoever for this strike that took us to the brink of open hostilities with Iran? We're not asking these questions because we mourn the death of Soleimani or sympathize with terrorists. And let me say right now that I won't tolerate any member of this committee making that sort of accusation against other members of his body, even in a general sense.
We are all patriotic Americans, Democrats, and Republicans alike. We're asking these questions because the American people don't want to go to war with Iran. We're asking these questions because Congress has not authorized war with Iran. As we reaffirmed on the House floor last week, we're asking these questions because war powers are vested in the Congress, and if we allow any administration to carry out strikes like these to risk plunging us into war without scrutiny, then we might as well cross out Article 1, Section 8. I wanted Secretary Pompeo here today because I think the administration is not being straight with the country or the Congress. And whether you thought the Soleimani strike was a good idea or not, if you believe that Congress is a co-equal branch of government and that we need to take back the constitutional powers we've given away to successive administrations, then I hope you'll join me in saying we need answers on the record in an open setting so the American people can know the truth. We will not be deterred from our oversight efforts. Since Secretary Pompeo isn't here, I'm sending him a letter today, as well as to Secretary Esper, demanding that they produce information on the legal basis for the strike that took out Soleimani and on a range of other topics. I will make those letters part of the record of this hearing. I hope our witnesses can shed some light on these topics as well. I will recognize each of you to make an opening statement. And let me just say that if Secretary Pompeo is not going to cooperate with the committee, then we will consider very strongly taking other actions in the future, including subpoenas. So I will recognize each of you to make an opening statement, pending which I yield to my friend, the ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for any opening statements he wishes to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. I will not repeat the arguments I made on the House floor last week during the War Powers debate, other than to say that the world is safer without Qasem Soleimani, Iran's terror commander on the battlefield. And I think that is something, Mr. Chairman, I think you and I both agree on this. Former Obama DH Secretary, friend of mine, and DOD General Counsel Jay Johnson said that Soleimani was a, quote, lawful military objective and that no further congressional authorization was necessary. I agree with the former Obama administration cabinet member. I've talked to him extensively about this strike. He used to authorize these strikes under the Obama administration. They conducted thousands of them. I wish Democrats would join in praising the president as Republicans did when Osama bin Laden was killed. In many ways, Soleimani was just as important, if not more important, of a target. And I know that my colleagues on the other side are also relieved that this threat has been eliminated, but they may not be able to say so as much publicly. I wish they were more willing to recognize that the administration made the right decision in taking out Soleimani. Debating issues of war and peace is perhaps our most important responsibility on this committee and as members of Congress. And I'm glad that we are finally exerting our jurisdiction under Article 1, as I'm sure we are not done dealing with this issue. Soleimani, make no mistake, was a mastermind of terror in the Middle East for over 2 decades. He was designated as a terrorist by President Obama. He was responsible for the deaths of over 600 Americans and wounded thousands of more. Last year, Iran attacked 6 commercial ships and downed a U.S. drone. Beginning in October, Soleimani orchestrated 11 attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq, killing an American and wounding 4 U.S. service members. Soleimani ordered an attack on our embassy in Baghdad, and the damage was extensive as shown in these pictures. We are lucky that no embassy personnel were hurt or taken hostage. 2 days after the attack on our embassy, the administration struck Soleimani because, to quote Secretary Pompeo, he was actively plotting to take big action that would put dozens, if not hundreds, of U.S. lives at risk. This was an imminent threat. Chairman of Joint Chiefs General Milley said the administration would have been culpably negligent if they had not acted. And what if the president had not acted and more Americans were killed in an attack directed by Soleimani? What would the president's critics have said then? I believe, and having been in the White House, the president has shown great restraint regarding Iran. Many other presidents may have struck after the drone was downed. Many other presidents may have struck after the American was killed. Many other presidents would strike after the embassy was attacked. How many Americans and how many embassies need to be attacked before we respond? He's been clear and has told me personally just last week that he does not want war with Iran. He wants to de-escalate, not escalate. And he's been very clear with his strategy on Iran. As he told the nation on Wednesday, he wants a deal that allows Iran to thrive and prosper, provided that Iran finally ends its destabilizing activities in the Middle East. Iran needs to stop its nuclear program, stop developing ballistic missiles, stop supporting terrorists and proxies, stop taking hostages, stop oppressing its own people, and act as a responsible, normal nation, as a normal nation would on the world stage. For the second time in recent months, the Iranian people are bravely protesting the conduct of this theocratic, despotic regime. Protesters across Iran are furious because the regime shot down a commercial airliner just last week, killing 176 innocent people, many of whom were Iranian. And even worse, the regime did not even admit to having done it for 3 days. They intentionally lied to their own people and to the world. We are already seeing allegations, including video footage, depicting the regime's violence against its protesters. These are human rights violations. An Iranian Olympic medalist announced this week that she was defecting Iran because of the hypocrisy, lies, injustice, and flattery. Yesterday, Iran's state TV anchor resigned after more than 13 years, saying, quote, "It was very hard for me to believe the killing of my countrymen. I apologize for lying to you on TV for 13 years. In November, the Iranian regime brutally suppressed popular protest sparked by an increase in gasoline prices, shutting down the internet, and then killing 1,500 of their own citizens. Let me be clear, we stand with the people of Iran, demanding accountability from their leaders. And I want to thank the President for loudly and clearly defending the rights of the Iranian people and urging the regime not to use violence against them. I'd like to close by focusing on Iraq. The United States supports a strong, sovereign, and prosperous Iraq. Those responsible for violence against protesters and journalists must be held accountable, including for the killing of 2 journalists in Basra this weekend. We stand with the Iraqi people and support their right to freely assemble. We will always support freedom wherever it is. We will always support human rights wherever it is a struggle. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the witnesses. I look forward to their testimony, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll now introduce our witnesses. Dr. Richard Haas is the President of the Council on Foreign Relations. He previously served as the Senior Middle East Advisor to President George H.W. Bush, as the State Department's Director of Policy Planning under Secretary of State Colin Powell, and in various positions in the Defense and State Departments during the Carter and Reagan administrations. He was also U.S. Coordinator for Policy toward the future of Afghanistan and the U.S. envoy to both the Cyprus and Northern Ireland peace talks. Avril Haines is a Senior Research Scholar at Columbia University, a Senior Fellow at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, a non-resident Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institute, and a Principal at West Exec Advisors. During the last administration, Ms. Haines served as Assistant to the President and Principal Deputy National Security Advisor. She also served as the Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency and Legal Advisor to the National Security Council, in addition to other senior legal positions at the State Department and the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Stephen Hadley is a principal of Rice Hadley Gates, LLC, an international strategic consulting firm. Mr. Hadley is also board chair of the United States Institute of Peace and an executive vice chair of the board of directors of the Atlantic Council. Mr. Hadley served for 4 years as the assistant to the president for national security affairs from 2005 to 2009. From 2001 to 2005, Mr. Hadley was the assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor, serving under then National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. Mr. Hadley had previously served on the National Security Council staff and in the Defense Department, including an Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy from 1989 to 1993. So I thank our witnesses for joining us. Without objection, your complete prepared testimony will be made part of the record. I'll now recognize you each for 5 minutes to summarize your opening statement, and we'll begin with Dr. Haas.
Știai că flora intestinală joacă un rol esențial în sănătatea ta? Adaugă Activia cu miliarde de probiotice în rutina ta zilnică sănătoasă și continuă să ai grijă de tine. Activia. Cumperi mai mult, poți câștiga mai mult.
Now with my mic on. Thank you and good morning. Let me say that recent events that we're discussing here today did not take place in a vacuum. They can only be understood against the backdrop of nearly 3/4 of a century of history, in particular recent history. Here I would highlight the American decision in 2018 to exit the 2015 nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, and the decision to introduce significant sanctions against Iran. These sanctions constituted a form of economic warfare. Iran was not in a position to respond in kind, and instead instituted a series of military actions meant to make the United States and others pay a price for these sanctions, and therefore to conclude they needed to be removed. It is also important, I believe, to point out here that the United States did not provide a diplomatic alternative to Iran when it imposed these sanctions. This was the context in which the targeted killing of Qasem Soleimani took place. This event needs to be assessed from 2 vantage points. One is legality. It would have been justified to attack Soleimani if he was involved in mounting a military action that was imminent. If there is evidence that can responsibly be made public, supporting these criteria were met of imminence, it should be. If, however, it turns out the criteria were not met, that what took place was an action of choice rather than necessity, I fear it will lead to an open-ended conflict between the United States and Iran, fought in many places, with many tools, and few red lines that will be observed. The President tweeted yesterday that the question of imminence doesn't really matter. I would respectfully disagree. Imminence is central to the concept of preemption, which is treated in international law as a legitimate form of self-defense. Preventive attacks, though, are something very different. They are mounted against a gathering threat rather than an imminent one, and a world of regular preventive actions would be one in which conflict was prevalent. It's even more important to assess the wisdom of the targeted killing. There's no doubt, as the chairman said, that Mr. Soleimani had blood on his hands and was a force for instability in the region, and I don't know of any critic of the strike who mourns his loss. But just because Soleimani was evil, and just because killing him may have been legally justifiable, does not make it wise. And here I have several doubts. First, there were other, and I believe, better ways to reestablish deterrence with Iran. Secondly, the killing interrupted what I believe were useful political dynamics in both Iran and Iraq. Thirdly, U.S.-Iraqi ties were deeply strained. Fourthly, we've been forced to send more forces to the region rather than make them available elsewhere. Fifthly, given our worldwide challenges, I do not believe it is in our strategic interest to have a new war in the Middle East. And sixth, Iran has already announced plans to take steps at odds with the JCPOA, which will shrink the window it needs to build a nuclear weapon if it decides to do so. And if this happens, it will present both the United States and Israel with difficult and potentially costly choices. I'm fully confident that many of you will disagree with part or all of my assessment, but however we got here, we are where we are. So let me just say a few things about where we are, what we can expect, and let me make a few policy recommendations. First, the pause in military exchanges between the United States and Iran is just that, a pause. Iran is not standing down. It will continue to take military actions against the United States, I believe, as well as our allies. Secondly, President Trump was clear that Iran will never be able to have a nuclear weapon. This stance is welcome, but it is insufficient. Iran must also be denied attaining what I would describe as a near-nuclear capability. If it were to achieve such a capability, there's the danger at some point it would sprint to put together a small nuclear force and present the world with the fait accompli, and the fact it might do this would be more than enough to persuade several of its neighbors to do the same. Such a scenario would be a strategic and humanitarian nightmare. The JCPOA was intended to lessen the odds that such a scenario would come about. We can discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the JCPOA in detail. Let me say one thing that I know will come up about it, that I understand the JCPOA did not constrain Iran's regional activities. Some would see that as a flaw. I would simply say arms control cannot be expected to accomplish everything. And if we insist that it do so, we run the risk it will accomplish nothing. Some things like pushing back against what Iran is doing in the region, that's something we and our friends have to do for ourselves. That was a central lesson of the Cold War. Grand bargains seek the perfect at the expense of the possible. Let me just make a few recommendations, and I know my time is growing short. One, the United States should work closely with its allies and other signatories of the JCPOA to put together the outlines of a new agreement. Call it JCPOA 2.0 and present Iran with a new deal. It would establish longer-term, or better yet, open-ended limits on Iran's nuclear missile programs in exchange for sanctions relief. Congress should approve any such agreement to remove the concern that this pact could be easily undone by any president, and such initiatives should emerge from consultation with allies. Our policy toward Iran has become overly unilateral and is less effective for it. This proposal should be specific, reasonable, and articulated in public, and I want to emphasize the latter. The reason it should be talked about publicly is we should pressure the government in Tehran to explain to the Iranian people why it rejects a fair proposal that would reduce sanctions and raise the standard of living for all Iranians, just so it can pursue its foreign policy and national surety goals. And recent protests against the government, against the backdrop of sanctions, create a good context for such a sincere public initiative. We must also understand that in the wake of our exiting the JCPOA and introducing new sanctions, we brought about a dangerous situation in which Iran is slowly but steadily breaking out of the constraints of the accord. It will reduce the time it would need to construct nuclear weapons if it decides to do so. It is essential, I would argue, that Iran understand the limits to what we are prepared to tolerate. This should be communicated to them, and a message should be coordinated with our allies, our Arab neighbors, and with Iran's Arab neighbors, and with Israel. We should act immediately to repair our relationship with Iraq. We do not want to open Iraq to greater Iranian influence, nor do we want to see a reconstitution of terrorism inside its borders. The threat of sanctions against Iraq ought to be removed. So too should the threat to remain absent Iraqi permission. A true presence that comes to be seen as an occupation will be forced to spend its time protecting itself and will be unable to partner with Iraqi forces against terrorists. Last but not least, let me just make one other point about the need to accept political reality. Regime change in Iran is unlikely. The Islamic Republic is resilient. But even if this assessment one day proves wrong, there's no way of knowing that it will prove wrong or when it might. As a result, regime change cannot be the basis of U.S. strategy. It is beyond our capacity to engineer. And recent events around the region ought to have taught us that even when regime change happens, it's not necessarily a panacea in terms of what comes afterwards. What we do need is a strategy for dealing with the Iran that exists and policies consistent with that strategy. Our objective should be to change Iran's behavior, to negotiate an outcome in the nuclear and missile realms acceptable to both countries, and through our actions in the region, to lead Iran to conclude that it will fail if it continues to try to destabilize the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to appear here today.
Cumpărați de pe notino.ro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Chairman Engel and Ranking Member McCall. Happy birthday, and distinguished members of the committee. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm honored.
Can you move the mic closer?
Absolutely.
I don't
Is
know
that better?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm honored to be here today to discuss U.S. policy regarding Iran and whether it is likely to serve our longer-term objectives in the region. During my time in government, our goals were to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to diminish and counter Iran's threatening and destabilizing behavior, from its growing ballistic missile arsenal to its dangerous use of regional proxies to its human rights abuses at home, all while avoiding a war. And these are still the right goals, in my view, and in fact, they are not dissimilar to those articulated by the current administration. And I am concerned, however, that the approach being taken right now, including in particular the targeted killing of Qasem Soleimani in Iraq, is not one that well serves these goals. A fundamental pillar of U.S.-Iran policy was the JCPOA, which was at the center of our efforts precisely because we realized that a nuclear-armed Iran would make the broader challenges harder to address. While not perfect, the JCPOA cut off Iran's pathways to acquiring a bomb and significantly constrained Iran's nuclear program. The JCPOA was never intended to stand alone, but rather was seen as part of a wider regional strategy that sought to reduce Iran's destabilizing influence in the region, strengthen those voices in Iran who were pushing back against the Iranian government's threatening policies, and engage Iran diplomatically to avoid inadvertent escalation, while also putting pressure on the Iranian regime to change Iran's unacceptable behavior at home and abroad. Walking away from the JCPOA and imposing new sanctions on Iran drove a wedge between the United States and our long-term allies in Europe, while the pressure of those sanctions has been formidable, the result has been that Iran conducted increasingly provocative actions in the Gulf and restarted significant aspects of their suspended nuclear program. And American allies and partners, rather than helping us address Iranian behavior, are instead concerned with what they perceive to be unpredictable and escalatory behavior on part of both countries, and have focused their efforts on trying to de-escalate the situation. And meanwhile, the withdrawal from the JCPOA strengthened hardline voices in Tehran, and we are now without real hope for another deal that would further restrict Iran's nuclear program, let alone any other destabilizing activities such as their ballistic missile program. And this was predictable. Economic pressure on Iran can, as it did in the lead up to the JCPOA, affect the domestic political calculus associated with making a deal. But no Iranian analyst will tell you that economic sanctions are likely to have a meaningful impact on the regime's capacity to engage in destabilizing actions in the region. This is because the availability of resources for foreign proxies, a relatively small budget line item, has never been a serious constraint on Iran's regional interference. And moreover, to avoid disrupting the deal, the JCPOA was acting as a relative constraint on particularly aggressive behavior by the Iranian regime against the United States. Instead, Iran responded to this maximum pressure campaign with a series of steps intended to put pressure on the United States, including targeting American facilities and assets directly and through proxies. But instead of carefully managing the escalation by responding with measured, necessary, proportionate actions intended to effectively push back on such aggressive behavior by Iran, to de-escalate and deter further attacks, the president seemingly stepped back and then decided to respond by engaging in a targeted killing of Iran's most powerful commander without the consent of our partners, the Iraqis, nor seemingly with any consultation of our NATO or coalition partners in Iraq. And as many have noted, Soleimani was an enemy of the United States who backed various operations against the United States and is responsible for the killing of Americans. But the question is not whether Soleimani deserved his fate. The question is whether this was a wise action that served U.S. national interests and ultimately made us safer. The administration has argued that the action was taken in self-defense to disrupt imminent attacks and was necessary to save lives. The comments of the Secretary of Defense this Sunday appear to contradict that assertion, and instead the action appears to have been taken largely to send a message to the Iranians and to potentially disrupt further unspecified attacks. Yet if that was the case, not only will our allies and partners view it as a violation of international law, but it is virtually impossible to understand why it was impractical for the President and his senior leadership to consult with Congress, our allies, and Iraq before targeting Soleimani in a military action that would be predictably be perceived by Iran as an effective declaration of war by the United States. Directly following the strike, we sent thousands of additional troops to the region to defend our people and our assets in light of an expected and ongoing Iranian response to the killing of Soleimani, thereby putting more Americans in harm's way. We have brought the fight against ISIL to a virtual standstill, with NATO suspending its training mission on the ground in Iraq and the possible ejection of our troops from the country. We have strengthened the Iranian-backed elements of the Iraqi government, weakened those who have supported the United States, and we've lost standing in the region. And Iran announced that it will move further away from the deal by restarting additional elements of its nuclear program, and the United States is more isolated than ever. And given where we are today, we desperately need to invest in diplomatic efforts, ideally with our allies to reduce existing tensions and identify a plausible path forward toward negotiations while promoting a more stable order that better serves security, human rights, and civic engagement, so as to provide hope of a way forward that does not inexorably lead, as we are now positioned, to a scenario in which the administration finds itself facing the choice the JCPOA was intended to avoid. That is the choice of either letting Iran obtain a nuclear weapon or bombing Iran, and thus launching what could easily become a full-scale regional war that the United States finds itself dragged into, having forgotten the lessons of our past. And let me just end by thanking all of you for your work on these issues and your efforts to advance the interests of Americans who rely on the government for their security and prosperity. I look forward to answering any questions you may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Hadley. Can you pull your microphone closer, please? Thank you.
Ajută-ți copilul să devină super pieton cu cel mai tare serial educativ adus de mine, Zebra Tony, Lidl și Gașca Zurli.
I've lost my testimony skills. I apologize. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. To provide context for today's hearing, I would like, if I may, to describe briefly what appears to me to have been the underlying dynamic that led to the recent confrontation between the United States and Iran in Iraq. In the fall of last year, Iraqi citizens across their country demonstrated in massive numbers. They protested what they saw as the corruption, sectarianism, and ineffectiveness of their government. They protested the overweening influence that Iran exercises in Iraq, both directly and through Iranian-backed militias. At least 2 Iranian consulates in Iraq were attacked and burned. Demonstrations, even in the Shia South, called for Iran to leave Iraq, chanting, "Out, out, Iran." Beginning last October, Kataib Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militia, began an escalating series of attacks on Iraqi military bases hosting U.S. forces. I believe Kataib Hezbollah would not have acted without the approval of Iranian authorities in general and Qasem Soleimani in particular. And I believe this military campaign was a cynical effort to change the conversation within Iraq and to shift attention from the issue of Iranian influence to the issue of the U.S. force presence, and ultimately to get U.S. forces thrown out of Iraq. The campaign escalated until a U.S. contractor was killed, at least 4 U.S. service personnel were wounded, and the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad was attacked and partially burned. Some commentators will say that striking Qasem Soleimani, in doing so, the United States fell into Kataib Hezbollah's trap. But what was the alternative? The United States could not just stand by while its military and diplomatic personnel were attacked and killed. The U.S. administration clearly believed that striking Soleimani was so unexpected and so significant both militarily and politically that it would cause Iran to abandon its campaign against U.S. troops and diplomats in Iraq. We should all hope that it has that effect. The problem was that the strike occurred in Iraq. The fear of becoming the central battleground in a military confrontation between the United States and Iran is being used to justify calls for the expulsion of U.S. forces from Iraq. But a U.S. withdrawal would only reward Kataib Hezbollah's campaign of violence, strengthen the Iranian-backed militias, weaken the Iraqi government, undermine Iraqi sovereignty, and jeopardize the fight against ISIS, a terrible outcome for both the United States and Iraq. To keep U.S. forces in Iraq, Iraqi authorities will have to manage the domestic political fallout from the strike on Soleimani. The U.S. administration and the Congress can help by making public statements reaffirming that America respects the sovereignty and independence of Iraq, that U.S. forces are in Iraq to train Iraqi security forces and to help them protect the Iraqi people from a resurgent ISIS, that the United States will coordinate with the Iraqi government on matters involving the U.S. troop presence, that so long as U.S. troops and diplomats in Iraq are not threatened, America's confrontation with Iran will not be played out on Iraqi territory, and that the United States supports the aspirations of the Iraqi people for a government that can meet their needs and expectations and is free of corruption, sectarianism, and outside influence. After Iran's recent missile attacks in retaliation for the strike on Soleimani, both Iran and the United States appear to have stood down militarily. Despite some tough and uncompromising statements, both sides have said they want to avoid war and have left the door open for negotiations. Neither Iran nor the United States appears positioned or inclined to mount a diplomatic initiative, so that role must be played by third parties. The European countries that participated in the JCPOA nuclear deal, America's regional allies, and even Russian President Vladimir Putin are all potential candidates. Iran's current policy is going nowhere. New economic sanctions imposed by the U.S. administration could reignite the massive public demonstrations that Iran put down last fall only with brutal force. Iran's leaders in the past have been pragmatic when their hold on power was threatened. However, grudgingly, they may decide that negotiations are the least bad option. For its part, the U.S. administration still says that its goal is to begin negotiations to address Iran's nuclear, ballistic missile, and regional activities. Now may be the time to give diplomacy a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadley. This committee has received a lot of conflicting information about the killing of General Soleimani, but we have not received any evidence showing that this strike or any other strike was necessary to prevent an imminent attack. Never mind an attack on 4 U.S. embassies, as the President is now claiming. To make matters worse, Secretary of Defense Esper says he doesn't have any evidence of threats against our embassies either. So, Ms. Haynes, let me ask you, as someone with significant experience on security matters like this, does it make sense to you that a military airstrike would be planned and carried out if the Secretary of Defense was unclear about why it was needed? Does it make any sense to you that if this strike was indeed necessary to save 4 embassies from attack, the administration officials would have left this out of their official justifications? And shouldn't we have heard about a variety of demonstrable steps at those embassies to prepare for an attack? So what do you make of these claims by the President? Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Chairman. I do think the number of conflicting comments being made by senior administration officials about whether or not there was, in fact, any threat and the degree of the threat that was being faced are really concerning. And I think all of you obviously have access to classified information that I don't have access to, and I can't tell you whether or not there's some story there that provides a basis for the action that was taken. But what's in the public realm does not add up to imminence as I have understood it and as I've applied it both as a lawyer and a policymaker within government. And I think it is particularly important when you take an action like this to be as transparent and frankly to have as consistent of a message coming out of the government about why it is that we felt it was absolutely necessary to take this action. And that's true not just from a legal matter, but really from a policy perspective, which is to say that our allies and partners are watching us and trying to understand why it is that we took this action, why we thought it was absolutely necessary. And so is, as has been noted, I think, repeatedly by all of us, so has Iraq, wondering why that is. And we would not have had the legal basis for taking an action against Soleimani in Iraq without their consent, without it being an imminent threat. And they want to know what that imminent threat is, and nothing that's been said really backs that up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, I won't mourn the loss of Qasem Soleimani. He was a bad guy. He had the blood of our military and thousands of Syrian civilians on his hands. He fueled the Yemeni civil war, and he imprisoned the people of Lebanon through Iran's support of Hezbollah. What concerned me about the escalation against Iran was how it seemed to overlook unintended but predictable consequences. Dr. Haas, you outlined several consequences in your testimony, from Iran's withdrawal from its constraints under the nuclear deal to a possible premature U.S. troop departure from Iraq. So let me ask you this. What should the Trump administration do to de-escalate regional tensions, and what could the administration do to help ease the tensions with Iran and move toward diplomacy?
Well, thank you, sir. I actually think there's something of an opportunity now for diplomacy. Steve Hadley ended his statement saying this was the time. I think the sanctions have had much more of an effect than people predicted. I've done several books on sanctions, and I underestimated, quite honestly, what unilateral sanctions in this regard could accomplish. I think also the Ukrainian air tragedy has built on already discontent within Iran, the sense that the government there is putting too much into guns and not enough into butter. Up to now, we haven't really given the Iranians a diplomatic option. Secretary Pompeo's May 2018 speech, to me, had all the features of an ambitious grand bargain. I took it as a non-starter. To me, it was tantamount to regime change or capitulation. What I think we ought to do, it could have been done conceivably if we had stayed in with the JCPOA, which would have been to try to get an extension of the so-called sunset provisions, but that's over for now. So I think we ought to go public, as I said, with a modified agreement. And we can decide whether the constraints on nuclear activity, centrifuges and enriched uranium, are open-ended or for 3 decades, 4 decades, what have you. We can decide whether to bring missiles into it, which I would do. And I think we ought to talk about the degree of explicit sanctions relief that would accrue to Iran if they would sign up to that kind of an agreement. And I think we would find the allies would support us. Indeed, today's newspapers have stories about the allies being concerned about Iran's breakout from the JCPOA. So I think we would have significant multilateral backing there. And I think even the Russians and the Chinese would be attracted to something that would be diplomatic and change the momentum. So I think the time is right to put forward an initiative. And again, I think there's an interesting episode in Iranian history, which is the late 80s. And the then supreme leader accepted an outcome to the Iran-Iraq war that he said he would never accept. But he said, this is like poison to me. But the supreme leader accepted it because he thought it was essential at the time to save the 1979 revolution. And it's just possible that we are approaching a moment in Iranian history where these sanctions are having sufficient impact, where there might be a greater willingness on the part of the Iranian authorities to compromise, particularly with the pressure from below in the street. I could be wrong, I don't know, but I would test it. And I think we ought to put forward a diplomatic initiative, and I think that'll be clarifying. We'll learn a lot about this Iranian government and the current context about whether there's the possibility of a deal. If not, then we can deal with the consequences about how we deal with their nuclear, missile, and regional programs. But let's put out there a diplomatic initiative that might be accepted. If not, it will at least be clarifying.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, really, since the maximum pressure campaign was launched, we've seen a more and more provocative Iran. You know, and since last October, as Mr. Hadley talked about, mounting strikes, one against a U.S. drone. I remember being in the White House debating what the response should be. Many in the room believe that there should be a response, that that's all the Iranians would understand, that the surface-to-air missile site should be hit. And yet the president didn't do that. He stepped back, he showed great restraint, and decided not to respond. And he got some criticism for doing that. And then as months went on, strikes continued to mount, culminating in an attack on our embassy. And at some point, in the killing of American and 4 soldiers, and at some point, I believe a response is necessary when our embassy is attacked. And then the final tipping point, I believe, for the president to have to make this decision. And I agree, Mr. Chairman, it could be a little clearer, and I think we could declassify more of this to put it out in the open, you know, with the American people, not jeopardizing assets on the ground. But, you know, Soleimani's traveling to Damascus and Lebanon, and he's ending up in Baghdad meeting with his number 2 guy. Remember, the red line is an American being killed, says the president. So Soleimani, he's seeing this. He's meeting in Baghdad. Then he's going to fly to Tehran and meet with the Ayatollah, in my judgment, to get the green light to start the operation. Some say days, some say weeks. Regardless of the timing, the president done nothing, and this whole scenario had played out where hundreds of Americans and diplomats are killed in our embassy and at our bases, and possibly another 1979 where diplomats are taken hostage. Then what? So, Mr. Hadley, can you answer the question of the significance of the strike on Soleimani and whether that provides any deterrence to the Iranians?
I think that's the administration's hope. I think the run-up is very much as you described it. I don't know what imminent means in many contexts, but it seems to me we were in the middle of a pattern of escalating attack on American personnel, diplomatic and military, and it sounds imminent enough to me to justify a strike. I think the purpose of the strike was, as you described, to try to deter the Iranians from continuing up this escalatory ladder that was going to put more men and women, American men and women, and Iraqis at risk. That's what they tried to do. I think the statements that Secretary Pompeo then made thereafter, that if there was escalation by the Iranians, even targets in Iran were not off the table, was again an effort to try to reestablish deterrence, prevent this from escalating to war, and open the door for a negotiating track, which the administration has said for some time they're open to. And that's what I think one of the things that joins all 3 witnesses here is that's what we hope is the next step here. We think there is an opportunity, and we ought to try to take advantage of it.
And thank you. That was my next question. I do think all 3 of you agree with the pivot, if you will. Now, we saw a response from Iran. It was a face-saving measure, in my judgment. No casualties, thank God. And then everybody took a step back, and it de-escalated. That's the good news. I do see this as a window of opportunity now to exercise diplomacy, and he talked about NATO as well. Maybe for the 3 of you, very shortly with my time, what would this diplomacy look like moving forward?
I think primarily it is actually putting forward what it is that the administration would be interested in reaching a deal on. I think that's a critical aspect of the next step of diplomacy, because right now I think what has been described is really a non-starter. I don't think, I suspect none of us would disagree on that point with the Iranians. And I think one of the challenges that's going to that the administration will face at this point is actually getting the Iranians to the point of being willing to engage in discussions in light of what they've put on the table as such a non-starter. So I think there's got to be a process that you need to start to pull them in, essentially, into in order to do this. Thank you. Can I also respond to your earlier point? I mean, I don't think that anybody thinks that we shouldn't have responded at all to Iran. I think that the real concern is the way that this response was done. In other words, the weight, in some respects, the stepping back encouraged them to do more instead of having a response that was done early on. And then when there was a response, it was so escalatory that I think it created a situation that makes it more challenging to go down this road now than it was before.
Well, I think the chairman and I do agree the world's safer without this man. He was a mastermind of terror. He killed a lot of Americans and wounded soldiers like Mr. Mast in front of me, who doesn't have his legs anymore. And so I don't have a lot of sympathy for the man. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Pompeo's absence today is the loudest testimony. It speaks volumes. It shows that the Secretary of State cannot defend the decision-making process that led us to this point. Cannot defend a process in which apparently the President did not hear from experts on what effect this would have on politics in Iraq. Apparently the President did not focus, as Dr. Haas pointed out, the importance of the Iranian street and the willingness of the Iranian people to endure these sanctions rather than to demand that their government change or that they change their government. Apparently, the President heard from no experts on the politics of Europe, or the economics or politics of Iran or Iraq. And apparently, the President did not hear from any experts in Shiite Islam about what the effect would be of creating a martyr in front of a people whose religion's foundational event was the martyrdom of Imam Hussein 1,300 years ago. The Secretary of State cannot defend a process in which Lindsey Graham is given advance notice on a golf course, but the group of 8 congressional leaders, a group that has never leaked, is not given advance notice. He cannot defend a process where a disdainful tweet is treated by the President as official notice that he may take future military action. He cannot defend a process in which Congress is not told in classified briefing that 4 embassies were targeted, but he's free to tell a rally in Toledo. The only defense there might be he might have been lying in Toledo. So the Secretary's failure to come here speaks quite loudly about a presidential decision-making process that was shallow, simplistic, and disdainful. The effect of this attack was to undermine our support in Iraq, and it was to strengthen the regime in Iran and allow it to continue its policies notwithstanding our sanctions. But then an intervening and unpredicted event occurred. We helped the regime by creating 1 martyr. The regime just created 176 martyrs. Ukraine Air 752 was shot down, and now the regime has arrested a few people, we don't know whom, or at least I don't know whom. They will try to focus on some enlisted man who pushed a button with only 10 seconds to make a decision. What they will try not to focus on is the ministerial level decision not to ground or even alter civilian air traffic, knowing that they had put their air defense system on hair trigger alert. And what they know they won't focus on is the decision by the top regime officials to lie to the Iranian people when they knew the truth. I'll ask any witness, but particularly Mr. Hadley. And I know we were talking about this earlier. A more authoritarian regime might have lied to its people longer. But I think it's clear to the world that the plan they had was to lie, and then there was just too much evidence in the hands of Ukrainians and others. Who could the decision to lie to the Iranian people and keep lying as more and more evidence got to the top leadership, Could that have been made by anyone other than at the highest levels of the Iranian government?
I don't think we know how this sorted out. Clearly, the IRGC, which is a very powerful force in the Iranian administration, in the Iranian government, was going to take the fall for this because it was their forces that essentially shot down the airplane. And unfortunately, it's a very natural human reaction to sort of lie and deny when you've been caught in a bad action. And I think that was their reaction. I think it's going to be very interesting to watch.
But would not the Supreme Leader have known within 24 hours of the downing of the plane that, in fact, Iranian forces had brought it down?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
And does anyone here know who the Iranians have arrested so far, or at what level or rank? I believe my time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, according to ABC News, General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said, and I quote, December 27th attack on the Iraqi base near Kirkuk that killed a U.S. civilian contractor and wounded several U.S. and Iraqi forces was designed and intended to kill, and Soleimani approved it. I know that 100%, he said. He also said, as my colleague, the ranking member said a moment ago, that not to have acted would have been culpably negligent. Former Obama Homeland Security Jay Johnson said that Soleimani was a lawful military objective. And of course, Mr. Hadley, today you said the U.S. could not just stand by while its military and diplomatic personnel were attacked and killed. Mr. Chairman, Soleimani, and let's not forget this, is directly responsible for killing over 600 Americans and disabling thousands more. He's directly responsible for massive death and injury of innocent civilians in the region. He was a mass murderer. In the last 2 months alone, he orchestrated 11 attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq, killing an American contractor, as we know. Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Haas, one of your colleagues, said that according to the Council on Foreign Relations, no president, we're talking about President Obama, used drone strikes more than President Obama, who ordered 542 drone strikes, killing an estimated 3,797 people, including 324 civilians. Yes, they weren't as high a target. They weren't of a mass murder of the caliber and of the degrading influence that Soleimani has had, both in the region and in his own country. You know, the 1,500 people that were killed protesting, demanding democracy, demanding a change, they showed them no mercy. He showed them no mercy. Let me just ask a question, if I could, with regards to the money that was gleaned by Iran as a result of the Iranian, American, and European nuclear arms deal. I had asked Secretary Liu back in July of 2015, how much are we really talking about? The BBC recently said it was $100 billion with a B. The New York Times suggested $100 billion. He said it was $115 billion theoretically, but probably closer to $58 to $59 billion. I don't know what it is. You know, we don't have a clear sense of that, but that's a lot of money if that's how much it was. So my question is, how much money did Iran actually get? How much of that was deployed to fund terrorism, including the procurement of weapons, to pay the IRGC troops, the Quds Force, which has massively expanded their operations? Did Soleimani and other terrorists personally benefit when all of that money was sent in crates on pallets, $1.7 billion, smaller bills? Who got that money? Where did it go? I've asked that question. Many of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, have asked that question. Did it fund terrorism? When he answered the question again, this is Secretary Liu, he said, and I quote, "We can't say there won't be any more money going to malign purposes." Secretary Kerry has said similar things. How much? I mean, to give such massive amounts of money to mass murderers, terrorists, is unconscionable in my view. So how much? Can anybody speak to that with any kind of clarity?
Okay, great. So this idea that billions of dollars, that came out of the deal were then used to launch ballistic missiles or to, fund IRGC, et cetera, it's patently untrue.
None of that money has been used for that.
No, let me finish my answer and I'll give you the thing. In return for a permanent and verifiable halt to Iran's nuclear program, right, the United States, along with our P5+1 partners, provided relief of nuclear-related sanctions to Iran. But even senior Trump administration officials have conceded that the vast majority of Iran's unfrozen funds, so funds that were theirs, that we had frozen, that then they were able to access, went to domestic requirements, right, including debt servicing. And what's more, even at the height of international sanctions, Tehran amply funded the IRGC and its proxies. So it's certainly not the case that Iran needed unfrozen funds in order to sustain their activities. Far from it. The IRGC has a relatively small budget, and making its activities sustainable through sanctions, the IRGC built Hezbollah. In fact, during the Iran-Iraq war.
Let me ask you this. How much of the money was diverted to the procurement of weapons from Russia, for example? Surface-to-air missiles. Do we know?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Sir,
Okay. Does anybody in the panel know?
But the point is that they could conduct these activities without that issue.
More money means you can do more of it.
Can I say two things? One is obviously money is fungible. So if you get money, it can be used for whatever purpose you want. I think it is important, to say that a lot of the funds you're talking about, all of them were Iranian. I'd like to actually focus on the first thing you said. I actually think you've opened up what is something that hasn't been talked about in the narrow debate about imminence. If imminence wasn't met, or as the president tweeted, if imminence doesn't matter, then the only rationale for what the United States did was either prevention, which is an open-ended thing. We don't want certain things to happen whenever they might, or it's retaliation for what Soleimani had done in the past. If we are talking about justifying American military, the use of military force for either prevention or for retaliation, that is something, that is basically called war. That is why we fight wars. We want to prevent things or we want to retaliate. Again, imminence is preemption. Under international law, under the UN Charter, that gives you the right of anticipatory self-defense. It's a special category. It's when you hit a missile just when it's about to be launched. You get an airplane when it's about to take off. But to do either retaliation prevention is a big step. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a big step. It would be the kind of thing we would do against Iran conceivably. If all of our arms control efforts failed, Iran was developing a nuclear weapons program, and we said we have to stop it. It's the kind of thing that Israel did against both Iraq and Syria. Those were preventive strikes. It's a big step we have to think about. All I'm saying, and I think for Congress and for this committee, as I understand the AUMFs and all that, we do not have at the moment authority to carry out preventive or retaliatory
Then on that
steps.
point, and I know my time is over, but Jay Johnson said that Soleimani was a lawful military objective. You don't agree?
I do not agree because he is.
He was in Baghdad.
He was an agent. He's an agent of a state, of a country. If he were simply working for a terrorist organization, then we have all the authorities we want. But as an official of the Iranian government, who's using terrorist-like tactics,
he was designated a terrorist under the Obama administration.
Yeah. And I have questions about the validity. I think that we have to be careful. He is an agent of a state. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. All I'm saying is it's a big step. And we should think about, we may want to do it, we may not want to do it. But the idea of using military force for preventive or retaliatory reasons against officials of the Iranian government or against Iran directly is a big step for the United States. And I think it's something that this committee and the Congress more broadly ought to contemplate the pros and cons of doing it.
Thank you, Dr. Haas. Let me say before I call on Mr. Meeks that it really is false to compare the legality of strikes against al-Qaeda, including against Osama bin Laden, with the killing of Iranian officials, because Congress specifically authorized strikes against al-Qaeda after 9/11. We've never authorized strikes against Iran, and to say otherwise is just not factually correct. Let me call on Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Haas, because that's exactly where I was going to start my thoughts.
because clearly the administration initially thought that they did not have the authority to do the strike other than utilizing the fact that there was an imminent threat. If they thought they had other avenues of which to justify, they would not have said, as they did over the first couple of days, that they did it because there was an imminent threat. And the president then saying that there were 4 embassies, or he thought 4 embassies were going to be threatened. And so, for me, when you talk about the assassination of General Soleimani, it was not to stop an imminent Iranian attack against the United States. Nothing that I have seen in classified settings or otherwise has shown me one shred of support for the president's initial claim that there were such a threat. Given conflicting explanations coming out of the administration about the killing of Soleimani, it is particularly striking to me, first of all, that Secretary Pompeo is not here today to speak directly to this committee. Over and over again, we see from the Trump administration a clear disregard for congressional oversight responsibilities as an equal branch of government. And with this escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, we see other consistent patterns. There's no strategy, there's conflicting stories, and there's even downright lies. I have disagreed with actions of previous administrations when it came to acts of military aggression that set us on the course for war. But I have to say this, at least they showed up for those actions and to produce a case. This administration does not even have the guts to make the case for what it did, whether it was preemptive, preventive, defensive, or simply retaliation. Congress must have the facts surrounding this assassination. Our men and women in uniform deserve the facts. The American people deserve the facts. Congress demands those facts in the face of impulsive actions by the President of the United States. President Trump may have infatuation for, as we've seen during his course of office, for dictators and authoritarian governments, but we have neither of those in the United States of America. And Congress and the American people must get answers. The list of actions that are legally and strategically questionable continue to pile up in this administration, and yet they still refuse to provide clear and honest answers. Pulling out of the JCPOA, no strategy. Abandoning the Kurds, no strategy. Specific benefit of assassinating Soleimani, no strategy. Suggesting that the U.S. would destroy cultural sites in Iran, no strategy. Denying Iran's foreign minister Zarif a visa to go to the UN, no strategy. Suggesting that we will punish Iraq if it follows through on expelling our military, no strategy. We need answers. Were the U.S. embassies in jeopardy of attack or not? What do the American people need to know about talks with Iran facilitated by Switzerland? What happened in Yemen? And what happens now that we have, by this strike, diverted the attention away from the fight against ISIS? Reports indicate acknowledgement of our allies that the focus has shifted, at least for now. So, Dr. Haas, and then I hear the president is now saying that that NATO should be more involved, whether or not there was questions or whether or not he informed any of our NATO allies before this strike, what he was going to do or why he was going to do it, et cetera. We don't know, but going to our allies after the fact seems to me to be questionable also. So, but I would like to know from your estimation, sir, what specific role could and should NATO play with respect to the Middle East and the Persian Gulf, given the United States' withdrawal from the JCPOA, and what parameters are necessary before the alliance considers additional operations in the region so that we're working collectively together as one?
Well, thank you, sir. As a first step, it's not NATO, but it would involve several of the European members of NATO, I would think, to consult about the JCPOA, what I call 2.0, some future initiative, and to also consult about how we would respond in terms of sanctions to gradual Iranian breakout of the 2015 agreement. That ought to be a U.S.-European undertaking. I also think we ought to be consulting with Saudi Arabia, Israel, and others about how we deal with the possibility that Iran will directly or indirectly, do undertake other military actions around the region. I do not want to see a repeat, for example, of the sort of thing we saw when the Saudi oil installations were attacked and we didn't respond. I think that erodes deterrence. In terms of NATO more formally, this is an obvious out-of-area mission, and the question is whether it's protecting oil traffic. One can imagine some joint efforts to protect certain countries in the region. I think, again, it would be a big out-of-area undertaking for NATO, but there's no reason we ought to do this unilaterally. And I think we have a much better chance of getting NATO to do something like this if it were done in the larger context of being coupled with a diplomatic initiative.
Thank you. Out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many in the mainstream media and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, not all, but many, have been very critical of the president's action in taking out Soleimani and said it's irresponsible and warlike and he wants to start another war. I would argue, as a ranking member said a little while ago, that I think this president's responses to Iranian aggression has been very restrained, whether it was shooting down our drone or attacks on international shipping or their overall general aggression in the region. This president has not taken significant military action. Even in this case, it was very targeted. It was decisive. It was justified. I would argue long overdue when one considers how much blood, American blood and others, that this monster had on his hands. So it's good he's dead, and it's good there wasn't significant collateral damage. And I think this president showed great responsibility, and I think we should be proud of the action he took. With that said, there are ongoing protests now, and accelerated protests, really, because of the airliner being shot down by the Iranians. And the previous administration, of course, got some criticism when, during the Green Movement, when the people were protesting and they were put down most viciously and aggressively by the Iranian government at the time, and that there should have been a more significant American response. Of course, the argument against it is then the government uses that against the people that are protesting and says, oh, you're in cahoots with the Americans or whatever. So there's an argument on both sides. But the protesting is ongoing now, and I think all of us, certainly most of us, would like to support that. But I'd be interested, since we really have a very distinguished panel of experts here, as to what is the best way for us and our allies, the free world, to support these protesters. Because as the president has said, his beef is with the mullahs and this government which represses the Iranian people, not the Iranian people. We're on their side of the people. So what can we do to assist them? And I'll just go to Mr. Hadley, and we'll just go down the line.
It's a very good question. It's tricky because one of the things authoritarian regimes do when there are demonstrations against them is to blame it on outside powers.
Right.
And so anything we will say will be used as evidence that, aha, the Americans are behind these demonstrations, and to try to discredit them. That being said, I think the administration is right, and prior administrations have tried to make it clear that we are on the side of the Iranian people, for a government that is more accountable, a government that is paying attention to their needs, that provides better prosperity, security, and a brighter future for them. We ought to be very clear about that. And at the same time, disparaging them by saying, the government, by saying, instead of operations in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq, the Iranian government ought to be taking care of the people at home. We ought to make that very clear. And the third thing we ought to make clear is that, and I think we can, and hopefully get other countries to join us in this, there is no justification for a government to use lethal force against peaceful demonstrators. That's a general principle we all should subscribe with, and hopefully that will deter the Iranian authorities from further crackdown on their own people as they demonstrate against the incompetence of their own government.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Haynes?
Thank you. I fully agree with what Mr. Hadley has said, and would say on that last point, too, that I think one of the things that the administration could usefully be doing now is working with other partners and allies to reinforce that message in order to create the deterrence on that point. I think another thing, honestly, that I believe the administration could do to support the Iranian people is to lift the ban on visas, essentially. So allowing common Iranians to come into the United States actually is critical for us in developing those relationships and in promoting and understanding better the Iranian people and giving them a voice on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Haas?
Agree with all the statements by my two colleagues here. I would think that, again, we should, with an initiative that specifically promised sanctions relief that would help the Iranian people, if only their government would change its ways. It needs to be in public, and I think that would help. I also believe it would help if we were consistent. It looks too opportunistic for the United States to simply single out repression in Iran. Last I checked, it's going on in a lot of other countries around the world. There's been a democratic recession over the last decade and a half. And it would look as though if we stand up for the Iranian people and it's part of a consistent policy, it will be taken much more that this is not regime change by another name. It'll look, so if we stand up and we're critical of what the Chinese are doing, what Russia's doing, what's happening in the Philippines, what's happened in Saudi Arabia, we can go around the world. Unfortunately, there's too many places these days. But if we stand up and we make it clear that this is part of a larger policy, that we stand for for rights everywhere, I think that actually will be much better received within Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the esteemed experts being here today, but it is, Mr. Chairman, shameful that the Secretary of State is not sitting before us to answer the questions of the American people. This administration may disregard Congress as a co-equal branch of government, and they may ignore congressional authority to authorize the use of military force, but I would remind the Secretary that we are the elected representatives of the American people. The President is giving more information to Fox News than to members of Congress, but with each new piece of information, the story gets more and more confusing. Conflicting explanations from the White House, the State Department, and the Defense Department should give all Americans pause. Not pause as to whether or not Soleimani was a bad man who deserved his fate. Of course he was, and he did, but pause to question whether this action makes us safer today and in the long run, and to question whether we can believe what the President says in the context of our national security. It is beyond offensive that some, including the President of the United States, suggest that by asking for verification of intelligence after a significant military escalation, and somehow members of Congress who swore an oath to this country are defending a man responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Americans. We have a solemn duty to know that if we are sending American men and women into harm's way, we are doing so because it is the only way to preserve our national security. It is our most solemn duty as elected representatives, and I cannot understand why anyone is surprised that we might want to ask some questions when such an abrupt and escalatory action is taken. Now, my record on this committee going after Iran's malign activities and their support of terrorism worldwide speaks for itself, as does the chairman's and many others who have spent a decade working to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon, spreading terrorism, and destabilizing an entire region, and violating the human rights of its own people. And our colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand that I am, and then they know that, and I am sure that none of them would today suggest that any of us here is on the side of terrorists. Every one of us today is committed to strengthening our national security. Members of Congress know that, the White House knows it, and they ought to act accordingly, in word, in action, and on Twitter. Dr. Haas, as you've said, we are where we are now. Soleimani is dead. The House has spoken on the President's authority to start war with Iran. And his death doesn't change the fact that Iran still has ballistic missiles. It still supplies proxy groups with dangerous weapons. It still could easily restart its march to a nuclear weapon, still cracks down on protesters and violates the human rights of its own people. Let's not forget that in October, the ban on conventional weapons sales to Iran is going to expire. So in this current reality, in the absence of any real international coalition or negotiations, what immediate steps can be taken to address these threats, and what do we make of the Europeans' decision to trigger the dispute mechanism in the JCPOA to hold Iran accountable to its commitments? Does that present an opening to rebuilding this coalition?
Well, the news about the Europeans, sir, is very good news. It suggests to me that we are not alone here. Concern about Iran's behavior, nuclear, missile, and regional is widespread. The JCPOA was a collective effort, and it's not too late, I think, to revive multilateralism here. That's really serious. I mean, all of us have worked with the Europeans on this issue, and they were not dragged along kicking and screaming. They were, in many cases, ahead of us. So I think we've got real partners there on dealing with Iran, and I think there would be tremendous support for some type of an initiative that built on the JCPOA and extended some of the constraints on Iran, again, in exchange for a degree of sanctions relief. I actually think there'd be a lot of openness to that idea. I think what we were just talking about a minute ago, there's tremendous concern about human rights and political situation in Iran. So I think we'll find that we're knocking on an open door there in some type of a collective effort. So I would work on that front. The other thing I think you heard from all three of us is the importance of repairing the U.S.-Iraqi relationship. I mean, think about it. Qasem Soleimani's principal goal was to drive the United States out of Iraq. Why in the world would we want to facilitate his success there after his death? We ought to make sure that doesn't happen. And Steve Hadley gave, I thought, a lot of good ideas about ways we could signal, almost to help the Iraqi government manage the Iraqi politics. We could also look at some creative things. When I was in the Pentagon years ago, when we were building what became Central Command, we used to look at the idea of presence without stationing. There's ways to have a regular force presence without necessarily having forces be permanent. This may help the Iraqi government manage the politics of it without a serious diminution of our capabilities. So it may be impossible to go back exactly where we were with Iraq, but it has got to be a strategic priority of the United States not to allow Iran to really how do I put it bluntly, to Finlandize Iraq. We ought not to let that happen. It need not happen. And we don't want to see groups like ISIS start up again, basically resume their business. We made so much progress in Iraq. Whatever you thought of the 2003 war, we made a lot of progress there. To throw it away over this seems to me really self-defeating and counterproductive. It's not too late, but we need to get on it.
Thanks, Dr. House. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, universally respected Senator Joe Lieberman, a Democrat, provided an extraordinary op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and I quote, "President Trump's order to take out Soleimani was morally, constitutionally, and strategically correct. No American can dispute that Soleimani created, supported, and directed a network of terrorist organizations that spread havoc in the Middle East. In Syria, more than 500,000 Syrians have died. During the Iraq War, Soleimani oversaw 3 camps in Iran. They trained fighters who have killed more than 600 American troops. The claim that President Trump had no authority to order this attack without constitutional approval is constitutionally untenable and practically senseless. Authority to act quickly to eliminate a threat to the U.S. is inherent. Democrats should leave partisan politics at the water's edge and stand together against Iran and dangerous leaders like Soleimani." End of quote. And Senator Joe Lieberman, I'm really grateful. He tells the truth. And Mr. Hadley, I'm particularly grateful that you actually cited the murder of Nawaz Hamid. Mr. Hamid was an Iraqi-American contractor of Muslim faith. He was killed December 27th, just 2 weeks ago. A Californian killed by the missile attacks of the militias directed by Soleimani. Keeping that in mind, I see positive coming. And Mr. Hadley, it's encouraging to me to see that our appreciated European allies are changing their policies on sanctioning of Iranian authoritarians. What progress do you see in that regard?
It is interesting, as you point out, that the Europeans, that is to say France, Germany, and the UK, indicated that they were going to go to the United Nations to raise the issue of Iranian non-compliance and potentially start a process that would involve the springing back of the sanctions that were relieved as part of the JCPOA nuclear deal. How far that will go, we don't know. You know, the Europeans are trying, without joining the administration's policy of maximum pressure, are nonetheless trying to preserve that nuclear agreement and to try to keep Iran abiding by its terms. And I think one of the dramas that this committee will want to keep an eye on going forward is if Iran does continue its gradual progression to no longer observe the limits of that agreement, and the time between now and when it can get the nuclear material necessary to make a nuclear weapon reduces from a year to months and maybe weeks, there will be calls for a military action by the United States. There will be calls, I think, within Israel. And it is one of the issues, I think, that this committee needs to think about in advance. You're entitled to information about past actions. I think the committee has an opportunity to do some deliberations about what is the framework that should be in place in the event that Iran moves in that direction.
I appreciate raising the threats to Israel. We know that it's Iran that has placed tens of thousands of rockets with Hezbollah in Lebanon to challenge and threaten the people of Israel. They've placed tens of thousands of rockets in Gaza with Hamas to threaten the people of Israel. What role would Soleimani have played in supporting these terrorist organizations?
Soleimani was a government official in the government of Iran, that is true. He was also the mastermind of these terrorist militias that Iran supported. And he was behind the creation of Hezbollah, which was one of his great, he would say, one of his great creations. A presence in southern Lebanon that poses a real danger to Lebanon, to Israel. So he was more than a government official. He was really the mastermind of one of the most successful terrorist operations there has ever been. And I think there's very little question that as a matter of defense, he got his just desserts.
And it's inconceivable to me to hear that there should be an immunity for persons because they are a leader of the world's #1 sponsor of terrorism. They should be a target. The president acted correctly, protecting American families and Israeli families immediately, but Muslims first. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the panel. And Dr. Haas, I'm a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. Thank you for your wonderful work on the council. I must say, my good friend from what's that?
Thank you for your dues.
Yeah, make sure I'm current with it. My good friend from South Carolina, if we follow his logic, apparently we're going to be assassinating lots of bad people all over the world, because apparently that's all we need. If they're bad people and they're responsible or can be tied to the deaths of Americans or allied citizens, it's Wild West. We go out and kill them. And by the way, without a howdy-do from Congress and without any kind of real coherent rationalization to Congress or to the American people, and the consequences be damned. Let's not even talk about the consequences. Sometimes somebody can be a bad actor that in an ideal world we might want to take out, but we got to look at the consequences of doing so, none of which happened in this case, and that's why we're having this hearing. And I understand that in wanting to justify or defend the president's actions, we might get carried away a little bit, but I don't know, Dr. Haas, if you want to comment, but I'm one of these people who looks at the fact that Article 1 in the Constitution is about the powers of Congress. And it's Article 1, not Article 8, for a reason. The writers of the Constitution, our founders, felt that the ultimate power of war and peace was in Congress's hands, not the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief follows only after Congress acts on the matters of war and peace. Now, in the modern world, we've abrogated that power time and time again because we like having it both ways. That doesn't mean that the president gets to have unfettered power to make these kinds of decisions without consultation with Congress. Is that a fair statement, do you think, Dr. Haas?
Yeah, I won't use your words, but I'm close to it. I think there's a fundamental difference between taking out a member of a terrorist organization and taking out an individual who's an official of a nation state who happens to use terrorist organizations to promote what the state sees as its agenda. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. I'm saying it's a big step. We've crossed a line here. So I think one thing this committee needs to think about is when it looks at AUMFs, none is on the books that allows us to do this, as best I understand. So I think it's a legitimate question for this committee to say, do we need to think about an AUMF towards Iran that deals with this set of scenarios where Iran would use military force to promote its ends, and also with the one that both Steve Hadley and I have talked about here, about the gathering threat on the Iranian nuclear side. Just say we do get intelligence that Iran is a month away.
Yes, let me just interrupt you there. I listened to Dr. Hadley with great interest, and I don't think his analysis is wrong about after the fact. But what Dr. Hadley, at least in this set of remarks, did not mention was, well, who ripped up the JCPOA? It wasn't Iran. It was President Donald J. Trump. And that did not make the world safer. It made it more dangerous. It meant we lost all leverage over Iran other than sanctions, and they had nothing left to lose. How can we be surprised that they are now deciding, based on the economic pain they're experiencing because we reimpose sanctions, that they're going to use the one big lever they've got, namely the nuclear development program, which is exactly the outcome I thought we and the Israeli government wanted to avoid.
Well, I don't think we can be surprised. As I said in my statement, we practiced economic warfare. They can't respond symmetrically, so they respond asymmetrically with the only kind of warfare they provide. Again, coming back to this committee, I don't think war powers is something that solves this question. I do think the front door of AUMFs, for whatever range of scenarios we're thinking about Iran, is a subject worthy of your collective
So,
consideration.
Dr. Haas, final question, because I'm going to run out of time. The assertion has been made here multiple times that the world is a safer place without Soleimani in it. What about the other side of that coin, though? What about the fact that actually by assassinating Soleimani, perhaps unwittingly, we've made the world actually a more dangerous place, not only for Americans, but for the region?
Again, as I said, no one mourns his departure, but the question of whether we are safer, I myself have concluded that we are not, that this was not a wise course of action, and I thought there were better ways to restore deterrence, as that was one of our goals, rather than opening up the kind of scenario I fear we may have opened up here.
And just in terms of timing, and then I'll end, Mr. Chairman, while we're claiming it's a safer world, with Soleimani not in it, we evacuated Iraq for all Americans. We gave a direction to all American civilians in Iraq to leave the country. Is that correct?
I don't know the details of the State Department warning, sir, so I just don't know the explicit nature of who was advised to...
Right after it happened, the State Department urged all Americans, civilians, to leave Iraq immediately, whether by air or by land, and put Americans in the region on high alert. So much for a safer world. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Anybody on the panel believe that Iran is seeking a peaceful nuclear program for which to generate power, medical devices, et cetera? Anybody on the panel believe that? Hello?
I'll just speak, if you want a verbal answer, my short answer is no. I think they want to keep the option of having a military program very much alive.
Any reason to have a heavy water reactor and enrich plutonium if you're going to have a civilian nuclear program? Any reason at all? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I'll just, I mean, I have the same view that Dr. Haas presented. I think the question is there a difference between what you're describing, in other words, a peaceful program, which nobody thinks that Iran is really doing this simply for peaceful reasons or for medical isotopes or things along those lines, versus a decision to actually pursue a nuclear weapon, which is the space that we're in right now and that we've been trying to manage, in effect.
Mr. Hatt.
We know from intelligence that up until 2003, Iran had a covert nuclear weapon program and a covert military run enrichment capability to feed that program, and that they gave it up in 2003 when, after the U.S. invasion in Iraq, they thought they were next. And it raises this point that Iran has responded to threats to the regime to change its policy. I think that's what you saw when they gave up their nuclear, formal nuclear weapon program in 2003. And I think they have continued an infrastructure that gives them the option. And they have kept that alive.
Do any of you know what is happening regarding their nuclear program in the military installations and sites that are not inspected by any outside or international agency? None of you know. They could be ready right now for as much as you know, right? They could be ready right now. You can't say they're not, right? We don't think they are, but you can't say they're not. My point is that they're doing this, and they're going to do this, and over the course of much of my lifetime, we've sat back and watched them do this and hoped they would stop, right? I don't know if any of you have read Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Warning to the West, but we don't like confrontation. We hope that it will just be copacetic if we talk to them and be nice. But they won't be nice. They're not going to be. They have no plans to be. And we're fools to believe anything other than that. I know my good friend from Virginia said that, well, I guess it's a new thing for America to go around killing people, that terrorists and so on and so forth, that we disagree with or don't like. I know he's not here, but I'm fascinated by the fact that there were 526 separate counterterrorism strikes under the last administration. You know what we heard in this committee about that? About the hue and cry. Article 1, Article 2, the presidential powers. Who does he think he is? You know what we heard? We heard nothing. We were killing terrorists, and thank God we were killing terrorists. People in this body, people in this building, people in this town send people to war knowing this guy's walking around conducting strikes on Americans, conducting strikes all around the world, killing people, innocent people, combatants, Americans, etc., and did nothing. Did nothing. The people in this building, the people in this town should be ashamed of themselves. They should be, it's despicable. It's unthinkable to me that this president finally did it. Is a ray of sunshine for the world. This guy's a murdering terrorist and should have been taken out. And what about the consequences? Everybody's saying, well, we're escalating. Do you folks know that in the last 2 months, 24 separate attacks on America or America's interests in November, December of 2019? Wake up, everybody. What would it take? How many more lives? Americans had to leave Iraq because Soleimani was killed. Oh, well, I guess you can stay and take your chances. You can do that. This is absurd. This hearing is absurd. This subject is absurd. And quite honestly, the comments from many of the people in this place have never put on the boots, carried the weapon, and defended their country are absurd. We have put people's lives at risk knowing full well that they shouldn't be there because we didn't give a damn to do the right thing to protect them. I yield back. Ms. Bass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to focus my questions actually on our relationship with Iraq. And wanting, Mr. Haas, you were, Dr. Haas, you did begin to respond to that, and I wanted to ask the other witnesses if they would as well. Given what has happened, what is our current state of our relationship with Iraq?
Sure. I mean, I can only respond, obviously, based on the information that I see in the news. And clearly, the strike had an enormous impact on our relationship with Iraq. Iraq has come out and indicated that they did not provide consent for this particular strike on their territory. And it has brought the parliament to the point where they've actually passed a vote calling for the U.S. forces to leave, and we've seen that the Prime Minister has indicated that, in fact, they want a delegation to talk about leaving Iraq. And I think, you know, as Dr. Haas noted, this is, in many respects, exactly what Soleimani had wanted. And as a consequence, we're now in a position where I think it will be likely that it is unsustainable for us to have the presence that we've had. I hope that's not true. I hope that we can, in fact, get through this period with them, and that their domestic politics don't erupt in such a way that it makes it impossible for us to stay.
And I would like to ask your thoughts, you know, Mr. Hadley, on what it would mean if we left. You know, when I saw the protest and the attack on our embassy, I was really shocked. I have been there, been to the Green Zone. As a matter of fact, I went with my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Shabbat, and knowing how fortified that area was, to see it penetrated the way it was, it certainly left me feeling like the Iraqi military just basically said, have at it. I mean, I don't see how that could have happened without it. And so why did they do that? And what are the implications if our troops were forced out?
As I tried to indicate in my testimony, I think it would be a disaster for Iraq, a disaster for the United States, for the Iraqis. It would undermine their sovereignty, compromise their ability to deal with ISIS, and open the door to even more Iranian influence. I'm not pessimistic about this. I think it's a political problem for the government. In that parliamentary vote, as I understand it, all the Sunni and Kurdish representatives stayed away, clearly do not want to see U.S. forces pulled out. There are demonstrations returning in Iraq today, Shia on the street, and they are now focused once again on Iranian influence. So I think if we can buy some time, if we can make the kind of statements that will help Prime Minister Al-Mahdi deal with the problem politically, the domestic political problem he has, and start a process of consultation, we can talk about what is the proper mission, configuration, and role of U.S. forces now that ISIS has been forced out and yet is also organizing to return. I think we can change the mission configuration of the forces, make sure we're partnering closely with the Iraqis, and keep a significant force there. I think it's in the interest of the United States and the interest of Iraq.
So, Dr. Haas, thinking about ISIS, I'm thinking about what happened in Iraq, and then also Syria, and the fact that we pulled out of Syria, and I don't know the status of the ISIS soldiers that were in prison, and given Iraq and Syria, what are your thoughts about a resurgence of ISIS?
Well, I think it's highly likely that there will be a resurgence. Turkey is not, whatever else Turkey is, it is not a full partner in this effort. It's not a priority in some cases for the government. Also, a lot of these people in Syria, unlike Iraq, came from around the world. Iraqis were in many cases much more local. So I assume to some extent that there's a real danger of reconstitution. Will it go back to the way it was? Hopefully not. You know, a lot of things have to happen.
Or what about some of those soldiers going back to Europe?
Oh, again, I think that in large part depends upon Turkey's behavior. Turkey has often used the flows in both directions as a source of leverage. You know that, both recruits coming to the region and people coming back. But you have to assume that a certain number will get back to Europe. This is, I think, a permanent challenge, to put it bluntly, for European security. I don't see it ever disappearing.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this hearing. I just want to bring us back to the title of this hearing, From Sanctions to the Soleimani Strike to Escalations, Evaluating the Administration's Iran Policy. I read here about Soleimani, some of the facts I grasped about him, and I think most of these are already known. He was Iran's top and most powerful general. He joined the Revolutionary Guard in 1979 during the Iranian hostage crisis, which I remember very well. He rose to their top leader quickly. Commander of the Iran's Quds Force, the elite unit responsible for Revolutionary Guard's foreign operations. He also was considered a nemesis to the U.S. in the Middle East, with American officials blaming him for the deaths and maiming of thousands of American soldiers and the regional allies. David Petraeus, the former commander of the U.S. force in Iraq, described him as a truly evil figure. Before his death, Soleimani was called a living martyr of the revolution by Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah al-Khamenei. So he was already considered a martyr for the cause. We just sent him to his rightful place. He did occasionally interfere in Iran's domestic policy. Dr. Haas, you talked about, how Iran, the citizens rose up in 2009. Let me tell you about this guy. In July 1999, Soleimani co-signed a letter warning President then Mohammad Khatami that the Revolutionary Guard would put down large students' protests if he didn't. He was a bad player. I mean, nobody's disputing that. I want to pivot over to the JCPOA. We were here when that was negotiated, and I remember very clearly John Kerry saying no deal is better than a bad deal. That was a terrible deal, and I applaud Donald Trump for pulling out of that. How binding was the JCPOA, in your opinion?
Well, it was binding because the President of the United States entered into it. We entered into it not unilaterally, but with our allies. So,
was it signed by anybody?
Physically signed. It was signed certainly by the Secretary of State. So he represents the United States. Congress, I think, is a large.
It was never voted on. So if I don't sign an agreement to buy a house or a car, if I don't sign the contract, the fact that it's not binding.
No, I disagree with you, sir. When the Secretary of State of the United States, speaking for the President, enters into an international agreement, like it or not, that's speaking for the United States.
Did our Senate sign it, pass it?
Yeah, we enter into all sorts of international arrangements that are not passed under the treaty procedures of the Constitution, in many cases are not voted on. That's a legitimate question about whether we've moved away from the two branches working together in terms of international agreements.
I got to take my time back. It was a bad deal, and President Trump did well. The release of the money, John Kerry sat here, and we said, was that money going to go into the hands of terrorist groups? And he says, more than likely, yes, it would. He sat right here and said that, and I think we can speak loudly today, and we can see the results of that. We were talking a lot about imminent threat. Imminent threat is that Iran capturing our Navy personnel in January of 2016. Was that an imminent threat? Is it the attacks on the oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz? Or is that an imminent threat? What about Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels taking out the Saudi petroleum pipelines or firing at U.S. naval ships? What about the killing of U.S. citizens and injuring 4 other service members? When is an imminent threat imminent? Do we wait for the next one and say, golly, maybe the next one will be imminent? President Trump did the right thing. And the other thing we don't talk about is the other terrorist that got taken out, Mahdi al-Mohandes. He orchestrated attacks on U.S. and French embassies in 1993. It is time that somebody takes these people out. Go back to Bill Clinton. If you read the book Dereliction of Duty by Robert Patterson, he was offered Osama bin Laden over 10 times. He refused to either capture or to eliminate him. The question is, would 9/11 happen had Bill Clinton done his job? What would happen if President Trump had not done this? What would have happened if George Bush or President Obama would have removed Soleimani or Mohandes when they had the opportunity? Would we have had our servicemen and women killed or maimed? And so this question about was this the right thing or not, leadership is tough. Harry Truman said, if you can't stand the smoke, get out of the kitchen. President Trump did what he had to do, and this country is safer for it, and I think the world is safer, and they're going to look at America and say, thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Keating.
Well, thank you. The people that I represent in discussions, they've got one question. Are we less safe now than we were before? And I think this is an important hearing because I think the answer to that question is much more fundamental than just dealing in the prism of the killing of Soleimani. Are we safer with this maximum pressure campaign that we have? And that campaign to date has not been successful. I think that's clear. And part of the reason, maybe the major reason, is no diplomatic arm attached to that. There's no intermediaries there. The idea is beat them to submission and capitulation and then dictate the response of any negotiations. That's perceived no other way by the Iranians than a regime change. Are we safer with the resultant effects on our military? We've moved more and deployed more troops to that region, away from other areas, away from dealing with the threat of ISIS. Are we safer as we move our limited naval assets through that region, taking them away from South China Sea and the other parts of the world? And importantly, are we safer with this go-it-alone strategy that we have? You know, and that's just not a minor thing. That's something we have that our enemies don't have, an historic coalition with our allies. That's a huge difference maker, maybe the biggest, I believe. And what's happened here? We don't give them notice, and that's just not about the killing of Soleimani. That's about the troop withdrawal in Syria, where our allies had troops on the ground, uninformed, until, according to a hearing we had recently, maybe hours, that we were going to pull out of there. The INF Treaty, our delay in Ukraine in terms of military assets there, the Qatar Gulf crisis, the TPP. You can go on and on. We are just not consulting with our coalition. We're turning our back, making unilateral actions, and then saying, you better get in line. We're not safer because of that. We pulled out of the JCPO unilaterally. And then, using our own economic powers, are putting pressure on our own allies to get out themselves, instead of talking with them in an agreement that we joined in together. So, if we're going to have an answer to are we less safe now, I'm glad we're talking about these fundamental issues and not getting caught up in an incident-by-incident cycle of escalation where there's a shoot-from-the-hip kind of action, then there's a policy kind of filler after that, telling everyone in Congress, everyone in America, everyone that's our allies, well, you better get in line with us after we do it, and have a cycle of escalation and having that danger where the only alternative we're leaving ourselves is militarily. Can you talk about the bigger picture here and how these actions make us less safe, give us less alternatives going forward? And this is, we just can't continue in action where we're dealing with individual incidents. We've got to take this further.
Is that aimed at any particular one of us or all?
I want you to jump in. Go ahead.
I'll just make a very short comment. Look, I think one of the structural and strategic advantages this country enjoys, and it's been one of the reasons we've been as successful as we've been now since World War II, or even going back to World War II, is our network of alliances. We, unlike China, unlike Russia, Soviet Union, except when it could coerce alliances, we have real allies, and that allows us to leverage our capabilities. And it worked tremendously in the Gulf War, but it's helped keep the peace in Asia, and obviously in Europe. So it's demonstrated to be effective, and I think we ought to revive it wherever we can in dealing with the issues we're talking about here today. I also think, just as an aside, it's not the subject of today, but the only way we can begin to deal with global challenges is collectively. The very nature of these challenges does not allow any country on its own to effectively contend with them. But so I don't think you'll get a lot of argument about the structural advantage and the case, if you will, for collective action.
My understanding is from Brian Hook, who I'm sure has testified before this committee, that at the opening days of the administration, they had the view that the nuclear agreement was inadequate because it didn't close the door on Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and the prior administration had not addressed ballistic missiles or Iranians' activities in the region, that Brian was designated to try to work with the European allies to come up with a common approach to address those three things, and was unable to do so. The administration then has adopted a strategy to try to address these issues. We don't know whether it's going to work at this point. We're in mid-course. My understanding is they continue to talk to our European allies about these issues, and particularly about the nuclear issues. And if we get a negotiation started, which I think is the thing we need to do to keep this from escalating further.
My time is, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just
It'll
for
be
20
with the
seconds. I
European-
want to say this. I was
with the
asked
European-
by this administration to get involved when we were discussing this with our European allies, to see if we can get them on board. You know, I've been talking to our allies personally, and the chances of them walking away from this was zero. And when I told them that, you know what their response was? I said, what's your contingent plan then? And they said, well, we're working on it. That's the problem. Well, we're working on it. They act impulsively, and then, well, we're working on it. That's the point. It's well and good to say we had the discussions. Believe me, I was privy to a lot of that. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Kinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. It's a couple of points. On the ballistic missile issue, I remember somebody testifying, and I asked them if, with this nuclear deal, if they included ballistic missiles or tried in that, and they said, well, we did at the beginning, but we knew Iran would never agree, so we dropped it. I was like, okay, well, that's a problem there. So a couple of points. You know, I hear a lot about the safer question, and it makes for good headlines. I want to say, first off, for the military, their job, the military's prime job is not to be safe. It is to keep the American people safe. And so the military as an end state, and if the end state is avoid using the military, we don't necessarily need one at that point except for a defense force. Their job is to keep us safe. And so that gets thrown around a lot. But I've been clear and consistent ever since I've been in Congress. So I supported the administration go into Libya. And I said that that was not something that needed to come to Congress. I can't say that for everybody in here, that they were consistent on both sides and all that either. But I think what's clear, and I would love if, you know, on every one of these strikes that the administration would come to Congress and we could have a debate without, of course, it being an open and revealing plans and opportunities. But what's clear is when this strike happened on day one, on moment one, the second this news came out, I had many of my friends on the other side of the aisle that immediately opposed what happened. And I dare say that a lot of people that were out making comments probably didn't even know Mr. Soleimani's name until he was killed. And so we look at what that kind of knee-jerk reaction is, and then the follow-on of this is going to escalate into World War III. We heard that on more than one occasion. Obviously, there's no World War III right now. And I want to look at the history of how we got to this point anyway. So the other thing people say is, well, now they're going to attack through the proxies. I ask, what's new? I'll tell you, in 2008 and 9, I was in Iraq. I flew ISR. We operated against both, obviously, insurgents in Iraq, but also against Iranian influence in Iraq. Many of my colleagues here did the same thing. They killed 600, estimates 400 to 600, of my fellow men and women in uniform. They've been using their proxies ever since. I remember under the prior administration when we were talking about the ISIS fight, the concern was when ISIS was defeated that the Iranian proxies would turn against the American presence in Iraq. So this isn't a new response. And so what I would argue is if you look over the years of history of Iran, and specifically the years of history of Soleimani, it was nothing but attacks and provocations against the United States of America. In fact, many of us on both sides of this aisle were actually upset with the administration responding to they say drone attack. It's the equivalent of the economic damage of destroying 10 F-16s, by the way, because of the cost. Many of us were upset with the administration oil fields. And then when the response finally comes, the first time the United States has taken kinetic military action against Iran in response to the many provocations from Iran, they target the one man that is responsible for these provocations and not 100 people that are working a few surface-to-air missile sites because it wouldn't be escalatory. And then the response was, we're escalating. And then we see this unfortunate, tragic shoot down of the Ukrainian airliner. And many of my colleagues here started claiming it was a response because of the United States escalation. They, in essence, blame the shoot down of the airliner. Yeah, the Iranians pulled, but we would not be here if it wasn't for the United States. And I would remind you that when we killed Soleimani, the Iranians chose to escalate by attacking our bases in Iraq. And in full expectation of a response by the U.S. president, they had their air defense systems on high alert. And that's when that happened. The president showed great resolve and great restraint to not respond. I don't know if I'd have made the same decision, but I think he made the right decision. So we hear a lot about impulsive actions and without thinking things through. And then just briefly on the JCPOA. I'm not going to get to the argument of whether billions of dollars was given to Iran or whether it was their assets. It's nuance, it's whatever, okay? That's academic arguments. But what I do know is prior to the JCPOA, Iran was a player in the region, but not a huge one. I know that on the heels of signing the JCPOA, the legitimate government in Yemen was overthrown. And a civil war was started there by Iranian proxies. By the way, they've sent not $1 of humanitarian aid to Yemen. I know that Syria, the presence of Iranians in Syria showed up immediately after the JCPOA. Maybe it was the money, maybe it was because they felt untouchable. But when you look at regional behavior, that is essential to curtail. And I would argue that the destruction and the killing of Soleimani, all the doomsday scenarios that my friends have predicted have not come true yet. They may, but that's not going to be a result of the United States. It's going to be a result of the decisions and behavior by Iran in the region. I had questions, but I don't have time for them. So with that, I thank all the witnesses for being here and spending the time today and your expertise. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for your years of service to our country. I'd like to first start by acknowledging the loss of Nawaz Walid Hamid, who was a resident of Sacramento County, the area that I represent, the American contractor, and our hearts go out to his family. And you know, it is important for us as the United States of America to protect our citizens and our men and women that are around the world. With that, you know, it's unfortunate that we're seeing such partisan dialogue here. I mean, none of us thinks Soleimani was a good guy. All of us agree that, you know, he supported proxies that had the specific intent of disrupting the Middle East and moving us away. And, you know, I think the frustration that many of us have, and I would hope folks on the Republican side of the aisle feel the same way, is the decision-making process. We've had a joint decision-making process that has served our country well, that has been methodical. And, you know, I think, Mr. Hadley, you and I have chatted about that decision-making process where you do bring in dissenting opinions. You do, unless there is that imminent threat, and thus far the administration hasn't been able to explain to us what the imminent threat was, and in fact, it does not appear that there was, at this particular moment in time, et cetera, that they had to act spontaneously. It serves our country to actually go through that methodical process and understand the consequences of our actions. We may still take those actions, but if the administration and Congress are on the same page, it does project strength as opposed to the lack of strength and cohesion. And I think that's what has many of us on the Democratic side, and again, I would hope the Republican side, frustrated with this administration. Maybe Ms. Haynes or Mr. Hadley, both the Bush administration and the Obama administration had discussions about removing Mr. Soleimani and came to a different discussion. Was there a joint decision-making process that took place in both administrations that you could talk about? They weighed the consequences of these actions, is that correct? And came to a different conclusion.
Congressman, it's a good question, and I'm going to answer on the basis of my own imperfect recollection, and some of my colleagues may have a different view. I do not remember the issue of taking out Soleimani coming to the formal NSC process. I know that General Stan McChrystal in the winter issue of Foreign Policy has said that in January of 2007, he was monitoring a convoy in which he believes Soleimani was present, and he contemplated taking him out at that point in time, decided not to do so. Again, my colleagues may disagree. I'm not aware that that came to the White House either before, during, or after that decision. It was an operational decision. So we did not have, so far as I can recall, formal consideration of that.
And Ms. Haynes, within the Obama administration?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. In the Obama administration, and again, also with my personal recollection, there was not a particular decision teed up in the formal process whether we should take action or not in a particular scenario. But certainly the question of Soleimani was much discussed, and the IRGC was much discussed, and so on. And I think, you know, in general, the consequences of an action like that, as you say, would have to go through an enormous process, and certainly was one that we were thinking through, like, of what are the pros and cons. I think the fact that, you know, you have the ability to do it is not enough. I think the question is whether or not it actually is a wise decision.
And if I just play off of that, had the Iranians, had their ballistic missiles landed and killed multiple American troops, we would have been compelled to have to counter response. Is that?
Absolutely.
And there was that possibility of an Iranian counter response. So while I am happy we find ourselves in a place where dialogue is possible and de-escalation is possible, it was entirely possible a different outcome could have happened here. And many of us, as we saw the missiles in the air and the tapes of these missiles, you know, were waiting to understand what actually happened. And I think many of us and the American people were concerned that we were about to go into another war. Is that an accurate, you know, is that how you felt as you were watching that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think the point is, I don't think any of us question whether or not a response is appropriate. I think the question is, how do you design the response to be best fit within the strategy that you're dealing with and to keep the American people safe more generally? And that's the question that I suspect many people have concern about with respect to this strike.
Right. And again, just you know, as a final statement, our country is better served when the administration and Congress are working together, having dialogue. Even if we disagree, we can disagree behind closed doors in confidence, but when we step out there, especially if we're on a path to war or confrontation, we're better served if we're working together and there's dialogue between the administration and Congress. And that did not happen in this particular case.
Fully agree.
Thank you. Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, it's important that to note that the decision to strike Qasem Soleimani was a product of a joint decision-making process. First off, I want to thank all the witnesses who are here. We have a lot of service represented, national security advisors, CIA and state, and I just want to thank all of you for your distinguished service to our country. The intelligence community, DOD, State Department all conclude there was an imminent threat. Do any of the witnesses here dispute the conclusions of all of these different agencies?
Well, two things, sir.
I do not. I do not.
I've not seen a clear case that there was an imminent threat, and I've not seen clear evidence that everyone agrees there was an imminent threat. So I'll just say that I've not seen anything that would allow me to judge that there was.
So you're disputing the positions of Intel, DOD, and State?
The short answer is I've not seen evidence published. I can't confirm it. I can't support it because I haven't seen the evidence.
Okay. Have you seen the IRGC statement that was put out after the killing of Qasem Soleimani?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
There was a statement the IRGC put out right after the killing of Soleimani. Does anybody speak Farsi? I don't know. Okay, I just didn't know the answer to that question. So the IRGC did put out a statement. I request unanimous consent to offer it into the record. Mr. Chair?
Yes, without objection.
The IRGC's statement, and I mentioned this on the floor during debate last week, as well as through social media and other interviews, but most importantly on the floor, and I'm going to do it again during this hearing. The IRGC's statement after the killing of Qasem Soleimani says that Soleimani was in Iraq when he was killed to confront Americans. So if for anyone who has the position that there's not a shred of evidence that there was an imminent threat, let's start off with the IRGC's own words of why Qasem Soleimani was in Iraq. In the IRGC's words, he was there for a confrontation with Americans. Open-sourced information is enough to determine that it was legitimate to take out Qasem Soleimani. You have a designated terrorist who's running a designated terrorist organization. He was being sanctioned by the United States, the EU, the United Nations. He had already killed over 600 U.S. troops. He had wounded thousands more. We just had the embassy attack right before that strike. We just had the killing and wounding of Americans just before that strike. In my opinion, when I hear some of my colleagues, including the speaker, say that it was disproportionate to take out Qasem Soleimani, I ask the question, at what point is it proportionate? How many more Americans would have to be killed in order for it to be proportionate? How many thousands of more troops would have to be wounded in order for it to be proportionate? And I would also note in correcting the record, and I mean, I don't know if anyone has an answer. I mean, we could call it a rhetorical question, but at what point would I don't know if do any of you have the position that it was disproportionate?
I think there are a number of things that you just said. One is, just to be clear, because I think sometimes this gets said publicly, the fact that you are a designated terrorist for purposes of sanctions does not provide authority to take action, lethal action certainly, against that individual. There is sort of a domestic legal analysis and then an international legal analysis that has to occur. And obviously, as a member of Congress, you also get concerned about whether or not Congress needed to have authorized the action, essentially.
Well, I have a limited amount of time, so let me ask you a follow-up question on that. Did President Obama have the authority to conduct the drone strikes in 2011 in Libya, targeting Gaddafi?
Yes.
Okay,
so the Department of Justice has, over the years, essentially concluded that the President has the authority and the power to take action under the Constitution where there is an important national interest to protect for the United States without congressional authorization, but you provide a war powers report. If you remain in hostilities for 60 days, then essentially Congress has to authorize it, or you bring your forces home.
I appreciate that. It's also important to note that President Obama, the Obama administration, their legal justification was under the AUMF. Ma'am, I'm sure that, I mean, we're not going to, I have a limited amount of time, but I'll be happy to talk to you offline or show you any products that were put out by the administration. With my limited time, I just want to say to the Iranian protesters who are out there right now, who want prosperity, stability, freedom, they want a better way of life. There are many here who are watching in the United States Congress, in the United States, wishing them the best, wanting a better future with vision and hopes for their nation. So for all those Iranian protesters who are out there right now in search of a better future, we're watching, we're praying, and wish it works out in the best for you and want to be supportive however is appropriate. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. Mr. Chairman, I first want to express my disappointment that Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is not here today to answer substantive questions that we have regarding this particular issue. He's here when he comes every year for budget issues, as I'm sure he will be coming around in a couple of months. And we have been very supportive of increasing the budget for the State Department. In fact, while facing dramatic cuts, we had a bipartisan effort to ensure that the State Department continues to be funded robustly. And so I'm disappointed that he's not here to answer any questions. But I want to say that although I was not here when the JCPOA was adopted, I recognize that, in fact, it wasn't a fully strong document, but it was a good beginning. It certainly didn't have anything regarding fighting or ensuring that Iran funds some bad actors in the world, or that it steps away from its interballistic missile program. But it was a start, and what I hear from the inspectors is that, in fact, they complied with most of the provisions of that, if not all of the provisions of that agreement. So my questions to you individually, and this is a yes or no answer question, is whether or not you feel or you gather enough information or evidence that from the inspectors or otherwise that you feel that Iran comply with the provisions established by the JCPOA. Mr. Haas, do you feel that they comply? Yes or no?
Based on everything I've read, the international inspectors made the case that Iran was in compliance.
Ms. Haynes?
Yes, same.
Mr. Hatley?
So far as I know, yes.
Okay, so do you feel that the region now, or our allies in the region, are safer now today than they were after the signing of the agreement? Mr. Haas?
Whether our allies are safer than they were.
The region and our allies in the region, yes. Israel, other allies that we have in the regions, and the region itself, is it safer now than it was after the signing of the agreement?
In terms of the nuclear threat from Iran?
In general, including the nuclear threat.
Well, in general, I would say the region has continued to deteriorate. So I think most of the countries and people of the Middle East are less safe than they were 5 years ago for a host of reasons.
Okay. Ms. Haynes?
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Mr. Hadley?
They're less safe overwhelmingly because of Iran's destabilizing activities.
But do you think that the deterioration of the destabilization of Iran to some degree had some connection with this administration ripping up the agreement, the JCPOA?
No, I think as I think one of the members said, their destabilizing activities were ongoing before the JCPOA, and if anything, they stepped up after the JCPOA, long before President Trump decided to withdraw in 2018.
Let me just say that I also think that, in fact, it was a good start. I'm not arguing that things could have not gotten better, including that aspect of our discussion. But it was a great start, and to rip it up and sort of like go to ground zero and start again, and throwing our allies under the bus, we assembled one of the most impressive coalitions of foreign governments to fully back this agreement, and we walked out on them and we threw them under the bus. I don't think that we're going to be able to assemble them again for any significant operation there. Do you think that we can assemble them again, Mr. Haas?
I think so, and I hope so. I'm not nearly as pessimistic as you there. And again, today's report suggests that the allies are not walking away from the need to work together to contend with the Iranian threat. Let me say 30 seconds very quickly, Congressman. I think it's possible to have doubts about the JCPOA, to see it in some way as flawed, at the same time to be critical of the administration for having exited it unilaterally. I think it's possible to manage both thoughts simultaneously.
Ms. Haynes?
Thank you. I think the one thing that I would like to add is on a rare moment of disagreement with Mr. Hadley, I really do believe that Iran's destabilizing activities increased measurably after President Trump withdrew from the agreement and began to exercise his maximum pressure campaign, and largely because there really wasn't that diplomatic off-ramp, and this was the way for Iran to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to conclude by saying that I'm cautiously optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's been three fundamental questions that have been posed by many on both sides in the panel, and that was it wise, was it imminent, and was it a choice? And I want to talk about all those three things, maybe in a euphemism or a comparison. I look at Soleimani as a terrorist nest, as a terrorist machine gun nest, really. He's been spraying rounds at the U.S. for many years on many different fronts. So if I look at him like a terrorist machine gun nest, and I ask myself, number one, is it a choice to take that nest out? This is something I have very specific experience with on the theaters of war and our battlefields. Yeah, it's a choice to take that out all day long. But it's not really a choice when you consider that if you leave that there, walk around it, ignore it, that somebody else is going to come across that nest eventually, and they're going to get shot at. You want to ask, is it wise? while I think it probably always defies conventional wisdom to go out there and attack a machine gun nest. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be done. And then you want to ask, is it imminent? Well, just because this machine gun nest might be taking a moment to reload, that doesn't mean that it's not an imminent threat. It just got done firing rounds over at our embassy. Over the last number of years, it had been working to attack our service members time and time again. Just because it was taking a breather to reload, that didn't mean it wasn't an imminent threat because it wasn't literally pushing the button on something. Now I want to ask a question. Some people might call this rhetorical, but I'm not going to ask it as rhetorical. There's a number of my colleagues still remaining here. I am more than willing to yield to any of my colleagues that want to answer this question. If you walk out this hallway and you take a right and another right and another right, you're going to come to several beautiful walls that have the names of our fallen service members from the War on Terror. And I would ask, can any of you provide me one name on that wall that doesn't justify killing Soleimani? I got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll be more than happy to sit here and wait. Somebody provide me with a name on that wall that does not justify his killing.
Well, the gentleman may continue.
I'm continuing, Mr. Chairman. I got 2 minutes remaining. I will sit here and wait for somebody to provide me with a name on that wall that does not justify the killing of Soleimani.
Thank you, Mr. Mass. I think you've made your point. Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Chairman, I have not yielded back my time, and I still have a minute and 45 seconds
You're disrupting the procedures
I will not
right now.
yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
You're disrupting
I
the
have a
procedures,
minute and
Mr.
45
Mass.
seconds remaining, of which I would like to wait for somebody to provide me with a name of somebody on our memorial wall who does
You're
not
out of order, Mr.
justify
Mass.
the killing of Soleimani.
You are out of
I
order.
will not yield
You
back
are out
my
of
time.
order, Mr. Mass.
I will not
Chair,
yield back
made
my
your
time.
point.
I am
Mr.
not
Chair.
out of order.
Mr.
You
Chair,
are out of
I'll
order,
yield a
Mr.
minute.
Chairman, for reclaiming this time.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield a minute of my time to Mr. Mast.
Well, he's got time.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleague. I appreciate it.
Mr. Phelps doesn't have.
Just tell me when.
Mr. Chair, if I might begin?
Yeah,
Thank you for yielding me your time, although I did not yield my time back. I thank you. I will note that there was no response of one name offered that did not justify the killing of Soleimani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Mast. I'm grateful that you took that time because you humanize an issue that all too often is not. And having just returned from the Arabian Gulf, visiting bases with many of my colleagues sitting in here right now, Mr. Zeldin, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Cicilline, I come to you and to this hearing with everybody with whom we met on those bases on my mind. I want to start by echoing my colleagues' disappointment in the fact that Secretary Pompeo chose not to come today. I say that not politically, but from a governance perspective.
And I've appreciated today's debate and conversation. I think good arguments have been made on both sides, but I do not want to cover the same ground. I want to talk about something that I think we have to, and that is our authorizations, our AUMFs. We, of course, have two in effect right now, the 2001, 2002. And I want to ask each of you, if you believe, in light of the current circumstances in the Middle East and in the Gulf region, if it is time to craft a new AUMF, and if so, how should we do so? What should its components be, and how might we begin looking at that? Dr. Haas, if you might begin.
The honest answer is I haven't thought it completely through, but I am increasingly inclined in the direction of yes. That ones that simply deal with threats from terrorism or obviously Iraq are inadequate. And we've already discussed here today two scenarios involving Iran. One is the possibility that Iran breaks out significantly from the 2015 JCPOA, and we're faced with a consequential decision whether to undertake a classical preventive military strike. The other is to deal with situations where Iran continues to attack its neighbors or continues to attack or U.S. individuals or forces through using whatever set of tools, and we decide it's important to retaliate. So, we don't need an AUMF, just to be clear, for situations where imminence is in play.
Of course.
That's the right of self-defense. So let's take that off the board. So the real question is whether we would need an AUMF. And I increasingly think yes, in terms, because of the nuclear situation. I think it sends some useful messages to Iran about our collective preparedness. I don't think war powers is adequate, because war powers gives the administration, war powers is the wrong approach for two reasons. One, it allows administrations to act unilaterally, and then it raises questions about our staying power. So I think war powers is counterproductive for both reasons. I do think, though, that it would be very smart that if an AUMF were passed, that it be effectively coupled or passed simultaneously with the introduction of a new diplomatic initiative.
Indeed.
And I think the two could very much go hand in hand. That is my tentative thinking, but I think you raised a big question.
Thank you,
and
sir.
a good one.
Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Congressman. I do think this is a critical issue, and the sort of opportunity for Congress to get more involved in shaping what, in fact, the authority for the use of force abroad is critical in my view. I think, as an initial matter, I think you should be replacing the 2001 AUMF that relates to counterterrorism. I think it is time for that to be updated and to be consistent with how Congress believes the administration, and successive administrations should, in fact, prosecute that conflict. I think that the Iraq AUMF, the 2002 Iraq AUMF, should be repealed. That's something that we voiced our support for in the Obama administration, and the president then called for. I'm not aware of any military operations that have to rely on that AUMF. And I think this question of what should be the authorization to use military force against Iran, if at all, is one that, in many respects, it seemed to me that your concurrent resolution passed recently, the Slotkin resolution, is one that sort of lays out what you view to be the situation right now, and does so quite eloquently in the context of the current crisis, in a sense, with Iran. So I would support seeing that come to a vote, but taking further action on the existing AUMFs and expanding. Thank you, sir.
With about 15 seconds, Mr. Hadley.
There are new circumstances. There are new contingencies. If you could get agreement on AUMF, it would provide a firmer foundation for action if it was required. There's an awful lot of confusion here. This whole issue about imminent attack is not an issue about the president's constitutional authority, which is much broader than that. It really comes as a function of international law. I don't know why it is so front and center the way it is. And I would say the AUMF has to be, in that process, be careful that not only vindicating congressional authorities, but providing enough flexibility for the president to act. And to say the president could only act, for example, under the basis of an attack on America or an imminent attack is much too narrow and would, I think, be followed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your service. Thank you for being here today. Regarding the JCPOA, would you or would you not agree that for such an agreement to work, the signatories to that agreement, the members of that agreement, must be telling the truth and acting in good faith? Mr. Haas?
It sounds like the source, I must be missing something. Would that be different than any other international agreement?
I'm just saying, for this one in particular.
Well, I mean,
Do you believe that those two qualities must be present for an agreement?
I may quote Mr. President Reagan, you trust but you verify. I have no, I assume countries go into international agreements for any number of reasons. In some cases, they may want to deceive. That's why there has to be adequate verification. I don't take anyone's word for it.
But do you believe that we should assume in entering such an agreement that the signatories are acting in good faith?
I would not assume that. That's why I believe verification and monitoring are essential.
Ms. Haynes?
Yeah, I mean, I think as Dr. Haas is reflecting, in many agreements, for example, in the context of arms control, and the JCPOA is no different, the fact is you don't trust the partner across the table from you, in a sense. You're trying to construct a regime that gives you the confidence, nevertheless, to take certain actions in order to manage a threat.
Mr. Hadley?
I have nothing to add.
What I'm getting at here to the panel, do you believe that the Iranian regime tells the truth and acts in good faith?
With this agreement, they complied with it. I do not believe, however, in any way they gave up their long-term goal of preserving the option to develop a nuclear weapons capability.
Would that be a yes or a no, sir?
Well, Congressman, not every question lends itself to a yes or no. They were complying with the letter of the agreement. I do think Iran was preserving its nuclear weapons options.
I think the whole construct around the JCPOA is to avoid a situation in which you have to rely on simply a statement from the Iranian government that says we're complying. We actually created the verification and monitoring regime just to deal with that issue and to provide us with greater insight so that we could credibly judge for ourselves whether or not compliance was occurring and rely on additional third parties like the IAEA to tell us.
I think because there was so little trust in the Iranian regime, that is why a lot of members of Congress and others thought that the JCPOA was not adequate because it did not push off or totally eliminate the option of Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
So with the isolated kinetic strikes that took out Osama bin Laden, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, Qasem Soleimani, did the panel support and do you believe it was the right decision to make to conduct that raid on bin Laden, on Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, two leaders of ISIS?
I would argue yes.
Yes, I think these are very distinguishable circumstances. Thank you.
Yes.
And how are they distinguishable, Ms. Haynes?
Sure. So in the context of, for example, Osama bin Laden, the head of a terrorist organization that we were at war with and that we had, in fact, an authorization to use military force against, the United States took action. I don't think that was a surprise to anybody. I don't think that, it created a circumstance in which we were taking on a new war, for example, against a whole nother nation state.
Do you believe Mr. Soleimani is the head of a terrorist organization?
I believe that Qasem Soleimani supported and engaged in terrorist action, and there's absolutely no question about that. And I don't have any, look, as I said in my testimony, as I've repeated, and I think as others have as well, I think he deserved his fate. I don't think that's the issue. I don't mourn the loss of Soleimani. I think the issue is that in every circumstance, when you're using the awesome military force of the United States and you're engaging in these issues, you have to do so as part of a strategy. And the question always occurs, is this the right target? Is this the right action to be taking in this context? And I think, as I've already identified, a whole series of consequences that I believe were actually undermined the overall objectives that both prior administration and this administration had.
Mr. Chairman, I have other questions, but I want to yield my remaining 30 seconds to my colleague, Mr. Zeldin.
I'll let you.
Yes, go.
I'll yield back to Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yield back? Okay, gentleman yields back. Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the panel. With running between committees, it's really hard to be here and to hear many of the questions and the testimony that you all gave. Sorry if this question had already been asked and if you'd all have given an input to this. But Dr. Has, I know that you've been somewhat critical of the JCPOA. Your perspective is that it's too short term. And so I'm wondering, what should a deal look like?
I think it's important to be clear about what a deal could realistically include and what it could not. I think it could include longer-term limits, ideally open-ended limits. I don't see why Iran should have the right to get close to developing a nuclear weapon in 50 years or 75 years. So I would prefer open-ended efforts, but if not that, many decades. I think it should include ballistic missiles. I think it should be verifiable. I think it has to involve sanctions relief. And I think, though, that other aspects of Iranian behavior in the region should be dealt with other ways. I don't think it's realistic to build a quote-unquote grand bargain that would resolve all of our concerns with Iran. In my experience, all-or-nothing diplomacy tends to yield nothing.
Yeah. I appreciate that answer. And so to you and maybe to the rest of the panel, I'm wondering, why would Iran, after we unilaterally left the JCPOA, assassinated Soleimani, destroyed their economy with our sanctions, threatened to bomb their cultural sites, why would they be willing to enter into a better deal with us at this moment?
The reason they might is, as you know, governing is about choices. The economic sanctions are having a significant toll. They could conceivably threaten the viability of the government and the revolution. So I would think that if Iran is offered significant sanctions relief, that might be something that they would countenance. They say they don't want nuclear weapons. So it ought not to change that. So I think the question is, if we can present them with a choice, I wouldn't rule out one other thing. I think we probably would need to have it voted on by the Congress. They would need to know that the next deal is not something that this or any president could unilaterally overturn. I would think they would want to have the confidence that it was truly embedded in the policy of the United States.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I guess from my perspective, I continue to hope that there is an opportunity for negotiations and diplomacy, and I think we do need to invest in that, and I, have indicated that that's one of my recommendations moving forward. I think it is very unlikely that we're going to see the Trump administration capable of bringing the Iranians to the table and negotiating a deal like that. I think that's a reality, and unfortunate as that is. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, did you have anything to add?
I'm a little more optimistic than my good friend Avril Haines is, and I think Richard Haas said it very well, and I subscribe to his comments.
Well, I appreciate your insights, and it's, I think, quite fascinating to hear that you all think critical sanctions relief package would be on the table for Iran if it was to re-engage, more significant than that was part of the JCPOA. I'm sure that's excellent. And it seems as if there are opportunities to negotiate. So I hope that cooler heads prevail and that we deploy diplomacy and look at using many of the tools that we have in our toolbox. Because what is happening right now in the ways that things have escalated is not going to make us safer, and it's not going to alleviate the economic burdens that the civilians of Iran are facing at the moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mrs. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, over here. 2 weeks ago, President Trump ended Qasem Soleimani's brutal reign of terror that killed and maimed countless Americans and coalition forces and threatened many, many more to come. I urge all Americans to unite behind the president's defensive decision to strike one of the world's most powerful terrorists who is organizing attacks against Americans in Iraq, in defiance, I might add, of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. He shouldn't have even been in Iraq, shouldn't have been in Beirut, shouldn't have been in Damascus. For far too long, Tehran has been permitted to act with impunity against U.S. allies' interests and its personnel. I applaud the president for making our red lines clear. Clear to the Iranian regime that attacking Americans is never acceptable, and when American lives hang in the balance, Iran will be held to account for its actions. The Middle East is a safer place when the United States is clear and consistent in its intentions. Mr. Hadley, to what degree are Iran's proxies dependent on Tehran for financial, material, and technical assistance? And how successful has the United States been in preventing Iran from providing significant support to these proxy groups?
I'm not privy to intelligence anymore and haven't been for a long time on these subjects. My understanding is that the economic pressure that Iran is now under has resulted in some diminishment of the resources that are available to these groups. I think, for example, Nasrallah, who's head of Hezbollah, has actually complained that he doesn't have enough resources for his activities. So I think it is having effect based on what I've read in public sources, but I don't have the kind of intelligence sources available to me that would allow me to give you a better answer to that question.
Well, I thank you. They've clearly gone through the $150 billion plus that were sent over by the Obama administration, strapped to pallets to be used for these proxies to kill people around the globe, including our American allies and assets. After the Iranian regime admitted that it shot down Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752, tragically killing 176 passengers, and I know it's been discussed here at length, protests did erupt across the country. Mr. Hadley, how are these protests connected, do you think, to the pro-democracy, pro-economic reform demonstrations of the last few years? And do you think that this public outrage will constrain Iran's foreign policy? Can it be constrained?
It's been interesting to see how many demonstrations there have been in the last 2 years of people demanding accountability from their governments, ending of corruption, less sectarianism, governments that actually perform. You've seen it in Algeria, you've seen it in Sudan, you've seen it in Lebanon, you've seen it in Iraq, you've seen it in Iran, a lot of other places in the Middle East. This is a positive thing, and I think it is one of the sources of leverage on the Iranian regime that may make them willing to come to the table and negotiate an outcome, because they put down the demonstrations in October and November only by a fairly brutal use of force. And I think they are worried that the additional sanctions will kindle a return to those kinds of demonstrations that could threaten the regime, and is a threat to the regime, as Richard Haas said, that might bring them to the table.
I absolutely agree, and that's why I also share your bullishness on the opportunity that we have at this moment of time to bring Iran to the table for further negotiations, more now than ever. And these protests and the public outrage, I think could really have an effect as we go forward in foreign policy and such. So there are reports that indicate that Iran has worked to reduce internet connectivity near universities, hotspots, limiting the impact of these protests. How vulnerable is the regime to information operations, and how should the U.S. be using information to target the regime's weaknesses and empower this change? Mr. Hadley?
Well, they have cut off the internet to keep demonstrators from organizing as a part of their suppression of public demonstrations, clearly. You know, our best information operation has always been truth and trying to get it to the people in these closed societies, because what is really the toxic element for them is actually truth about what's happening in the world. And I think we have not done as good a job as we should in getting truth available to people in these totalitarian or authoritarian societies.
I agree. My time has expired. I shall yield back, but here is to truth and the Iranian people.
Thank you, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'd like to start with a question to you, Ms. Haynes. Recently, I had the honor over the Christmas week of traveling to the Middle East and meeting with our troops, some of the extraordinary service members who put their lives on the line for us, and I've been thinking about those men and women an awful lot over the last couple of weeks. Last week, the President said we must all work together toward making a deal with Iran that makes the world a safer and more peaceful place. But then just this past Sunday, he tweeted, "I couldn't care less if they, the Iranians, negotiate." We in Congress, unfortunately, have been given little to no information about the administration's intelligence that they allegedly had before the strike on Soleimani. So my question to you is, in your assessment, does the President and his administration have a clear strategy to actively reduce tensions between Iran and the United States and to prevent conflict?
I think I was as encouraged as you were by the idea that they are interested in negotiating something diplomatically. I have to say, I mean, I haven't seen anything that puts together a broader strategy that would actually be likely to result in the kind of negotiations that I could imagine, hopefully, happening in the future. But, I mean, honestly, I don't know that I would know. I certainly hope that they do have something, but I hope also that they will share it if they do, so that we can actually all participate in understanding it and pushing forward on it.
So I take it from your response that you have no greater information than we do here in Congress. And as a result, you wouldn't be able to answer my follow-up question of whether the United States' national security is stronger now than it was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I've made a case in my testimony that it's not, that I think that the action that was taken really further undermines the objectives that at least have been articulated by this administration and are actually quite consistent with the prior administration's objectives for the region. And I think, you know, it's unfortunate that we're in the place that we are, and obviously, you know, all of us need to come from here and try to make the best out of it that we possibly can. But I do think we're less safe in many respects as a consequence.
Dr. Haas, I'd like to ask you, and first I'd just like to state the obvious, I think, that while tensions between Iran and the United States revolve around many issues, none of these issues are more consequential than the possibility of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. I think we can all agree on that. In the aftermath of the strike on General Soleimani, Iran announced that it would no longer abide by the JCPOA restrictions on Iran's uranium enrichment activities, as well as restrictions on further research and development that could contribute to building a nuclear weapons program. And so my question to you is, with this as context, has the strike made it more or less likely, or neither, that Iran will ultimately be able to develop a nuclear weapon?
I'm not avoiding your question. I think the answer is it's too soon to know that. I think the U.S. decision to exit the JCPOA set in motion a chain of events which explains where we are. Because I can't answer your question, I would say two things. One is we ought to be communicating to Iran certain red lines that would be the limits to our tolerance of what they might do. And that would reflect our views, Israel's views, Arab views. We do not want Iran doing certain things. Secondly, I do think we ought to put forward, as we discussed before, an initiative that would improve upon the JCPOA and put it forward in terms that might be actually not totally unattractive, conceivably even attractive to the Iranian government, given the circumstances they find themselves in. I want to avoid a situation where we can't answer your question. And what we fear, and what could actually be, is that Iran begins to reduce the time that would be available for intelligence agencies to discern exactly how far they are away. If we ever reach that point where we simply don't know, or it starts getting close, what I would call the near nuclear option, one, we will have a big debate, as will Israel, about whether to undertake a preventive military strike. Two, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and others will begin to have their version of National Security Council meetings about whether they need to follow suit and develop nuclear weapons options of their own. And as bad as the Middle East is right now, it doesn't take a whole lot of imagination to see how much worse that Middle East would be.
So you used the term red lines, and a few minutes ago, my colleague, Ms. Wagner, used that same term. And I just realized that I'm out of time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, and I withdraw the question.
Thank you. Gentlewoman withdraws the question. Thank you. Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the panel for being here. Just a couple of comments. I want to express my full and complete support of our president. I think President Trump has done an outstanding job transitioning from a strategy of appeasement to one of credible deterrence. And I also want to express support and hope that we can muster solidarity behind the Iranian protesters. I spent many years working in Iraq and Afghanistan, and so from the perspective of both a military officer and or former military officer and a defense contractor, I think that perspective and voice might be worth hearing. When it comes to military operations, they need many things, but two things that they certainly need are speed and secrecy, or the ability to deliver in a clandestine nature. This body is incapable of both of those, of either of those things. And so when it comes to if it were a just kill, I understand the importance of striking fast and striking hard. And the justice of killing Soleimani is without question. If you were to ask me or a number of military personnel in Baghdad to strike a designated insurgent who's responsible for killing 600 of our brothers and sisters, and they were headed down Route Irish, we would grab our guns and we'd go kill them. And if that's wrong, we wouldn't want to be right. And it saddens me that we can't rally behind that. And over the mere fact that some of his compensation apparently came from the government of Iraq, I mean, think about that. That constitutes the fact that he was great as an employee of a country. Well, he's the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. So, listen, nobody wants war, particularly the American soldier, because he or she needs to fight in it. But I think I speak certainly for a lot of people that I knew when I say that the world is a safer place with one less insurgent in it. And for that matter, when it comes to safety and the very nature of credible deterrence, when we're conducting operations, you want other insurgents. You know that they can see you. You want them to know that should anything happen to you, if they want to take the risk of striking you, then a Reaper drone is going to rain hellfire down on them. And moreover, to those low-ranking foot soldier insurgents throughout the world, whatever country they're in, Syria or Lebanon or Al-Anbar, Iraq, wherever, you want them to second-guess when their choices, because if we could take out your general, we could sure as hell kill you. So I'd like to close on just reiterating my full and complete support of President Trump and his choice to go with a credible deterrent strategy, and that is in fact the strategy. I'd like to say that I've heard Soleimani being described as a martyr. Martyr is somebody willing to die at the hands of an oppressor for his or her beliefs, not a ruthless killer. I'll appreciate that. And again, I want to voice support for the Iranian protesters. God be with them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Zeldin.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Ms. Haynes, we got rushed in our exchange there towards the end of my 5 minutes, and weren't able to do that important topic justice there at the end. So the Obama administration had airstrikes in Libya in 2011 as well as after 2011. The final decision making for that process for the strikes after 2011 were use of AUMF targeting ISIL. The final decision in the airstrikes in 2011 was under Article 2, correct?
So the initial use of force in Libya that I thought you were referencing was not done under an authorization to use military force. It was done under Article 2, as you indicated. There was a War Powers report that was provided to the Congress, and then there was essentially a discussion with the Congress on whether or not we continued to be in hostilities. And then there were, after the fall of Gaddafi and further action in the context of Libya, there was a shift, in a sense, of what the conflict was about and what the targets were, and effectively what we were trying, the threat we were trying to address. And some of it came under the 2001 AUMF, not just with respect to ISIL, but Al-Qaeda and associated forces.
Yep. I just want to make sure we get on the same page. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by expressing my disappointment that Secretary Pompeo is not here. With the shifting rationales that the American people have been given for this strike, I think it's important that we have a public viewing and discussion about what went into this. And I think on this committee, we're going to have to be as aggressive as necessary to make sure that we're able to perform our oversight function. And I want to thank the members of the panel for being here today. I know you probably had other things planned. We appreciate you making time. I'm worried that this action has made us less safe, but I'm also worried about the reputational damage that it's done. For years, Democratic and Republican presidents have urged countries to avoid cultural and historical sites in wartime. It's against, of course, the laws of war, and it's also morally wrong. But just last week, of course, President Trump tweeted that the U.S. may strike Iranian cultural sites if Iran escalated the conflict further. Though, of course, the Department of Defense appeared to walk those comments back, Trump's remarks were widely publicized and, of course, widely criticized as well. To each of you on the panel, I just want to ask you, how do you think the people of the Middle East view those statements? How does that impact our reputation in the region? How does that undermine our ability to reach any further agreements to try and de-escalate? Dr. Haas, do you want to begin?
This is implicit in your question. It obviously doesn't help. I think our reputation has taken a hit several ways here. One is the mention you had, sir, of the possibility of targeting cultural sites, which would also be inconsistent with what many of your colleagues have mentioned about our desire to side with the Iranian people. Going after cultural sites is not going to help us in that undertaking. I think also we've hurt ourselves a little bit on not being able to publicly back up the claim of imminence, and that's clearly hurt us in Iraq, because it makes it much harder to justify what we did. And all this doesn't take place, shall we say, absent the context, and the entire post-2003 inability to demonstrate the WMD link to Saddam. So I think what we have done is created questions about our reputation, and I think that we will pay a price for that.
Thank you, Congressman, and particularly for bringing this issue up, because I think from my perspective, I've found that I'm somebody who believes very strongly in international law. I spent most of my career working on international law, and I think it serves American interests in enormous ways. And to see the president tweet essentially what would be a war crime, as something that we should do or could do or anything along those lines, to also talk about disproportionate strikes, which is also not consistent with the law of war, to take a position like that is not just, I think, of concern to the region, but also deeply depressing, frankly, for the folks in the U.S. government who are frequently out, for example, our military, out training other militaries on what the law of war is and how it is that we should respect the law of war and the kinds of issues that we deal with. And, in the context of particularly targeting cultural property, which is really, it's so much more than, destroying, obviously, the bricks and mortar that you're destroying, but it's an attack on the identity, on the memory, on the dignity of a society. And, this is something that we spearheaded a lot of the international law on, and we have a convention, the Hague Cultural Property Convention, that we're a party to. We're also party to one of the protocols. It's something that we've really celebrated in the United States in many respects as an issue that we should be promoting leadership on, and I found it very deeply depressing, frankly.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley?
I think it was a mistake. As you know, as you indicated, the Department of Defense began to walk it back. I think Secretary Pompeo said any strikes in Iran would be against legal targets, which of course would rule out the cultural sites. So I think it was a mistake, and I think I would not expect to see the United States attacking cultural sites.
Well, I think we sometimes fall into the bad habit of pretending that the words of the President of the United States don't matter, and that we can just have this debate as if those things weren't said, and as if we did not threaten a war crime in this region, in which we know how long some of these words can echo. I think the reason that the free world follows us and that despots and dictators fear us is because of our values, because of who we are and what the American flag and what our system of government and our values mean around the world. When we undermine that, I think we do much, much more than any insurgent attack could do to us, much more damage than any foreign country could do to us, because they cannot defeat us militarily. But we can undermine our own values abroad, and it deeply worries me, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion today.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge an old friend, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who was a member of this committee for many years in olden days when I served on it. So welcome back, Sheila. Good to see you. We have a vote, and what I could do is cut down everyone to 3 minutes to try to get in more people that we can. So let me start with Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Haas, you, in your written testimony, you do a great job of outlining some of the Iranian atrocities over the last 40 years, beginning with the 79 embassy takeover, the 83 bombing of the barracks in Beirut, the 96 Cobalt Tower bombings. You also set forth recent aggression, including attacks on shipping in the Persian Gulf, the downing of an American drone, the launching of missiles that hit the Saudi oil installations, the sponsoring of militias that attack bases in Iraq, the killing of an American contractor, and the recent assault on the American embassy. You go on further to say there is no doubt that Soleimani had the blood of Americans on his hand and was a force of instability in the region. And you actually state that Soleimani was, in fact, you say here, an evil person. And then you go on at the end of page 2 to talk about that the United States should have responded to recent Iranian attacks, such as the one carried out against Saudi oil fields with attacks on Iranian economic and military assets. What should the proper response should have been? It seems to me that you are stating here that the president's use of restraint actually emboldened Iranian aggression in the Middle East. And so what would the proper response and what response should we have taken, particularly militarily? It seems to me economically that we have imposed as many sanctions as we could possibly impose, and we could continue to impose sanctions from here till hell freezes over and have no additional benefit to those. So militarily, what response should the United States have taken after the Saudi oil fields were attacked?
Two things, sir. One is I think we should have found an equivalent Iranian economic installation, and I would have supported the idea of attacking that. Two, I think it sent a very bad message to the region that we would not respond to an attack on a close partner, not like Saudi Arabia. I don't want to get the sense. I never want to communicate the sense that they are essentially adrift and they can't count on it. Thirdly, I think it raises questions for you all, and it gets back to the conversation we had previously about an AUMF that would provide a context for dealing with these kinds of acts of Iranian aggression.
And Ms. Haynes, do you agree that the United States should have attacked Iran militarily after their assault on the Saudi oil fields?
Yes, I think there should have been a response, and my view is very similar to what you've described of Dr. Haas's view, and as we've been saying here, that essentially by not responding in a way it can encouraged some response, but the issue is again taking action to manage and to deter appropriately while trying to mitigate against the consequences that are additional to any action that you take. Does that make sense?
And so would both of y'all then say that the president's use of restraint or great use of restraint you feel embolden Iran to continue to attack American interests in the Middle East?
Again, it's always hard to put yourself inside their heads, but my own take on it is yes, that they thought that they could act with a degree of impunity because they'd gotten away with shooting down a drone, attacking shipping, attacking the Saudis. I would expect there were people in Iran who basically say we can do certain things and the chances of an American physical response are modest.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Let me first say before Mr. Levin comes there, it's really interesting. It was just called to my attention that Secretary Pompeo doesn't have the time to come to this committee, but while we're holding this hearing, he did have time to go on Fox News.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Levin.
Thank you all for hanging in here with us. Last weekend, National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said that 2002 Iraq war authorization gave the administration the authority to launch the strike that killed Qasem Soleimani. Here's the operative text of that authorization. The President is authorized to use the armed forces of the United States as he determines to be necessary and appropriate in order to, 1, defend the national security of the United States against the continuing threat posed by Iraq, and 2, enforce all relevant UN Security Council resolutions regarding Iraq. I think that language is pretty clear, and so did Defense Secretary Esper during his Senate confirmation last year. On July 16th, before the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Secretary told Senator Duckworth that the 2001 and 2002 authorizations to use military force did not allow the use of military force against Iran. And yet, here we are. Again, the 2002 Iraq War authorization allows the use of force to deal with the threat posed by Iraq, not a threat necessarily in Iraq or emanating from Iraq, but by Iraq. Ms. Haynes, do you agree that this does not authorize the use of force against Iran? The 2002 AUMF?
Yeah, I mean, to be simple, yes. I don't think it is authorized by the 2002 AUMF, and I did hear the prior statements by the administration to at least indicate that they also did not think that.
All right, let me further ask you, if Congress fails to make clear that the 2002 war authorization, or the 2001 for that matter, does not apply to Iran, aren't we setting a dangerous precedent? What's to stop this administration or any future administration from claiming that a war authorization for one country gives them the okay to use force against another?
Yeah, so there's classically, in my experience, the way that administrations would essentially look at an authorization to use military force, like, for example, the 2001 authorization to use military force, is that they would then consider if another actor, whether it be a terrorist organization, as it would be in that particular AUMF case, or in the context of an AUMF vis-a-vis another country, if that country entered into an alliance and was fighting against the United States, then there could be an extension of that authorization to another state in that circumstance. But I think, obviously Congress has the ability to pass another joint resolution that says In fact, that's not what we intended, and we do not, in fact, authorize.
I mean, my time's up because we're running short here, but I just think that it's clear that Congress needs to repeal the 2001 and 2002 and then do new authorizations for any situation that we think we should go to war on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you so much to the witnesses. Ms. Haynes, it's so great to see you. I have been astounded listening to some of the testimony or the questions of my colleagues as we are talking through what should be a really foundational piece. What is Congress's role in the authorization of war? I've heard a lot of debate about what happened a week ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 16, 20, 25, et cetera, years ago. But what I want to move forward and talk about is the 2001 AUMF and the 2002 AUMF. And Ms. Haynes, I'll start with you specifically as a follow-up to the questions posed by Congressman Phillips and Congressman Levin. The 2002 AUMF, we'll start there, authorization for our war in Iraq. To your knowledge, to restate, are there currently any operations continuing under the 2002 AUMF?
Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman. I can't say with certainty, right, what it is that the current administration is doing. What I can tell you is that in the Obama administration, we conducted a significant number of military operations that seem quite similar to what it is, frankly, that is currently being done by the Trump administration against terrorist organizations such as al-Qaeda and associated forces, and obviously against ISIL. And we did not believe that the 2002 AUMF was necessary for us to do any of those operations, including the ones around ISIL, just to be utterly clear, including those in Iraq. And as a consequence, we supported the repeal of the 2002 AUMF, which we felt was outdated. And the president also had said that felt that it was time to replace the 2001 AUMF.
Thank you. And there seems to be some confusion among members of this body about how the killing of Osama bin Laden or al-Baghdadi were different from an authorization standpoint from the killing of Soleimani. I also think, and I'll take the opportunity to restate that those of us on this side of the aisle shed no tears for Soleimani, who I believe was a terrorist as he is classified by the U.S. government. But could you just walk us through specifically how the authorizations, what the authorizations were for the killing of Osama bin Laden and al-Baghdadi, and how that may or may not be the same or different?
Yeah, so for Osama bin Laden, the 2001 AUMF is quite clear in its authorization to use military force against al-Qaeda.
Authorization by Congress.
Authorization by Congress, absolutely. And in the case of al-Baghdadi, it's obviously under ISIL, and the theory of the Obama administration, which I assume is being used by the Trump administration, was in fact that because ISIL had a long-standing relationship with al-Qaeda and with Osama bin Laden, and a variety of other factors, including the fact that they had targeted the United States, that you could in fact authorize action against ISIL as well under the 2001 AUMF, despite the split in leadership between al-Qaeda and ISIL.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you very much for coming, and I would also like to echo my concern that Secretary Pompeo is not here today. I do have two very specific questions. One reflects on Mr. Kinzinger's conversation about the responsibility that people in the military have to understand that they won't necessarily be safe. That's their job. But we also have a responsibility in Congress and with the administration to make sure that we are deploying them effectively and that we're keeping them as safe as possible by using the other resources and tools in the toolbox that we have, which is diplomacy and humanitarian efforts. And so my question to you directly is, what happens now that we've sent thousands of troops into the Middle East in terms of our efforts in Russia or against China and the concern of great powers?
Look, I made the criticism the other day that I thought sending more troops to the Middle East right now lent the phrase I used was strategic incoherence. This administration has articulated publicly the need for much greater emphasis on great powers, the challenge they pose, and its entire bias was to dial down the American emphasis on the greater Middle East. I thought they went too far in what they did in Syria. This is clearly inconsistent with it. So I would think it's, given the administration's own lights, it would make a good deal of sense to try to stabilize things. I think that does involve, as you suggested, a greater emphasis on diplomatic tools. In the short run, though, it may now be necessary to have those troops there because we have created, we have, if you will, poked a stick in the hornet's nest. But I'm hoping it is not this does not become the new normal, because the impact on readiness, the impact on what would be available elsewhere would be, I think, unfortunate.
And thank you. I'm sorry that I don't have time to ask the rest of you because I have one second question, which is that the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, which is set to expire now on October 18th, what, if anything, should we be doing to make sure that we are thinking about and address the expiration of that resolution? Those are it's the resolution that expresses the importance that Iran is prohibited from exporting or purchasing any arms. This is what President Trump is talking about when he says that everything is set to expire, and that's part of the reason why he exited the JCPOA.
Yeah, and your question is just...
Is there anything that we can do here in this body, given that the UN, that is set to expire?
Right. I mean, I think obviously you can support the administration and push them to essentially look for extensions of any restrictions that you think are appropriate under.
And in what ways should our policy change if Iran was able to sell and acquire combat systems as a consequence of this? With my 4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, as a preliminary matter, what you want to do is see what they do, and in fact, whether or not they can push out conventional arms more than they already do. We already have policy that actually tries to counter those issues as it is, and we would obviously want to increase, depending on whether or not they are increasing their exports of such conventional arms.
Thank you. I apologize.
Mr. Trone.
Dr. Haas, just quickly, prior to the assassination, we had real protests in the streets against Iran, and they had a war for over 8 years. 100,000 Iraqis died, 100,000 Iranians died, and we were moving in a little bit of positive direction on the anti-Iran feeling in Iraq. Now that's all swung back. What do you think this recent events, this new trajectory, is going to do on Iraq's pro-reform movement and the protest movement?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Iraqis have considerable nationalism. And the fact that because they're Shia and Iran is obviously Shia, that somehow there's not nationalism in Iraq, I don't think that's true. My guess is also Iran will overplay its hand. So I think it's probably wrong to underestimate Iraqi pushback against Iran. Again, it's also one of the reasons, I think we all agree here 100%, that it's so important for the United States to repair its relationship with Iraq, because I think that will give Iraqis a basis and some confidence for pushing back against Iran. I don't want Iran to have a free hand inside Iraq.
Okay, we got to run for votes.
Okay. I want to first ask very quickly unanimous consent that Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee be allowed to participate today, and we're giving her 1 minute.
Let me quickly say that I have not seen any depth of support by the American people for a war with Iran. I clearly believe it is important for us to explain that Article 1 does say that Congress declares war. It does give Article 2 powers of defending the nation. I do think the issue of imminent danger was and should be explained to the American people, and we should be truthful about it. So I have 2 questions. One, do we believe that any engagement with Iran prospectively and some resolution is at this point hopeless? I truly believe under President Obama, when we worked tirelessly for the non-nuclear agreement, that we had something that would allow us a moment to engage. And then anyone wants to comment on this completely upside-down explanation of imminent and the fact that there was no definitive definition or reasoning behind Secretary Pompeo's advice or the Secretary of Defense advice to the President of the United States.
Well, you've got 2 seconds according to this, but maybe we can give you 30 seconds.
I don't think it's hopeless. I think that it would, do such things as no longer supporting regime change, making it clear that we're willing to talk. I think putting sanctions relief on the table, conditionally tied to Iranian behavior. I think that against the backdrop of sanctions, I think that there's a possibility, certainly worth pursuing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to have to adjourn because
Thank you,
we
Mr.
have a
Chairman, for
vote.
your courtesy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank our three witnesses. I've been on this committee a long time, and I think all of you are just excellent, and I really do appreciate your coming here and speaking with us today, and we hope to have you back. Thank you. Committee's now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman.
Judiciary Committee will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on lessons from the Mueller Report Part 2, Bipartisan Perspectives. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Last week, we heard from two former United States attorneys who exhaustively described President Trump's repeated efforts to undermine Special Counsel Mueller's investigation of Russia's interference in the 2016 elections. We also heard from President Nixon's former White House counsel, who told us that the actions by this administration were substantially similar to the measures the Nixon administration took to undermine the Watergate investigation. But there is one important difference. Special Counsel Mueller was investigating a different kind of break-in. The target, a political campaign, was similar to that in Watergate, but the burglar was a hostile foreign nation. The crime was carried out through a hacking operation that stole hundreds of thousands of documents rather than the contents of a single safe. And the hacked documents were used extensively to affect the outcome of the election. Today's hearing will focus on Special Counsel Mueller's investigation of what Russia did to our democracy in 2016, and then what Russia is still trying to do to our democracy today. This is the second in a series of hearings designed to unpack the findings of Special Counsel Mueller's report so that we can discuss its implications, craft legislation, and make other recommendations to the House as necessary. We have called this a hearing for bipartisan perspectives, not only to reflect the makeup of our witness panel, but because there should be broad consensus across the political spectrum that we cannot allow foreign nations to interfere in our democratic self-government. There should also be broad consensus that if a political candidate accepts help from a foreign nation and even welcomes this attack on our democracy, that candidate has fundamentally betrayed the very institutions that he or she must swear an oath to protect. To be clear, the question before us is not merely whether campaign officials commit a crime when they take a meeting with foreign officials to discuss, quote, dirt on an opponent, or whether federal law prohibits a candidate from publicly encouraging hacking operations from a foreign adversary. The question before us comes down to what we, as American citizens, are willing to accept from our leaders. Nearly 2 years ago, FBI Director Christopher Wray announced that the FBI was setting up a foreign influence task force designed to combat, quote, foreign influence operations, close quote, including, quote, covert actions by foreign governments to influence U.S. political sentiment, close quote. The FBI explained that the goal of these influence operations is to spread disinformation, sow discord, and ultimately undermine confidence in our democratic institutions and values. I cannot imagine that a single member of this committee would disagree that these operations are poisonous to our democracy and must be disrupted and dismantled to the fullest extent of the law. In fact, at our hearing last week, I was struck by a common theme in the remarks of some of our Republican colleagues. They acknowledged we were attacked by a foreign adversary. They acknowledged that our election systems are not secure. And they acknowledged that Congress must respond to these threats without delay. But then they urged us to stop talking about the findings in the Mueller report. Unfortunately, we cannot simply forget that the president's 2016 election campaign encouraged Russia's actions, both privately and publicly. Our nation's intelligence officials have made clear that Russia may do the very same things in the next election, or perhaps worse. Other hostile adversaries may try as well. Last week, to the alarm of Americans across the political spectrum, and likely to the alarm of the men and women in the law enforcement and intelligence communities who are working to prevent these attacks, President Trump stated in an interview that he would be willing to accept information about a political opponent from a foreign adversary such as Russia or China. First, when asked whether political candidates who are approached by foreign governments with this kind of information should call the FBI, President Trump responded, quote, "You don't call the FBI. Give me a break," close quote. When informed that, quote, "the FBI director says that's what should happen," close quote, he responded, "The FBI director is wrong." The next question was not confusing. President Trump was asked what his campaign would do if a foreign adversary like Russia or China, quote, offers you information on an opponent? He was asked, quote, should they accept it or should they call the FBI? The President responded that maybe you do both, and went on to state, I think I'd want to hear it, and they have information, I think I'd take it. In fact, this time around, the situation is even more alarming. President Trump was a private citizen during the 2016 campaign. He now sits at the head of all of our nation's intelligence and law enforcement agencies. He is provided with our nation's most sensitive secrets on a daily basis. He has sworn an oath to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But even with the benefit of all that guidance, and even with all of the authority and responsibility he has been granted, the President has said he is open to receiving information from a foreign adversary. In fact, by stating publicly that he would accept help from a foreign government, he may well have encouraged more foreign influence operations against our democracy. We heard some relevant testimony about this in the Hicks interview yesterday, and we will be releasing that transcript soon. The President's willingness to again welcome prohibited foreign assistance, now with a full understanding that the law prohibits it, is indeed shocking. The President may be willing to discard the lessons of the Mueller report, but we are not. With the 2020 election looming, we must act immediately to respond to the ongoing foreign threats we face, as well as to the President's apparent willingness to accept them. I look forward to today's critical discussion and to learning every lesson we can so that this very recent sorry history does not repeat itself. It is now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of the hearing, as you have stated, is Lessons from Mueller Report Part 2, Bipartisan Perspectives. I think we will have our chance to hear this today, but I do have a concern that I want to bring up. The beginning of this, and this is a procedural issue, the chairman has every right to have every hearing. I'm glad that he actually has listened to us, that the affirmative finding out of the Mueller report was foreign interference, and we would like to talk about that. But yet, when our side was asked, or we were asked, what are the hearing schedule for this week, we were told we're going to get another rerun of obstruction. In fact, that was as late as of Monday night at 9 o'clock. We were told that this was going to be all about last week again, an obstruction, which, look, it's up to the chairman to do whatever, he wants to do, and we respect that, but to actually have, a good repartee so that we can get appropriate witnesses and work with that. Our witness is going to be, we are very happy to have him here, but it is something that we were caught unawares about, and I think it is something that if we can go forward, at least a knowledgeable heads up would affect all, because I think foreign interference in election systems are things that we need to discuss, and we've talked about that with bills that are out there, but it should come up in a hearing in which we actually have asked for, and you're not going to allow us to forget the rest of it, so don't worry about that, I'm sure. As we go forward today, though, the special counsel finished his investigation, found no Americans, no one on the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russians. That was great news for America, and I thought it would be actually great news to all Americans. To my surprise, and really, not really surprised, it wasn't. Democrats are not only disappointed, they're angry. Angry the president was not a Russian asset, it seems. Imagine disliking a president so much that you wished he were a foreign agent. That's where the other party is today. Despite the Mueller report's conclusions that came to, Democrats have spent the past few months trying to desperately revive their Russian conspiracy theory. Democrats spent 2 years calling the Mueller team the best of the best. But since they didn't like the outcome, Democrats now have to play prosecutor and redo the Mueller investigation. They launched their Mueller do-over when the chairman sent documents requests to 81 individuals and entities connected to the president. We'll call that the 81 investigation, as I call it. Was quickly abandoned in favor of Plan B. Plan B was Democrats manufactured a fight with the Attorney General. They issued a subpoena directing the Attorney General to violate the law by producing grand jury materials to Congress. Unsurprisingly, the Attorney General declined to break the law. Rather than engage in traditional accommodation process, the chairman held the Attorney General in contempt in record time on flimsy grounds. Even their own witnesses admitted the subpoena was asking for illegal things. Did the chairman learn from the strength? No. The Democrats overplayed their hand again with Plan C when they subpoenaed testimony and documents from former White House counsel Don McGahn. The Democrats subpoenaed McGahn knowing every president since at least the 1970s, including Presidents Clinton and Obama, claimed immunity over congressional testimony from close presidential advisors. The Trump administration, like Clinton and Obama, claimed immunity over McGahn's testimony, and McGahn did not appear. When plans A through C failed to accomplish anything of substance, we decided to go in for the heavy artillery for Plan D. What was Plan D? Was it Mueller himself? No. That would have made too much sense. Was it it was a pivot to focus on the actual findings of wrongdoing in the Mueller report related to foreign election interference? No, that would have been productive. How do we focus on real issues facing America with the border crisis? We don't do. No, that would have been too compassionate. Instead, Plan D was John Dean. Yes, the convicted felon from Watergate scandal who spent 40 years telling everyone who will pay him that anything to walks is worse, that anything he did was, and anything that happens now is worse than Watergate. The Columbia Journalism Review ran the headline, Democrats' John Dean hearing is a flop. Washington Post columnist Karen Tumult said, no friend of the Trump administration, by the way, said, perhaps the best thing that could be said about the hearing was that no one repeated a stunt quite like the one that we saw from Representative Cohenpool last month in that same room when he ate from a bucket of chicken. The fact that Democrats believe the American public would be energized by John Dean, who has done nothing relevant since the 70s, shows how desperate and out of touch they became. And that desperation actually showed last week when, after the Dean hearing bombed and at least one member of the committee scolded MSNBC for ignoring the Dean hearing, not showing it enough. I hope the John Dean hearing was an end to the circus. But because no matter how many times we relive the findings of the report, the conclusions will not magically change. Instead, we're ignoring more pressing issues, but as I said last week, our actions expose our real priorities. So what hearing did we include for this week? Mueller Report Part 2, Bipartisan Perspectives. Well, we know that we're here to discuss. Given the majority's action in preparing for this hearing and the notice that we were given, I fear that once again we were turning this committee into another circus. The Attorney General made the Mueller report public 2 months ago. We can all read it for ourselves. We've had some wonderful dramatic readings in here over the past week or two, and even yesterday in the Hicks interview, and we all know what it says. The lesson of the Mueller report is no conspiracy. Well, as everyone in my generation growing up, they realized that the summer season was summer season was after all the shows had run the whole season. It was time for reruns. Well, tomorrow is the official start of summer. It's time for rerun season. Yesterday's episode was Hope Hicks. Today's episode is before us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, without further ado, let the show begin.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Carrie Cordero is the Robert Gates Senior Fellow and General Counsel at the Center for New American Security and an adjunct professor of law at Georgetown University. She is also the co-founder of Checks and Balances, an organization of conservative and libertarian lawyers dedicated to core constitutional principles and the rule of law. Ms. Cordero received her bachelor's degree from Columbia University and her JD from American University. Richard Hazen is Chancellor's Professor of Law and Political Science at the University of California, Irvine School of Law. From 2001 to 2010, Professor Hazen served as founding co-editor of the quarterly peer-reviewed publication, Election Law Journal. He has authored more than 100 articles on election law issues. Professor Hazen received his bachelor's degree from University of California, Berkeley, and his JD, MA, and PhD from UCLA. Alina Polyakova is the director of the Project on Global Democracy and Emerging Technology and a fellow in the Foreign Policy Program's Center on the United States and Europe and Security Strategy team at the Brookings Institution. She is also an adjunct professor of European Studies at the Paul Nitze School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Polyakova received her bachelor's degree from Emory University and her doctorate from the University of California at Berkeley. Sai Krishna Prakash is a James Monroe Distinguished Professor of Law and a Paul G. Mahoney Research Professor of Law at the University of Virginia School of Law. Before becoming a professor, Mr. Prakash clerked for Judge Lawrence Silberman of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit and for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. He received his bachelor's degree from Stanford University and his JD from Yale Law School. We welcome our distinguished witnesses, and we thank you for participating in today's hearing. Now, if you would please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record show the witnesses answered in the affirmative. And thank you. Please note that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Ms. Cordero, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me here today to support the committee's efforts to bring greater public awareness to the information in Special Counsel Mueller's report. The written statement I've submitted focuses on the national security aspects in Volume 1 of the report, including the Special Counsel's exposure of a sustained, systematic intelligence operation by the government of Russia to interfere in the 2016 election, why foreign influence matters, and lessons we can draw from the report. My written statement also discusses how the chain of events surrounding the report's release negatively affected public understanding of the report's facts and findings. The Russian government's activities to influence the 2016 presidential campaign was a foreign intelligence operation involving two main efforts. The first was a social media operation intended to influence American public opinion. The effort was successful in reaching millions of Americans through social media engagement, false online personas, and ad purchases. The second part involved computer hacking to steal and then release information from the Democratic Party campaign apparatus. There was a corollary to the social media operation which often gets overlooked. Russian online operatives caused real, unsuspecting Americans to gather for political purposes. Pretending to be grassroots activists, these operatives made virtual contact with and interacted with Trump campaign supporters and campaign officials. They organized rallies, including pro-Trump rallies in New York, Florida, and Pennsylvania. The Russians released, hacked, stolen information in two ways, through fake online personas, DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0, and through a surrogate, WikiLeaks. As discussed in my written statement, much of the information regarding WikiLeaks is redacted in the report, and given the harm that WikiLeaks has caused U.S. national security for approximately a decade, we should all be able to agree that regardless of meeting a criminal standard for prosecution, it is unacceptable, indeed disqualifying, for a U.S. political campaign to willingly accept information and consider crafting a public relations strategy around leaked information from WikiLeaks or any similar organization that, in the words of Secretary Pompeo when he was the CIA director, quote, walks like a hostile intelligence service and talks like a hostile intelligence service. These Russian activities to influence U.S. democratic institutions and pit Americans against each other are ongoing. Foreign influence, when conducted behind the scenes, clouds the policy debate and impacts decisions about Americans while crowding out the voice of Americans. Foreign intelligence service conducting their activities abroad know they're violating the domestic law of the country they target, but they don't care. Setting aside legality for a moment, it simply cannot be that it is acceptable for an American political campaign to accept foreign assistance in order to win an election. We have not done a good enough job explaining to the American public why foreign influence matters. If we allow foreign interests to invade our thinking regarding our choice of candidates, to invade our media outlets through releasing stolen information without understanding where it's coming from, and to possibly invade our voter registration and election infrastructure, we are not making decisions for ourselves. We cannot allow foreign interests to influence how Americans look at each other, how we speak to each other, how we interact with each other online. Foreign involvement in our elections undermines our democracy. Members of Congress have a duty to ensure that the government is protecting Americans from foreign influence. We are only 18 months away from the next election. My written statement includes examples of the types of legislative steps that Congress can take. On the leadership front, however, the duty is rooted in members' oath of office and allegiance to the Constitution. The evidence in Volume 1 of the Special Counsel's report, in addition to recent public statements made by the President and his most senior advisors, cannot be ignored. One cannot faithfully defend the Constitution and be open to receiving foreign assistance to win an election at the same time and take actions to actively thwart the federal investigation into those foreign influence efforts. The oath and those acts are incompatible. They should be of grave concern to this body, which carries its own constitutional responsibilities. We cannot write off what transpired in 2016. Right now, today, there is no whole-of-government strategy to counter foreign influence in elections, no presidential leadership to secure our elections, no legislation passed by Congress to address election security or foreign influence. Instead, we have deflection and apathy and inaction. We cannot ignore the information in the special counsel's report. We cannot not care. We have to care and we have to act. We have to raise our expectations. Protecting Americans from foreign interference in our democracy needs to begin here. Protecting our constitutional system of checks and balances needs to begin here. Protecting our shared values, our free elections, and our American interests needs to begin here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hazen.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today to speak about a matter that is among my greatest concerns I've had in 25 years of researching and teaching about American election law and campaign finance issues: the potential for continued illegal foreign interference in United States elections and the United States President's ill-advised encouragement of foreign government meddling. From founding fathers George Washington and Alexander Hamilton to Supreme Court Justices John Paul Stevens and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, American leaders have recognized that hostile foreign nations with, as Justice Stevens put it, no basic investment in the well-being of the country may attempt to interfere in American elections in order to manipulate an election's outcome or to curry favor with the winner. Justice Kavanaugh in the 2011 case, Blumen versus Federal Election Commission, held that the United States has a compelling interest in democratic self-government. This unanimous opinion upheld the ban on foreign contributions and expenditures in American elections, and the Supreme Court affirmed the ruling without even issuing its own opinion. Indeed, until President Trump came along, there was broad bipartisan consensus that foreign interference in American elections undermines the idea that we, the people, and not outsiders with interests adverse to the United States, get to choose American leaders. In the wake of unprecedented Russian interference in the 2016 presidential elections, and in light of statements made last week by President Trump that he saw, quote, nothing wrong with taking valuable information from a foreign government about an election opponent in the 2020 elections, it is worth considering both what current campaign finance law prohibits when it comes to foreign interference in elections and what steps Congress can and should take consistent with the First Amendment to ensure continued American self-government. Volume 1 of the Mueller report revealed that agents of the Russian government and military did three things. They engaged in a social media campaign to provoke and amplify social discord and eventually to support its favorite candidate, Trump. They stole emails from officials of the DNC and Clinton campaign official John Podesta and released them through WikiLeaks and other sources. And they, quote, targeted individuals and entities involved in the administration of elections, including State Board of Elections and voting machine companies. The Department of Justice charged 13 individuals and entities affiliated with the Russian military with crimes related to these activities. We will never know the extent to which these Russian military activities influenced the outcome of the 2016 elections, but there is no question as to their intent. There is also little question that foreign powers will try to interfere again in 2020. The Mueller report should be a wake-up call for all Americans. Three key congressional improvements would be increased cybersecurity funding, extending the foreign expenditure prohibition and disclosure laws to all online advertising, and requiring campaigns to report contacts from foreign agents. But President Trump has not only failed to support these bipartisan measures, he's actually encouraged foreign meddling. In the 2016 election, Russian operatives targeted Hillary Clinton's personal offices approximately 5 hours after Trump remarkably encouraged the Russian government to find Clinton's supposed 30,000 missing emails from her time of Secretary of State. As to the 2020 elections, Trump even more outrageously told ABC News' George Stephanopoulos he saw nothing wrong with taking, quote, opposition research about an opponent from the government. As explained in the Mueller report, this is illegal. The report cited Federal Election Commission authority for the view that opposition research counts as a thing of value under federal law. The report stated, quote, a foreign entity that engaged in such research and provided resulting information to a campaign could exert a greater effect in an election and a greater tendency to ingratiate the donor to the candidate than a gift of money or tangible things of value. While some may question whether American campaign officials understood that a foreign donation or opposition research to a campaign was illegal in 2016, everyone, including the president, is now on notice that for 2020 this conduct is illegal. And yet the president's statements appear to be another invitation to foreign governments to provide valuable information on his opponents. Legal or not, foreign government interference in American elections undermines our democracy and self-government. While it was the Russian government supporting the Republican candidate in 2016, it could well be Russia or another country supporting a Democrat in 2020 or beyond. The goal of the Russians is to foment discord, something which should worry every American, regardless of political party. Thank you for the opportunity to present these views. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Polyakova.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and distinguished members of the committee. It's a real honor and privilege to address you here today on this critical issue concerning our democracies. Thank you for inviting me to speak. I've submitted my written testimony for the record, which focuses on Russia's intent towards democracies, in particular the United States, Russia's political warfare against the West, and why these actions should be of deep concern to all of us here in the United States and elsewhere. First, a quick caveat. Throughout my oral comments, I refer to Russia as a shorthand to refer to the authoritarian regime of President Vladimir Putin, and in no way do I refer to the Russian people who are indeed the primary victims of the Kremlin's repressive regime. By now, it should be clear to all of us that Russia is engaged in a political warfare against Western democracies. As is accurately stated in the Mueller investigation report, its broader intent is to undermine trust in our democratic institutions, values, and principles, which the Kremlin sees as a threat to its own authoritarian model of control. The Kremlin's toolkit of influence is a 21st century adaptation of Soviet-era active measures, which includes digital disinformation campaigns, cyber warfare, political infiltration, and the use of corruption to influence democratic politics. To date, the report and the investigations related indictments from February 2018 and July 2018 against the Internet Research Agency, the so-called Troll Farm, and the Russian military intelligence, the GRU, provide the most comprehensive assessment of the continuing and evolving Russian threat. Today, I will focus my comments primarily on the information operations that the Russian government carried out against the United States, mainly because this is an area we continue to lag behind in addressing this critical threat. The Mueller report, which has been sustained by independent reporting, clearly shows that Russia's information operations were highly adaptive to the political context of the United States, followed a well-thought-out strategic plan, and involved direction from Russian intelligence. They were also incredibly effective in infiltrating American media while influencing public debate around the 2016 elections. Their main objective was to undermine trust in our democratic process. The nature of that attack, as my colleagues have already stated, involved three interrelated parts: an information operation led by the IRA, a cyber hack and leak operation carried by the Russian military intelligence, and an infiltration operation of the Trump campaign. The information operations began as early as 2014, full 2 years before our presidential elections. They resembled a marketing campaign using the tools provided by social media platforms. In brief, they proceeded in 4 phases. An initial phase of building a network of online accounts by impersonating American individuals, particularly on Facebook. By 2015, the second phase involved building audience growth by creating pages and content that were not necessarily political or even divisive, but simply meant to build increasing attention to IRA-controlled pages and accounts. By 2016, the IRA turned explicit to the U.S. elections with the goal of undermining the Clinton campaign and amplifying social division. It was not until the late spring of 2016, so a few months before our presidential elections that fall, that it turned to active promotion of then-candidate Donald Trump. By the end of the 2016 elections, the IRA had the ability to reach as many as 126 million people on Facebook and 1.4 million on Twitter. The IRA was part of a larger interference project funded by the Russian oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin, called Project Lakhta. Yet, due to the extensive nature of the reductions in the Mueller report, We still don't know the full scope of the command structure, how far into the Kremlin the decision-making process reached, and how the project continues to be funded today. The Russian operation against the United States does not stand alone. It fits into a much broader pattern of Russian non-kinetic activities tested first and foremost in the former Soviet countries, most notably Ukraine. Russian influence operations also do not focus on isolated events. They do not stop when the ballot box closes. Rather, taken as a whole, they are the core of a political strategy honed in Europe's east and deployed against the West to weaken democratic institutions and sow discord in our societies. In my written testimony, I provide multiple examples of how the Russian government has, since at least 2004, intervened and interfered in Ukraine's democratic processes, and how it continues since the 2016 elections to interfere in the democratic societies of our allies in Europe. It is particularly concerning that many European far-right political parties have formal cooperation agreements with the Kremlin's United Russia Party, including the ruling party in Italy called the League, and the Austrian Freedom Party, which has been until recently a coalition government with the center-right in Austria. Thus, the operation targeting the United States presidential election may have been the most prominent case of Russian political warfare, but has not been the last, nor will it be. That's because so far we have fallen behind in addressing this threat. In particular, the United States has fallen behind our European allies in imposing costs that would deter Russia from carrying out future attacks of this nature in the upcoming elections and other critical moments of concern to the Russian Federation. Whereas military strikes are much more readily felt, influence operations are not clearly felt by American people and other citizens in democratic societies. Yet over time, there are a slow drip that starts to burrow a hole in that delicate political contract between our institutions and our citizens, eroding democratic discourse and undermining the democratic process. The lack of consequences imposed on Russia for its attack on the United States sends a very clear message to other authoritarian regimes that they currently have an open door to further destabilize our democracy. We should not and cannot let this stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prakash. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did, Chairman Nadler. You did a great job, in fact. Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearings. I want to underscore that my views today are just my views. They don't represent the institution that I work for. I have 4 points today. I'm going to be discussing the obstruction charges, or the obstruction part of the report, part 2, not part 1. First, I want to emphasize that presidents have broad constitutional powers over the Justice Department, including the FBI, and for that matter, special counsels. That is their constitutional job. Just as it is yours to make laws, it is theirs to execute the laws. It is a mistake, a fundamental mistake, to view presidential involvement in prosecutorial decisions as if that were ipso facto sinister interference in DOJ matters. Second, the Mueller report does not demonstrate that the president committed obstruction of justice because the obstruction statutes do not apply to his official acts, and even if they did, we do not have clear proof that he committed obstruction of justice. Without more, the removal of James Comey and the attempted removal of Robert Mueller does not constitute a crime. Third, contrary to the DOJ, I believe presidents may be prosecuted while in office. I do not believe they have any immunity. Unlike you, they don't have immunity in the Constitution. You have a privilege from arrest found in the Constitution, and you have a speech and debate clause. There is no such provision for presidents. That's obviously contrary to what the DOJ says. The DOJ is not likely to listen to me. They're more likely to listen to their own opinions, but I think the DOJ is wrong about that. And then fourth and finally, the category of impeachable offenses is incredibly broad. You are free to impeach the president whether or not he obstructed justice in a criminal sense. If you think he abused his power, you can impeach him for that reason. You could also impeach him if you think he violated the Emoluments Clause or the Appropriations Clause. So let me talk about presidents and prosecutions. First, the Constitution makes the president the constitutional executor of the laws, as Hamilton wrote during the Washington administration. The president's principal power is a power over law execution. And this was recognized not only by Hamilton on multiple occasions, but by James Madison and, of course, George Washington. George Washington supervised American prosecutors. He told them whom to prosecute, and he told them whom not to prosecute. His successors did the same. John Adams would read the newspaper every morning and identify seditious writings and send them to his prosecutors. Now, there was a Sedition Act that arguably was unconstitutional, likely was unconstitutional, but the point is that John Adams was reading the paper and asking prosecutors to prosecute individuals. And Thomas Jefferson supervised prosecution as well. He was heavily involved in the prosecution of his former vice president, Aaron Burr. They did this all without statutory warrant. My second point is that the Mueller report, I think, assumes too quickly that the obstruction statutes apply to the official acts of government officials, including the president. I think that's a mistake. The obstruction statutes are written in broad terms, but if you apply the obstruction statutes to the president, they apply no less to the department. It means that every department official is involved in influencing an investigation, which means they've satisfied the act and nexus requirements. The only question is whether they acted for a corrupt motive, which means it's possible that Robert Mueller and his aides committed obstruction of justice if they acted out of a corrupt motive. I think that's a silly reading of the statute. I do not believe the statute is meant to apply to the Department of Justice or other government officials, and I would not read it to apply to Robert Mueller or, for that matter, the president. Independent of that reading, the president has constitutional authorities over law execution that I just mentioned. It is a mistake to read the obstruction statute written in general terms as if it applied to the president. There are many Supreme Court cases that choose not to read general statutes with general applicability as if they applied to the president for fear that it would chill the president's constitutional conduct. And I think the courts would very likely apply that rule to the obstruction statutes for fear that it might chill the president's supervision of the department. So, for instance, if Bernie Sanders wins the next election and Chris Wray is the FBI director, and Bernie Sanders believes that Chris Wray is misusing resources and dragging out an investigation of the Sanders administration, I think it's entirely permissible for Bernie Sanders to fire Chris Wray. And I don't think there should be an investigation merely because he did so. And I think that was the mistake at the outset. I don't know who authorized the investigation of obstruction, but I think it was a mistake because you can't infer an improper motive from the president's involvement. And let me end with this point. The obstruction report of Robert Mueller says that the president can get involved in the prosecution if he has political or policy motives, but not if he has personal motives. Everyone understands that the president had both motives, or could have had both motives, when he chose to fire Comey. The personal motive would have been, I don't want him to investigate me. The politics or policy reason would have been, he is impeding my ability to conduct myself in this important office. Anyone who is in an important office knows that their ability to carry out that office is impeded by an investigation. And if that's the reason, it's not corrupt and it's perfectly fine. The Mueller report says as much. And so once you understand that, and the Mueller report does say this in the footnote and in the text, you can see why it's really difficult to show that the president's motive was actual corruption. I see that I'm over, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, and I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Professor Prakash, first and very briefly, you said essentially something that we've heard a lot of people say, that the president has certain constitutional powers, and that he can't, by exercising those constitutional powers, he can't commit obstruction of justice. He can fire someone for whatever reason he wants. Is that correct?
That's not quite what I believe, Chairman. I think you could have gotten that from my adumbrated comments, but if you had a chance to look at the testimony, my view is that we ought not to read a general statute as if it covered the president, just like we ought not to read it to cover Robert Mueller, and that if it does cover the president, it raises difficult constitutional questions.
All right, but let me ask you this. A member of Congress has the absolute constitutional right to vote for or against the bill. But if he voted for or against the bill because someone gave him a bribe of $50,000, that would be a crime.
Yes.
The president has the right to fire somebody. But if he fired somebody or to do anything else within his constitutional power for an improper reason, like someone gave him a bribe, or because, for any other improper reason, you would agree that that would be illegal?
Chairman, as you well know, the bribery statutes are about official conduct. It's hard to read a bribery statute as if it didn't reach official conduct, whereas the obstruction statutes aren't quintessentially about official conduct. Everybody is covered by it. So I think it's easier to read the bribery statute as if it covered official acts, because of course, to bribe someone in an official capacity involves.
You say some statutes cover official acts and others don't.
Some statutes clearly do because they say as much. Some have the deep implication that they do.
Thank you. Professor Cordero, you noted in your testimony that you're a co-founder of Checks and Balances, an organization of conservative and libertarian lawyers who are dedicated to core constitutional principles and to upholding the rule of law. As a conservative with an expertise in national security law, why did you find the President's statements last week about his willingness to accept opposition research from a foreign government so concerning?
Well, they're concerning because, so first of all, in terms of the President's responsibilities as President, he is responsible for overseeing the national security of the United States. He has a commander-in-chief responsibilities. Receiving foreign assistance has been recognized throughout the entire history of the country as something that is counter and undermines the Constitution. He has an oath that he is defending the Constitution. There is no way that a president can, or any official, can willingly receive and indicate a willingness to receive foreign assistance, which we have not only constitutional principles that cut against receiving foreign assistance and warn about foreign influence over our democracy, and Congress has passed statutes that try to provide transparency and get at the issue and uncover potential foreign influence on our democratic institutions and on Congress. So his being willing to receive that foreign assistance, I think, is simply incompatible with his role.
Thank you. And is it likely or plausible that the President's statements last week may encourage Russia or other foreign governments to engage in the same type of influence operations against our democracy in the next election?
Of course, they're paying attention. They're listening to everything that the President and his advisors and members of this body say. So when he or anyone else indicates a willingness to receive foreign assistance, that is not just a signal, that is an invitation from a national security perspective to Russian intelligence and any other intelligence service that's out there that wants to try to find a way to influence our democratic processes.
Thank you. Professor Hazen, you've explained why providing opposition research to a political campaign counts as a campaign contribution or a thing of value for purposes of campaign finance law. In fact, don't campaigns often pay a great deal of money for opposition research?
I should correct you that it's Hassan.
Hassan, I'm sorry.
The use of or the sale of opposition research or polling data has been found by the Federal Election Commission to count as a thing of value for purposes of the campaign finance laws, and giving it in kind, if its value is over the value that's allowed as a contribution, can be illegal. That's been recognized by the FEC.
Thank you. So if a foreign government provides opposition research to a campaign for free, that can constitute a significant in-kind donation, correct?
Yes, and the Mueller report noted it could be worth much more than some kind of dollar value contribution.
Thank you. You've also explained that U.S. law prohibits any foreign national from contributing to state or federal election campaigns. You described a decision that then Judge Kavanaugh wrote in 2011 upholding the ban on foreign election contributions. Is it fair to say that in that opinion, Judge, now Justice Kavanaugh, described the United States as having a compelling interest in preventing foreign influence in U.S. elections?
Yes, he recognized an interest in democratic self-government, and the Supreme Court thought the proposition was so obvious that it summarily affirmed his decision and didn't even schedule a hearing on the case.
Did anybody in the court or in the Supreme Court disagree?
No.
Thank you. Professor Prakash, although I disagreed with you on many other points, I'm in full agreement with your argument that the Constitution does not grant the President any privileges or immunities from prosecution. In fact, you say that the Constitution does not grant the President, quote, any sort of privileges or immunities. Would you agree, then, that White House advisors cannot claim they are, quote, absolutely immune, unquote, from having to testify before Congress based on a theory that they act as the President's alter egos?
Chairman Nadler, I'll tell you what I tell my class. I agree with you 110%, but I think it's unfortunately administrations for the past several decades have claimed this privilege. and Congress has been unable to stop them. So I agree with you that people who work for the president should be forced to testify before Congress.
Except for when you can establish executive privilege, I assume.
Well, I don't want to talk about executive privilege, but I'm on the record as saying I don't believe there is an executive privilege. Certainly not vis-a-vis Congress.
Okay. My time has expired. The gentleman, the ranking member, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things is concerning here. One, I think this committee at times acts like a hypochondriac. We like to talk about the symptoms and not get at the disease. I don't disagree with the 3 Democratic witnesses. This is what we should be doing. We shouldn't be having to hear from you that it should be. We've got bills actually in queue that we could be having this hearing on. I'm glad y'all are here today, but you don't need to be here. We're like hypochondriacs just talking about symptoms, and there are actually cures out here that we can begin working on. We appreciate you being here, but it's absolutely adding nothing to getting anything done as we go forward, which concerns me because this is very obvious from the opening statements here that, Mr. Chairman, we were under, again, the understanding this was to be an obstruction hearing, and as late, and we have emails from, to state this, as late as 9/8/9 on Monday night, which could have had, you know, again, a better discussion of what you're wanting to discuss, and we could all still be hypochondriacs and talk about the symptoms when we could have scheduled even a markup to deal with bills that are actually in the queue. So I just have a few questions here that we look at. One, I'd like to ask each witness very quickly. When were you first contacted by committee staff about testifying at today's hearing? Starting, Ms. Cordero, with you.
I don't remember the date, Mr. Ranking Member. I think I've talked to staff.
When were you asked about appearing today? And then give me a week, 2 weeks, whatever. Appearing today, actually today.
At least, maybe at least a week ago. I'm sorry, I don't remember the date.
No problem.
At least a week ago.
Just a general is fine, Mr.
Yeah, at least a week ago.
Saturday evening.
Monday.
And I know when we contacted you, but go ahead and state for the record.
I believe Thursday or Friday of last week.
Okay. You know, again, I think this is an interesting thing, and as the committee can work together on many things, I think the concern is that we have to be exceedingly, unfortunately, hostile or hide the ball on everything, and this is just not the way this one should be, and it's very frustrating for us on this side, preparing for one thing and finding out as late as, you know, for us, not even finding out you were the ones going to be testifying until really basically Tuesday morning, and finding out some of you wasn't even attached until this weekend, which says after we were told what was going to be happening, they called you. So this is a hide the ball problem, Mr. Chairman. It needs to not happen as we go forward. One of the aspects, though, of this, as going back to obstruction, was an interesting issue that we want to talk about. And important aspects of national security is maintaining secrecy of classified information, avoiding leaks, where the leakers are foreign or domestic. We know that Director Comey leaked internal FBI memos containing classified information to the media through Columbia professor Richmond. Mr. Prakash, would you consider that problematic?
I don't know if the memo was classified, but of course, if it was, it certainly would be problematic.
It's not, you know, as we've confirmed through the special counsel and the investigations and the evidence after his 2-year investigation of the no underlying collusion or crime, it's certainly, former Director Comey certainly did not have evidence of conspiracy. We've shown that, and that came out in the Mueller report. So I find it especially troubling that Mr. Comey leaked documents that helped spark, by many accusations, the appointment or influence of the special counsel's investigation. If be so in the way he leaked this, would that, and we're discussing obstruction here, in doing so, could that leaking constitute an obstruction of justice?
Mr. Comey was a private citizen when he leaked those memos. If he leaked them for a personal motive, namely to get back at the president for firing him, under the special counsel's report, that would be a corrupt motive. If, on the other hand, he did it out of public interest, that it wouldn't be, which of course is the problem with trying to figure out whether something is corrupt or not, both for this factual pattern that you've suggested, but also for the president.
So in looking at this, so the problem you just hit there was exactly the same thing that was discussed in the Mueller report and how this was actually ended up. And again, after it was passed on by the special counsel, given to the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, who said it did not have the corrupt motives, was mentioned there, and also basically took into account that they took no counsel from their own department, that they took that into consideration. They said, no, after looking at this, there's nothing there to charge. The special counsel in his report spent a great deal of time discussing the episode related to Mr. McGahn writing the memo to the file. What is your view of this episode vis-a-vis obstruction?
It entirely turns on whether the president thought that he was asking McGahn to create a false memo. And the report is equivocal on this point because, of course, the report doesn't know. The president has forgotten things in the past. There's an episode from Fear, the Bob Woodward book, where the president asks for a document to withdraw from the Korean-U.S. trade agreement. He gets it put on his desk. They snatch it back because they don't want him to sign it, his aides, and he forgets that he asked for it because he asks for it again and doesn't ask why it wasn't given to him. So people are forgetful. It's quite possible that the president didn't realize that he had asked Don McGahn to have Special Counsel Mueller fired.
At this point in time, Mr. Chairman, like I said, we'll continue this again. What could have been an actual productive markup of bills that actually could have went toward obstruction, and not the obstruction, the election and interference that we have talked about, the foreign interference that we've talked about, that your three witnesses elaborated beautifully on. I'm glad they elaborated beautifully on, but we've already began this process. I've already asked for it. We could have had a markup today. Instead, we're having a rerun, and especially from our perspective, something that we could have participated in a different way. Our witness is here in an excellent opportunity to do that, but not in the way that was done to us. And in the future, I would hope that we could communicate better in that regard. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and certainly I acknowledge and thank the presence of the ranking member. This is the task and job that is the responsibility of the United States Congress, and I want to thank the witnesses for their presence here. I want to be as close to my questioning time. Let me, Mr. Prakash, did I hit it nearly? Well,
you both are 2 for 2. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Let me thank you for your presence here today. I wanted to just pick up on the executive privilege. My understanding of what you just said was that executive privilege should not be rendered as it relates to Congress. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. I'm not sure there's an executive privilege at all, either vis-a-vis the courts or Congress. But I'm more confident of my view vis-a-vis Congress.
I appreciate that. We had a witness yesterday, Ms. Hope Hicks, and I believe it is certainly present in the media that there was a significant amount of executive privilege, and so you would raise questions about that.
Well, I think, Representative, my view is a minority viewpoint. It's certainly not held by the Department of Justice or the President's office, and that's true for Republican and Democratic presidents.
Well, your view is a thoughtful view, and I would think that the exercise of executive privilege so extensively yesterday was an abuse of the rights of this Congress, and so I thank you for your addition to that to the record. Let me ask this question of Ms. Cordero. In the report, they talked about, and thank you, they talked about the idea of the involvement of Russia. And let me just read this to you. First, they talked about a Russian entity known as the Internet Research Agency carried out a social media campaign that favored presidential candidate Donald J. Trump and disparaged presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. The IRA's goals evolved from general attempts to sow political and social discord in the United States, targeted operation that by early 2016 favored candidate Trump. Second, Russia's main intelligence directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Army, known as GRU, conducted computer intrusion operations against entities, employees, and volunteers working on the Clinton campaign, and then released documents. How damaging, troublesome, dangerous is that?
As the special counsel has said in the report and in his remarks that he gave at the Justice Department, this was a systematic intelligence operation against the United States, against our democratic processes. And I would emphasize that according to current U.S. intelligence statements by intelligence community leaders, this is an ongoing issue. It's not just limited to the past. It wasn't just 2016. It's ongoing.
But how dangerous is it, in reflection of 2016, to have presidential candidates and or their operatives willingly and excitingly engaging with the extent? I mentioned intelligence agencies, I mentioned the GRU, of course some of them were indicted, they've obviously not come back for prosecution, but how dangerous is that?
Well, it's really inconceivable that a presidential candidate would be willing to receive information that the campaign had reason to know was coming from Russian government-supported efforts. In other words, the work that is laid out in the special counsel's report has a variety of different examples of how the campaign knew it was coming. It would have been more understandable had the campaign been able to say, we didn't understand. But instead, there's a particular reference to Deputy Campaign Chairman Gates, where he told the special counsel, because it's in the report, that they actually were going to create a press strategy around the WikiLeaks releases.
Right.
And there's a whole
Thank
history
you.
of information about
Thank you,
WikiLeaks.
Mr. Hassan. Quickly, based on your knowledge, can the lines regarding what counts as coordination between campaign and outside group often become blurry? And this is based upon the relationship and the campaigns of 2016, and particularly the Trump campaign.
I don't understand the question.
In election law, questions about campaigns coordinating with outside entities often arise in the context of rules governing super PACs and independent expenditures. Based on your knowledge, can the lines regarding what counts as coordination between a campaign and an outside group often become blurry?
Yes.
And in that instance, would you look back on the 2016 Trump election and see the difficulty in what the Trump campaign was doing and its dangerousness?
Well, in terms of the coordination with super PACs, I think there's a general problem across both sides of the aisle with coordination between campaigns and outside groups that support them. What's especially different with the Trump campaign was the potential for coordination with a foreign entity, which is something that we do not normally see in our.
Should that be reported immediately?
Well,
I have a duty to report.
I think it certainly would be good practice to report any attempt and to rebuff any efforts, and certainly to, and we don't know if this happened, to speak to the campaign's general counsel and alert them, who was Don McGahn at the time, and alert them that there's been an approach by a foreign entity that's trying to provide information to the campaign.
I thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points before asking some questions here. First of all, the Russian interference that's been discussed here by the panel this morning, this didn't happen under President Trump's watch. This happened under President Obama's watch. It was the Obama administration that saw all this happen and had evidence of it, knew it was going on, yet did nothing. It was the Obama administration. Secondly, relative to what was done wrong, whether there was collusion with the Russians, a lot of us, including myself, reserved our judgment until the Mueller report came in. Let's not forget that the Mueller report ultimately indicated that there was no collusion between Donald Trump or his campaign with the Russians. Secondly, the Attorney General concluded that there was no obstruction of justice. Yet here we are again in another hearing relative to a matter which has essentially already been decided. We're wasting our time, we're chasing our tails. It's taxpayer money that's paying for all this. It's really a faux impeachment because whereas the hardcore hate Trump Democrat base despises his president, wants him impeached, the Democrats still refuse to move forward on impeachment because they know that'll blow up in their face politically. So we're having hearing after hearing after hearing about what? Really about nothing. Last week, John Dean. Yesterday, Hope Hicks. Who are we going to have next week? Sean Hannity? It's anybody's guess. In the meantime, there are significant real issues that are being ignored by this committee and this Congress. For example, last month alone, 145,000 illegal immigrants flowed into this country. 145,000 in 1 month. We're rapidly becoming a vast international territory between Mexico and Canada. Now, I need to attribute that to our committee scholar, Tom McClintock, who used that definition yesterday, and I think it's a good one, although it's unfortunate. Another issue, we've got a $22 trillion debt hanging over all our heads. This is the committee that could pass something that I've introduced, and that's a balanced budget amendment requiring us to do what every state has to do, balance its budget. But no, we're not doing that. We've got 70,000 people that died of opioid addictions last year. Are we devoting any attention to that? Not really, certainly not enough. Maybe we ought to be focusing on some of those real issues that really matter. Just a suggestion. Professor Prakash, let me ask you this. This committee has spent a lot of time relitigating the Mueller report, as I just indicated, in fact, over and over. Democrats on this committee and in the media have promoted the narrative that not only has the president obstructed justice in relation to the Mueller investigation, but the president is now allegedly obstructing Congress. And just last week, Democrats approved a resolution that authorizes lawsuits against Attorney General Barr and former White House counsel Don McGahn to enforce subpoenas issued by Democrats on this committee. How would you assess the merits of such a lawsuit?
Representative, I guess I'm on record as saying I don't believe that the president should be able to invoke privilege against Congress, and I have that view. I don't think the courts will share that view. As you know, the courts have essentially required that Congress and the president negotiate over these claims of executive privilege, and then have only reluctantly thereafter intervened.
So you think it's likely they're going to fail in the courts?
I actually don't know whether they're going to fail or not. I don't know what the courts will say, but I do know that they seem to want to have you folks negotiate with the president first before they adjudicate the dispute. My personal view about executive privilege, I happen to believe it's right, but it's just my personal view.
Okay, thank you. Many of the acts of alleged obstruction involve the president exercising his Article II authority, as you've mentioned. Can you explain the difficulty in finding corrupt intent to obstruct justice when the president is carrying out his Article II powers?
It all turns on why you think he's doing what he's doing. So if the president thinks to himself, I'm having a difficult time interacting with foreign leaders because they can't take me seriously and they're worried about how long I'll be around, that is not a corrupt motive. The Mueller report says as much. If, on the other hand, you think he's solely focused on his own skin and his own personal reputation, that would be a personal, and the report says, therefore, a corrupt motive.
Thank you.
It's quite likely.
I'm almost out of time, so let me get one more in here. Relative to the president's power to remove executive branch officials, do you believe that the president committed a crime when he fired James Comey?
Absolutely not.
Okay. My time's expired. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've noticed some constituents of mine from my zip code, let alone my district, here, and I'm so happy they're here because they get to see what I have to put up with week after week after week. Colleagues who come here and say that the Mueller report, which they obviously haven't read, says no collusion.
Would the gentleman yield?
Collusion is not even mentioned.
Would the gentleman yield?
In the Mueller report.
I've read the report. I think most of it.
Collusion is not even mentioned in the Mueller report. The issue was conspiracy, number one. Number two, it says no, the Mueller report said no obstruction. The Mueller report did not say that. The Mueller report said if we could find that the president didn't commit a crime, we'd say that. And it said we do not in any way exonerate him from committing obstruction of justice.
Would the gentleman
and
yield?
We hear also...
I said the Attorney General said that.
And would you hold him out of order? It's my time.
Is out of order.
And he says we have hearings about nothing. Hearings about nothing? Hearings about the Russians interfering with our elections, that is in the Mueller report, that is the whole first half of it, and tells us that the Russians interfered with our elections, and we're having hearings about nothing. This is not 38112. This is not reality. This is the Judiciary Committee, and it's sad. The Russians did interfere. Ms. Cordero, you said that the Russians did interfere, and you said that it would be disqualifying that a political team would craft a message around WikiLeaks or around the social media. And you said that it's in conflict with the oath of office that the president takes to faithfully execute the laws of our nation, and taking that and also taking foreign information on an election, which President Trump said he would do. If this committee gets into an impeachment inquiry, do you believe these are areas that should be looked into?
Yes. I think if this committee were to initiate an impeachment inquiry, there's a variety of things that they could look into. One of the most important would be the matters discussed in Volume 2 of the report. I think the special counsel's report lays out at a minimum 4 to potentially 6 acts of potential obstruction that the committee could continue. The second, probably most important thing that is in the report that the committee would want to look at is the prior campaign's willingness to receive foreign assistance, be the beneficiary of a foreign intelligence operation, and almost more significantly, current statements indicating a current and future willingness to take that assistance.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Hassan, you said that the Mueller report said that opposition research was illegal. Do you have you said the Mueller report cited that taking opposition research from a foreign nation would be illegal. Is that correct?
So I'm looking at the report on its pages 100 and it starts on pages 184, 185, and then it talks about going on to 186, Federal Election Commission rulings so holding that opposition research counts as a thing of value. And from that, the report concludes that accepting it can be considered illegal, although it does note there's no judicial decision. That issue never came to a court, so there was no judicial decision holding that, but that's what Federal Election Commission authority so holds.
And if we had an impeachment inquiry, the Congress could certainly take that into consideration. Is that not true?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. If the report said, the Mueller report says that taking opposition research is something of value and therefore illegal to take, if President Trump, who said he read the Mueller report, read it, would you presume, as Professor Prakash has said, maybe he just forgot that he read that, or did he not read it because he obviously doesn't understand it?
Well, I don't know what the president reads or doesn't read, but I can tell you that
I suspect the latter part of your answer is the most voluminous, what he doesn't read. Dr. Polyakova,
Polyakova.
I'm sorry. The Russian military was definitely involved in this, right?
Yes.
Would that have to come from Putin? You mentioned the oligarch, but the oligarch wouldn't have done it on his own, would he?
I would just correct to say that we know from the report there was the Russian military intelligence arm that was involved. It is my understanding from how the Russian state functions that there are several proxies that do the bidding of the Kremlin, and it is very likely that there was a guiding principle sent to various proxy agents, including the GRU, including Mr. Prigozhin, who's extensively mentioned in the report, to carry out an operation against the United States. We don't know, because of various redactions, if Mr. Putin himself gave that order or not, but very likely he was very well aware of what was happening.
Thank you. Now yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Prakash, you got an undergraduate degree from Stanford, law degree from Yale, and you're a professor at the University of Virginia. It's not the Big Ten, but that's pretty darn impressive. And your focus is on the Constitution, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So about, I don't know, 10, 12 weeks ago, the Attorney General of the United States testified in front of the United States Senate. And the Attorney General said some interesting things. He said, first of all, there was a failure of leadership, talking about the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. He said there was a failure of leadership at the upper echelon of the FBI. We certainly know that's true. Everyone who ran the FBI in the Obama administration has been fired, demoted, or left, and 2 are under investigation by the Justice Department. He then said spying occurred. He said it twice. Third, he said there was a basis for his concern about the spying that took place, namely, was it properly predicated? And finally, he used 2 terms that I think should frighten every single American citizen. He used the term unauthorized surveillance and political surveillance. Are you troubled by or concerned by, as a constitutional law professor, concerned by some of the things that the Attorney General raised in his testimony a few weeks back in front of the Senate?
Representative Jordan, I don't know, I wasn't here to talk about that, but of course, I think everybody ought to be troubled by the prospect that the tools of investigation might be turned against opponents. Of course, if this administration did this to the Democratic nominee, I would be troubled by that as well.
So would I.
Of course, I agree with the Attorney General. The question is whether it was adequately predicated.
Well, let me give you a couple things we do know. Bruce Orr worked at the Justice Department. When we deposed him, he told us a few interesting things about the now famous dossier. Specifically, he told us that he had informed the FBI that Clinton campaign paid for the dossier. Second, he told us that Steele was biased against the president, so much so that Steele had conveyed to him and he had conveyed to the FBI that he was desperate to stop Trump from getting elected. Third, he told him that Fusion GPS worked with Steele to put this dossier together, who was the entity directly hired by the Clinton campaign. And finally, fourth, he told him his wife worked for Fusion GPS. And we know that when the FBI went to the secret court, the FISA court, they didn't convey any of those four important facts to the court. Does that trouble you, Professor?
Yes, it does.
Care to elaborate?
Well, I think, look, if the political polarities had been reversed, I think other people would be quite disturbed by the sequence of events, right? That is to say, if it had been a Democratic administration, a Republican administration that had started this investigation in part based on a foreign dossier paid forward by political operatives, I think the other party would be quite upset. So I think it merits investigation as to why this investigation, why this surveillance or spying, if you will, began.
Let me ask you about one other statement made by Democratic Senator Schumer on January 3rd, 2017, talking about President-elect Trump and talking about the intelligence community. Then the highest-ranking Democrat in the United States Congress said this: when you mess with the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Does that statement trouble you when you think about how our constitutional system and unelected bureaucrats are supposed to answer to elected officials elected by we the people? Does that trouble you, Professor?
It does. In my written testimony, I say that there are portions of the Mueller report that suggest that any involvement by the president in ongoing investigations is impermissible or improper, and I think that's a mistake. I don't think it's possible to say that all such involvements are impermissible. So I think it's a mistake to threaten a sitting president with the use of official resources as a means of retaliation against the president for looking into possible wrongdoing.
Yeah, last time I checked, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page never had their name on a ballot. They were never elected to anything, yet they ran the 2 most important investigations that, frankly, in my time in Congress, I've seen. Their name was never on a ballot. How about this statement? How about when Emmett Flood wrote the Attorney General of the United States and said this: we would all do well to remember, if they can do it to a president, imagine what they can do to you and I. That's what scares me more than anything else. If the intelligence community can do what I suspect they did, and I think they did, and I believe more and more evidence points to it, and this is what the Attorney General and John Durham, U.S. Attorney, are now looking into, if they can do this to a president of the United States, they can do it to anyone in this country. And that's what I believe, Professor, this committee should be primarily focused on. You think about, the president was falsely accused of conspiracy with Russians to influence the election. Do we investigate how that false accusation happened, or do we continue to investigate something Bob Mueller spent 22 months on and came back with no collusion, no conspiracy, no coordination? And frankly, it wasn't just 22 months, because when Jim Comey was deposed by us last Congress, we asked him this question. He said after 10 months of the FBI's investigation, they had 0 evidence. So after 32 months of investigating something, 0 evidence of it, and yet this committee wants to continue to go down that road versus maybe looking into how this whole thing began in the first place. And there was a question in there somewhere, Professor, if you want to respond.
I wouldn't presume to tell this committee what it ought to do, but I support the Attorney General's investigation as to why this whole process began.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I would remind the gentleman that the investigation was not predicated on, it is well established the investigation was not predicated on the Steele dossier, but rather on the testimony, on the observation of Mr.
I don't think I said that. I think I asked the constitutional law professor if that was appropriate to do what they did in front of the FISA court. I didn't ask him whether it was predicated on that.
The gentleman does not have the time at the moment.
I'm responding to what you just said about
You're not responding because I'm in the middle of saying something. I would remind the gentleman of 3 things. 1, the investigation was predicated on the incident with George Papadopoulos. 2, that the Steele dossier, insofar as it was used in the application of the FISA court was informed in the memo that the information in the dossier was unreliable and came from a source that was paid for by the Clinton campaign. And period. I recognize the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Parliamentary inquiry?
In my time, you're making a parliamentary inquiry?
I had stated it before you started, Ms. Lofgren, I'm sorry. But I had requested parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman will state a parliamentary inquiry.
My inquiry is this, is the chairman going to permit himself to rebut every Republican who's asking questions or making statements in the remainder of this hearing?
No, not every. Gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions, but I do want to address the issue that was just raised. I do think it's important to note footnote 465 that basically says that the foreign government conveyed information to the U.S. government that really was the origin of this investigation. And I will also say this, I don't know how many people other than myself have read the entire FISA application that was provided to the Congress in the last Congress, but I did, and they provided not only the FISA application, but all of the underlying evidence that was provided to the court. And I started reading it at 9 in the morning, and I ended up canceling my entire day because it took me till 5 p.m. to read the entire application, and I would just suggest to members who have not read the FISA application that it would be advisable to do so before suggesting that there was improprieties. Now to the questions that I have. You know, we've talked a lot about Volume 2 of the report, and there are concerning matters there, certainly. But I am concerned about some of the report, and much of it is redacted, as we know, and I look forward to seeing the redactions and the underlying evidence. But there were a substantial number of contacts between the Russian government and the Trump campaign in a way that, I mean, I've been involved in campaigns before. I've never seen anything like this. As we configured in the report, it talks about 170 contacts between the Russian government's 28 meetings between the Russians and the Trump campaign. And if you take a look at indictments and other publicly available information, I think you can identify maybe 272 contacts between the Russians and 38 meetings. That's just weird. I mean, I've never seen anything like that in any campaign I've ever been involved in. And I'm just wondering, Dr. Polikova, you are an expert on Russian affairs. Doesn't that indicate, I mean, that wouldn't happen without the Russian government countenancing that, because it's a high-profile risk for Putin to interfere in the government's others. It could lead to a set of ramifications that ended up losing the proposition. It's a high-risk effort. I think I'm at, if I'm wrong, you'll tell me. Wouldn't that have to be a product of a strategy by the Russian government?
Absolutely. As I say, my witness testimony was out very clearly in the investigation and additional independent reporting and also various statements from our intelligence community is that there was a strategic intent to infiltrate and gain access to
I want to talk about one of the things I just can't get it out of my mind is that the campaign chairman, Mr. Manafort, and he has an excuse that he was trying to cozy up to his former sugar daddy in the Ukraine, but that he gave sensitive internal polling data, not once, but multiple times, and he had his assistants do the same to operatives, Russian operatives, Mr. Klemnik, and at the same time that Klemnik and the Russian military were buying ads and doing a propaganda campaign to influence the electorate in those same states to benefit Trump. It strikes me that having that kind of internal polling data as a show of good faith is unusual. I don't know if Professor Hansen or whether you have enough familiarity in the running campaigns to say that that would be kind of an odd thing to do.
I'm not on the campaign side, I'm on the law side. So I can't.
Can anybody, Ms. Cordero, I mean, we don't have an election manager here, but it strikes me, I mean, I've been involved in many, many, many campaigns. I've never seen anything like that. Has any one of you taken a look at the role that the Russian military played in supporting third-party candidates through their social media efforts? Dr. Polikov, have you looked at that?
In the United States specifically?
Yes.
I have not seen other evidence, mainly because in the open source it's very difficult to do. We really need information from the intelligence community, and that is why the Mueller report is the most comprehensive research on that matter.
I'll just say this, that there were thousands of tweets really aimed at millennials and African American voters, urging them to support the Green Party candidate and criticizing the candidacy of Hillary Clinton. Finally, I'll say that my colleague Sheila Jackson Lee talked about Chairman Gates was going to do a press strategy with the WikiLeaks release. Wasn't the WikiLeaks release coordinated with Russia in your judgment, Dr. Polikova?
It is correct that Russian agents under the guise of Lucifer 2.0 and DC Leaks did coordinate the release of the stolen information with WikiLeaks. It also seems clear from the Mueller investigation that members of the campaign were eager to publicize that information when it came out.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. In the Mueller report, Special Counsel Mueller details what he calls a sweeping and systematic effort to influence the 2016 election by the Russian government. Those details are largely set forth in two separate indictments, one identifying 12 Russian hackers associated with the GRU and 13 Russian individuals and 3 organizations, part of the Internet Research Agency. Some of the witnesses, including Ms. Cordero and Professor Hassan, provided an accurate summary of that systematic and sweeping effort by the Russian government. Ms. Cordero, did the special counsel find that sweeping and systematic effort by the Russian government to influence our election, did the special counsel find that began before or after Donald Trump's entry into the 2016 presidential field?
The indictments and information in the report, but in particularly the indictments of the Russian intelligence officers, indicate that the Russian influence effort predated.
Thank you.
So it went
My
back.
time's limited, but thank you. So the answer is before Donald Trump entered the field. And so, Ms. Cordero, let me ask you, on October 21st, 2016, the Obama Justice Department submitted a FISA application to surveil a Trump campaign associate named Carter Page, and as part of that application, FBI Director Comey and Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates signed a verified application that included the now infamous unverified, uncorroborated Steele dossier, which specifically states that there was a, quote, well-developed conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. Ms. Cordero, did the special counsel find that there was a well-developed conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russian government?
So the special counsel analyzed conspiracy under criminal conspiracy law. And so under criminal conspiracy law, the special counsel did not find that there was a tacit or implicit agreement between the campaign.
I appreciate that. So no conspiracy. So Professor Hassan, I actually agree with you when you talk about the goal of the Russians to sow discord into the American Democratic Republic. And despite the fact that Special Counsel Mueller found that neither Donald Trump or anyone associated with this campaign conspired or colluded or was successful in any way in meddling in the 2016 presidential election, it's hard to argue that Russia wasn't successful in that ultimate goal of sowing the seeds of discord. because our country just endured a 2-year investigation to determine whether or not the President of the United States was part of a treasonous conspiracy with a foreign adversary to steal an election. An investigation that was started by the Obama administration, who started an investigation into a conspiracy that the special counsel has now conclusively and unequivocally established never existed. So, since the purpose of this hearing is to talk about the lessons learned from the Mueller report, let's talk about those lessons and the factors that contributed to Russia's success. One of the factors that contributed to Russia's success was the Obama administration opening a probe into the Trump campaign using foreign counterintelligence spying powers to investigate a conspiracy that, again, the special counsel conclusively determined did not exist. Another factor that contributed to Russia's success was the Obama administration's intelligence community assessment, which was used to tell the American people that not only did Russia interfere in the election, but did so because Vladimir Putin was trying to get Donald Trump elected. Another factor was the one I just mentioned, the Obama administration's use of FISA warrants obtained through verified applications based on the unverified Steele dossier, which the Obama DOJ and FBI knew to be an uncorroborated Clinton campaign opposition research document. That might have contributed to Russia's success. And of course, we have the Obama administration officials, some now under investigation for leaking information, perhaps classified information, falsely depicting a Trump-Russia collusion conspiracy that never existed. So I love talking about the Mueller report. I'm just wondering when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to start asking questions about why Bob Mueller spent $40 million and had 60 people working around the clock for 2 years asking questions about President Trump and a conspiracy that never existed, instead of spending some of that time asking about President Obama and how all of this got started. I'm done.
Gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
What was the question?
I don't know.
I'll take a pass, thank you.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for appearing here today. And Professor Prakash, you are the James Monroe Distinguished Professor of Law at the University of Georgia, having before that served as a clerk for the Court of Appeals of the Federal Court, D.C. Circuit, and also having joined the ranks of those distinguished persons who have had the honor of serving as a United States Supreme Court law clerk. Is that correct?
For the record, Representative, I'm a cavalier, not a bulldog.
Okay. Well, you are, that's, I'm not going to hold that against you. But the point I'm making is that you have a distinguished career, and you actually majored in political science and economics at the University of, at Stanford University. And you obtained your law degree, and you teach constitutional law and foreign relations law to young students now, do you not?
Yes.
And you've read part 1 of the Mueller report, have you not?
I'm sad to say that I have not.
You have not. So but if you've heard a little bit about it though, haven't you?
Yes, Representative.
And you understand that the Mueller report makes the case that the Trump campaign knew about Russian attempts to help it win the campaign.
Point of order, and I want his full time. I want Mr. Johnson to have his full time. I'm not trying to stop his time or his witness. But this brings up an interesting point that I have tried to bring up since the beginning about our notification of this hearing and the purpose of this hearing. Our witnesses stated up front that he was here because we were supposed to do an obstruction hearing. Part 2. Now, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate your question. I'm not trying to argue with you now. I want your time completely. But it should be at least understood, Mr. Chairman, that this, again, going back to my earlier statements today, this was not communicated to us, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's unfair to the witness to comment on a part of the report that he was not brought here to comment on. If we want to do this, fine. I'm not trying to stop his time. He has as much time as he wants. But this is something that needs to be addressed, Mr. Chairman, as we go forward.
That is not a point of order. The witness can...
It was not intended to be a point of order. It was a point of order. Okay, I'll stop.
Well, then
I'll
I
withdraw the
object
point.
to my time being
a colloquy
interrupted.
with the chairman. A colloquy with the chairman.
Fine. The witness may answer the question to the best of his ability.
Is the chairman not going to engage me on this?
No.
The chairman, this is not fair.
Representative, I'm not in a position to comment on what Part 1 might have said.
I will rephrase my question to you, Professor. You would admit that it would be wrong for a presidential campaign to accept offers of foreign assistance.
Representative,
Is that wrong or is that right?
I wish to be on the record as saying I'm opposed to foreign assistance, both for Democratic nominees and for Republican nominees. It is sad to say that both took
Reclaiming my time, you would also agree with me that it is wrong for a president to say that he would accept help for his re-election from a foreign government. That's wrong, isn't it?
I think it's wrong to say it. I think it's wrong to do it. And
you would condemn it, would you not?
I just said it was wrong. So.
You would not condemn it, however?
I'm happy to use the word. I condemn it.
All right, thank you. Now, going on to Professor Cordero, in your experience as a national security lawyer, would it be reasonable to open an investigation such as the Russian influence investigation when a foreign government reports to the authorities that a Trump campaign official has stated that he has information that Russia has dirt that it wants to share with the Trump campaign? Do you think that serves as an adequate basis to open an investigation?
Yeah, so there are guidelines. There's Attorney General guidelines for domestic operations for the FBI, and they have to follow those guidelines. There have to be a predication. They have to have information, and information from a reliable foreign government
And if
that predicates that would justify opening a counterintelligence investigation.
And that information came to the attention of the U.S. authorities on on May 6, 2016, and it was not until October of 2016 that the federal authorities were made aware of the Steele dossier. So are you aware of the fact that the investigation, the counterintelligence investigation into the Trump campaign activities began prior to the Steele dossier being revealed to the federal authorities?
Congressman, I have to say, I think that I'm only able to go on information that's in the report and that's publicly available. And it is not altogether, I think, clear exactly when which investigations were opened. There's certainly...
I would argue with you that it is clear in the report, in the Mueller report, that the Steele dossier came to their attention after the information came in from the foreign government that George Papadopoulos was going around in a drunken fit talking about Russians having information, dirt on Hillary Clinton. And with that, I will yield back.
I agree. I don't think that the report indicates that the Steele dossier was the basis for the opening of the investigation. And based on everything that is now apparent from the report about the systematic activities by the Russian intelligence agencies and how that information would have come in, there is substantial information that would have justified opening this counterintelligence investigation. And in my judgment, it would have been a dereliction of duty for them not to investigate.
Thank you. I yield back.
Back, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, are you going to subpoena Robert Mueller? I yield to you to answer.
I'm not going to answer that at this time.
Well, we're here in part 2 of lessons from the Mueller report And so I'm wondering how we're going to learn those lessons. During part one of Lessons of the Mueller report, we brought in John Dean to re-examine the Nixon impeachment. Perhaps during part two, we'll get to the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. Well, maybe the folks here could teach us some lessons for the witnesses so that we don't have to individually go through. Here's the question, and raise your hand if you would answer this in the affirmative. Do any witnesses here have personal knowledge regarding the truth or falsity of a single material fact in the Mueller report? If you have personal knowledge regarding the truth or falsity of a single material fact, just raise your hand so I can figure out who to ask the question to. So the record can reflect no witnesses have raised their hand. No witness has any personal knowledge regarding a single fact in the report. No witnesses last week had personal knowledge.
Will the gentleman
yield?
I take your vote. Will the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Well, I'll certainly yield to the chairman because I'm eager to get to the lesson.
I would remind the gentleman that there is an ongoing controversy that the White House is asserting the right to prohibit the testimony of any witness with regard to anything that happened.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
I
fully understand and appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. But
Will the gentleman yield to my...
I will not, because I want to respond to the chairman's assertion. The person over whom the White House can assert no privilege is Robert Mueller. And you have the power to subpoena Robert Mueller. You have used subpoena power extensively in this committee, and you won't subpoena the person who wrote the report. And so this hearing should not be entitled Lessons from the Mueller Report. It should be entitled Hot Takes from the Mueller Report, because what we're getting are people who have no knowledge of the facts, no information as to the underlying information. They're just reading it and offering their analysis and their hot takes. But I think that there's a far more critical issue that our committee should be addressing and that we could address. Right now, we're at a circumstance where upwards of 5,500 people are arriving every day on our southern border. And this committee has the jurisdiction to reform our asylum laws, to secure the border, to make changes to ensure that we have a country that's protected and a rule of law that's maintained. Fortunately, actually, one of our witnesses is somewhat of an expert on this subject. Ms. Cordero, you are...
The committee's not in order.
I'm sorry, did someone say a point of order? What?
Mr. Chairman, I said the committee's not in order.
Oh. The committee will be in order.
Ms. Cordero, you are somewhat of an expert on the activities that go on our southern border, aren't you?
I do some work related to national security and homeland security in my capacity as a senior fellow, yes.
And in 2013 for Georgetown, you wrote an essay entitled Breaking the Mexican Cartels, a Key for Homeland Security Challenge.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm going to interrupt and say that this hearing is about part one of the Mueller investigation.
I wish it was about the Mueller report. I really wish it was, Mr. Johnson.
Border.
They won't know anything about the Mueller report.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman has the time.
You wrote, breaking the Mexican cartels is no easy feat, but is a necessary one to secure our southern border, eliminate the presence of dangerous cartels in our cities, reduce Americans' contribution to the drug trade and resulting violence, and play our role in restoring the Mexican citizenry to a free society from daily terror. Is it your impression that since you wrote this in 2013, that the circumstances on our southern border have gotten better or worse?
I will, excuse me, the gentleman will suspend. Since this does not this has nothing to do with part one, or volume 1, or volume 2 of the Mueller report, or anything conceivably,
Mr. Chairman,
or anything conceivably within the ambit of this hearing, or the notice of this hearing. The witness may or may not reply at his or her discretion.
I'm happy to respond, Congressman. When I wrote that report, I thought that it was an issue that needed attention. It was not at the beginning of the Obama administration something that I think did get sufficient attention. There clearly is a changed circumstance. We are in 2019 now. There is clearly a humanitarian problem on the southern border that needs to be addressed. What you will not find in that article is any mention of a wall as a response to that challenge, nor any encouragement of the use of emergency authorities to solve
I
it.
understand that, but you recognize the crisis, you recognize that it's worse, and I acknowledge that the wall may be something that divides us, but reforming our asylum laws, ensuring that we've got the supplemental appropriation in place to make sure people aren't dying on our border, and reducing the terror you write about is a lot more important than hearing from people that know nothing about the Mueller report, purport to give us lessons on the Mueller report.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
Mr. Chairman, you guys take way more than your allocated time, and then you take my time and impose on it, and then restrict it. This is a total farce, and it's no wonder witnesses don't want to come here and testify to this committee. I yield back.
I'd be happy to come back and talk about Homeland Security at another time.
And we may invite you at some other time. The gentleman has yielded
Maybe
back.
Homeland Security will invite you.
Gentleman has
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Is the other side permitted to impugn the character and badger witnesses?
Nobody is permitted to impugn the character or badger witnesses. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to answer Mr. Gates' question. How are we going to learn the lessons of the Mueller report? How are we going to learn from people with personal knowledge of personal knowledge? The answer to that is we have material witnesses, people who actually are the subjects of the Mueller report. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that, Mr. Gates, and you know well that that's the truth because this administration has tried to exercise this blanket immunity that doesn't exist, that has prevented us from holding exactly the kind of hearings that you claim that you desire. So yesterday, the committee saw a continuation of that unprecedented obstruction when Hope Hicks came in. She's mentioned over 100 times in the Mueller report. Congress has the authority to interview her about her time in the White House. But instead, there's this blanket immunity claim over her and every other White House employee. That's nothing short of stonewalling our efforts, which perhaps, Mr. Gates, you and I can work together to convince the administration and the president that it is in the best interest of the American people to hear from people, a whole panel of them from the administration who can actually respond to questions. Let me finish.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. We can't get interviews. We can't get Mueller's files. We can't get unredacted Mueller report. We can't hold hearings with material witnesses. It is obstruction, plain and simple. Yesterday, Ms. Hicks could not even answer whether she told the truth to the Mueller team because the president's lawyers objected to the question. This committee must be allowed to continue its work and to have witnesses who can answer the questions. I look forward, Mr. Gates, to working with you to implore the president to stop using this non-existent blanket immunity.
Will the gentleman yield so that work can begin?
I will not because I have work to do. The Mueller report, Professor Hassan, the Mueller report details more than 170 contacts between the Trump campaign and Russians. I want to focus on the orchestration of the June 2016 meeting in Trump Tower. On page 110 of Volume 1, it states that, and I quote, on June 9, 2016, senior representatives of the Trump campaign met in Trump Tower with a Russian attorney expecting to receive derogatory information about Hillary Clinton from the Russian government. Then it goes on to quote the email in which it says, the Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with his father, Aris, this morning, and in their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary in her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. Then, that was in the Mueller report. Then we heard the president just last week say, if a foreign government approached, he said, and I quote, I think you might want to listen. There isn't anything wrong with listening. If someone called from a country, Norway, we have information on your opponent, I think we'd want to hear it. The president denied that it was interference. He said, it's not interference. They have information. I think I'd take it. If I thought there was something wrong, I'd go maybe to the FBI if I thought there was something wrong. Last week, that prompted the following statement from the chair of the FEC saying, let me make something 100% clear to the American public and anyone running for public office. It is illegal for any person to solicit, accept, or receive anything of value from a foreign national in connection with the U.S. election. It's not a novel concept. Goes on to say that anyone who solicits or accepts foreign assistance risks being on the wrong end of a federal investigation. Any political campaign that receives an offer of a prohibited donation from a foreign source should report that offer to the FBI. Professor Hassan, the foreign solicitation statute seems to be right on the mark. Did the Mueller team go far enough in exploring this?
I believe the Mueller team did not go far enough in exploring this. In particular, one of the bases on which it decided to decline to prosecute any Trump campaign officials at the Trump Tower meeting was lack of evidence of willfulness. In order to be prosecuted for this kind of crime, you have to know that you're violating the law. The report says that Donald Trump Jr. Had failed to voluntarily speak to Mueller, and then Mueller did not subpoena him to appear before a grand jury to answer questions under oath about what he knew at the time. I think that was a mistake, and it could have come out differently had he done so.
And Ms. Cordero, after the president's comments, you tweeted, it likely would be a campaign law violation to receive information from a foreign government, but that's not the point. The point is it's wrong, it's immoral, and it's contrary to U.S. national security interests, and for a sitting president, it violates his oath of office. That's a strong reaction. Can you share why you believe accepting foreign help in an election violates the oath of office?
Because it's a foundational issue that goes back to what the founders say. It goes back to mention of foreign influence. We can go back in my statement. I cite in my written statement for the record, I cite to Washington's farewell address that warns of foreign interference. And so it is, so that's my view. My view is stated in the statement that I made there, that it is contrary to a president who is supposed to adhere and has an oath to the Constitution. And I would add that that is why the information in Volume 2, the obstruction discussion, is so important, because it matters what the allegations of obstruction are about. When the report lays out a variety, a series of potentially obstructive acts that the president took to derail the special counsel's investigation. And the special counsel's investigation was about Russian foreign interference. So the very acts that are described are, what was he obstructing? He perhaps thought that he was obstructing potential inquiry into matters that would affect him or his inner circle personally. But what he actually was obstructing was the federal government's investigation into Russian interference.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Prakash, I want to touch on something the ranking member mentioned. James Comey has admitted to leaking classified FBI documents through a Columbia University professor in order to influence an investigation. Under what circumstances would that be a crime?
Mr. McClintock, could you use your mic a little
more? I heard the question. If Mr. Comey, his motive was to get back at the president, that would be, under the Mueller report, an improper motive, a corrupt motive, and he'd be guilty of obstruction of justice. If, on the other hand, his motive was, I want to make sure that something bad doesn't happen to the ongoing investigation, it wouldn't be obstruction of justice.
It's alleged that Hillary Clinton willfully destroyed 30,000 emails under subpoena. Under what circumstances would that be a crime?
Representative, to me, this, I don't know enough about that to comment. Obviously, some people find it very suspicious, but I don't know enough about it to comment.
Let me go on. According to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Mr. Comey had, quoting from the report, Mr. Comey had already decided he would issue a statement exonerating Secretary Clinton. That was long before FBI agents finished their work. Mr. Comey even circulated an early draft statement to select members of senior FBI leadership. The outcome of an investigation should not be prejudged while FBI agents are still hard at work trying to gather facts. Could these actions constitute obstruction of justice?
I don't know, Representative. If, in fact, the investigators prejudged the merits of that investigation before it was complete, it would be a grievous error, and it might very well rise to the level of obstruction of justice, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Let me read from Greg Jarrett's account of this era. He says another oddity was the 5 so-called immunity agreements granted to Clinton's State Department aides and IT experts. Cheryl Mills, Clinton's former chief of staff, along with 2 other State Department staffers, John Bentel and Heather Samuelson, were afforded immunity agreements, as was Brian Pagliano, Clinton's former IT aide, and Paul Combetta, an employee of Platte River Networks, the firm hired to manage her server after she left the State Department. As Fox News has reported, Combetta utilized the computer program BleachBit to destroy Clinton's records, despite an order from Congress to preserve them, and Samuelson also destroyed Clinton's emails. Pagliano established in the system that illegally transferred classified and top secret information to Clinton's private server. Mills disclosed classified information to the Clinton's Family Foundation in the process, breaking federal laws. Why were these 5 people given immunity from prosecution? In almost every criminal case, immunity is only granted after a witness delivers a proffer, an offer of proof of evidence that incriminates someone else and precipitates criminal charges. Yet no one, Clinton included, was ever prosecuted. The prospect of a Comey cover-up was further fueled by the inexplicable actions of the FBI when it reportedly destroyed the laptops of Samuelson and Mills after they received immunity. Why would the FBI erase or demolish computers with classified information contained therein? It appears the Bureau itself committed crimes by destroying evidence relevant to its own criminal investigation. But there's more. According to a senior FBI source, quote, Mills was allowed to sit in on the interview of Clinton as her lawyer. That's absurd. Someone who is supposedly cooperating against the target of an investigation being permitted to sit by the target as counsel violates any semblance of ethical responsibility, unquote. What are your thoughts hearing those observations?
Representative, I'm just not prepared to discuss that investigation. I will say that under the...
Does it trouble you as an attorney?
Well,
as someone who believes in the rule of law, does it trouble you?
I find many aspects of that investigation troubling. I'll leave it at that. I will add that the special counsel's definition of obstruction makes it possible that cooperating with the prosecutor for the wrong reasons is itself obstruction, because it's influencing an investigation and doing so for a corrupt purpose. So, for instance, if you decide to cooperate with the prosecutor solely to save your own skin, that is a corrupt purpose because it's personal.
You know, let me go into the...
You've committed a crime, which I think suggests that the special counsel's definition is too broad.
Let me just touch also on the executive's use of his constitutional authority. In the early 1960s, the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover conducted extensive wiretaps and surveillance of Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, if President Kennedy had called Hoover and said, "This is nonsense, knock it off," would that have constituted an obstruction of justice?
No, sir. I wrote before the election that the next president could fire Mr. Comey, and I wrote that with Senator Clinton in mind.
Well, when John Deutsch served as CIA director under Bill Clinton, he was prosecuted for putting classified materials on his home computer while he was negotiating a plea deal with the prosecutors. President Clinton pardoned him. A clear constitutional prerogative of the office. Was that an obstruction of justice?
I don't believe so, sir.
Great. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Bass.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As my colleagues have noted before, the Mueller report documents more than 170 contacts between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and Russian nationals or people acting on their behalf. You can see from this slide in the word cloud, those are many of describe the Russian nationals who had been in contact with the campaign. One of the most direct interactions between Russian officials and the campaign occurred at a meeting on June 9th in Trump Tower. On June 3rd, publicist Robert Goldstone emailed Donald Trump Jr. telling him that a high-ranking Russian prosecutor, quote, offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. Goldstone added, this is obviously very high-level and sensitive information, but it's part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump, close quote. Within minutes, Donald Trump Jr. responded, quote, if it's what you say it is, I love it, especially later in the summer. Trump Jr. proceeded to set up a meeting between the Russian prosecutor himself, campaign manager Paul Manafort, campaign senior advisor Jared Kushner, and several of the prosecutor's associates. This is a question for Ms. Cordero. From a counterintelligence perspective, how significant is it for a foreign government to reach out to an American presidential campaign and offer to help work against that candidate's opponent? Do you think this happens often with presidential campaigns? And from a counterintelligence perspective, are political candidates or current elected officials the usual targets of such intelligent activities by foreign powers?
So I don't have any reason to think that this is a normal occurrence with respect to a campaign. What the Mueller report shows is that the Russians were crawling all over this campaign. They were everywhere. And what the information that you just quoted demonstrates is that the members affiliated with the Trump campaign were knowledgeable and willing, and there's lots of other documentation in the report, knowledgeable and willing about Russian efforts to support their campaign. That email is but one example.
So is this a typical tactic, do you know, of the Russian government in its efforts to acquire human intelligence or compromising information? Do you know of other examples around the world where they might have used the same tactics?
Well, we certainly know, and it's been well documented, and I'm sure Dr. Polikova has thoughts on this as well, that the Russian influence efforts to affect democratic processes are in Europe, in Eastern Europe, throughout Western Europe. Their goal is to try to influence these democracies in a way that suits their interest. And that's what I tried to get at in my written statement as well, is that when a foreign entity, in this case the Russian intelligence efforts, are trying to influence other countries, what they're trying to do is influence them in a way that is in their interest, not ours.
So how is it in their interest that Trump be elected as president? And what has happened since he's been in office that would have been in their interest?
Well, there's one piece of the report that describes that a individual who was affiliated with a non-governmental organization actually was working on a sort of new plan for how U.S.-Russia relations would take place. So there is information in the report that indicates that there were various ways that the Russian government was going at this. In addition, the report also says that the Russian influence effort started before candidate Trump entered the race, but that the effort then changed over time to actively support the Trump campaign.
So before I run out of time, would you like to continue to respond?
A few comments. One, it is, I would say, part of normal Russian intelligence operations to try to infiltrate and penetrate political parties and campaigns. We have seen this happen for decades now across Eastern Europe and Western Europe. So in many ways, the efforts in the United States are part of a much broader pattern that has continued to this day and continues today. Regarding the Russian intent is never benign. It is not a benign offer of help when an adversarial regime approaches a political campaign with potential information related to anything. That should be very clear in everyone's minds. And one thing I will note regarding why it would be in the Russian interest, there's one specific incident also noted in the report and elsewhere during the RNC convention in which we know there was a line change regarding U.S. support for Ukraine. Of course, it is in the Russian interest to see less support for Ukraine, and as one specific example of how it would have been the Russian interest to support the Republican candidate, Donald Trump.
Bill Beckington.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Kleinman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. And I would note my colleague, Mr. Jordan, has left, that the University of Virginia does currently hold a national basketball championship. So something to be said for the ACC right there. But this hearing today is supposedly about bipartisan perspectives, and I want to thank the witnesses for many of their perspectives on Russian interference. The reading from the Mueller report, although the investigation established that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, and that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. What I'm hearing from my colleagues is a desperate effort to dig through the couch cushions, essentially, trying to find anything they might be able to use to prolong this narrative and establish that they can't help but push hearings on impeachment under the guise of oversight. So I am disappointed, Mr. Chairman, in the way that the witnesses and the minority have essentially been whipsawed as to whether this hearing is on Volume 1 or Volume 2. I would have liked to have heard some more about Russian interference and what can be done to prevent it, because I think that's a real issue. Ms. Cordero, you spoke of foreign interference undermining our system. Is Russia still engaged in election interference?
According to the most recent information that I've seen from the U.S. intelligence community, which is in the best position to assess it, their activities to interfere in our elections going forward. There was evidence in the 2018 election, and I haven't seen anything from U.S. intelligence community leaders or the FBI director that says that it's stopped.
In fact, articles I've seen indicate that the EU elections 2 weeks ago showed evidence of Russian interference, and any of the witnesses can respond to that if they're aware of it.
I would be happy to respond to that, Congressman. As I say in my written testimony, the interference in the United States was not the last instance. We have seen significant interference in the presidential campaign of Emmanuel Macron in 2017. We've seen a Russian hack of the German parliament, the Bundestag, also in that year and later. So these efforts continue just in the recent European parliamentary election, which you referred to, that happened this past May. The European institutions issued a statement saying that there was significant Russian disinformation that targeted those European elections. And I would just highlight the fact that our European allies are far ahead because of political leadership within the European Commission in getting ahead of this threat.
I would ask either Ms. Cordero or Ms. Polyakova, one of the great attributes, benefits of our system, and that enables us to be more resistant to foreign interference is the fact that we are a decentralized system, that those decisions are made at the state, at the local, at the county level when it comes to machinery, the inability to, and the lack of standardization, the inability of a foreign entity to hack into on a broad scale U.S. systems is an attribute, correct?
I would say certainly our system is decentralized, and so perhaps there is an argument that that decentralization has a benefit. I am concerned, though, there is a federal responsibility, particularly out of the Department of Homeland Security, to help state and local agencies make sure that they have the best information, the best techniques, the best advice to be able to secure our elections. And I am concerned that the administration, particularly with its attention to DHS, is not prioritizing that assistance that they can provide to state and locals.
And I would agree that some help is appropriate. Removal of that state and local authority to a federal level is probably endangering that system or making it more susceptible to foreign interference. Would you not agree? If we were to remove that state and local responsibility.
Congressman, I'll have to think about that. I'm not aware of proposals that actually would change that elections be administered not at the state and local level anymore. But if there is such a proposal, I'd be happy to
I would
look
argue
at
that many of the provisions in H.R. 1 actually did go in the way of federalizing and removing authority from state and local elections. And so this Congress, actually this majority Democrat leadership, is in the process of trying to remove much of that authority. And I see I've run out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses. Ms. Cordero, it is never acceptable for a U.S. presidential campaign to welcome assistance from a hostile foreign power. Is that correct?
In my judgment, yes.
But that is exactly what the Trump campaign did in 2016, true?
Yes.
And you believe that accepting and welcoming that assistance from Russia, a hostile foreign power, is disqualifying, is that right?
Yes.
And what exactly did you mean by disqualifying?
What I mean is that I don't think that it should be, and this is in the judgment of the American public, but that it should be, that there should be a legitimate candidacy of a candidate that is willing to receive, openly willing to receive information from a hostile intelligence service. So I do believe that that is a fundamental violation of the oath, and I don't think, and this is a political judgment, that should be a viable candidacy.
And you make that political judgment as a conservative libertarian, is that right?
As a conservative lawyer, as a national security lawyer.
Thank you. Dr. Polyakova, you're an expert in Russian foreign policy, is that right?
Yes.
And in your testimony, I think you detailed that Russia is a hostile foreign power continuing to engage in political warfare against the West, is that right?
Yes.
And that included the Russian operation that targeted the U.S. presidential election in 2016?
That's correct.
And it's your opinion, I believe, that Manafort's past work in the Ukraine, quote, absolutely should cast a shadow on Trump's 2016 campaign, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
That Manafort's past work in the Ukraine casts a shadow on his work in the 2016 campaign, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And that's in part because of his association with Russian oligarchs, is that correct?
And his previous undeclared work as an agent of a foreign government, yes.
Okay, and Manafort's Russian and Ukrainian contacts all had ties to Putin, is that right?
I wouldn't go as far as to say all of them. Certainly some are suspected to have ties to the Kremlin, although we don't know if specifically those ties were directly to the Russian president.
Okay, and throughout Manafort's time leading the Trump campaign, he stayed in touch with some of these contacts through an individual named Konstantin Kilimnik, is that right?
That is my understanding of the report, yes.
And Kilimnik is a longtime associate of Manafort, is that right?
That is what is stated in the report, yes.
Right, and I think the Mueller report concluded that Kilimnik had ties to Russian intelligence, is that correct?
According to the report, yes.
Now, I believe on 2 occasions Manafort met with Kilimnik during the campaign, is that right?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall if it was just 2 or more, but certainly there were several meetings, yes.
One of those meetings took place in New York City in August of 2016 while Manafort was serving as the campaign manager, is that right?
I believe you're correct, yes.
And I believe according to the report, volume 1, page 140, at the August 2016 meeting, Manafort briefed Kilimnik on campaign messaging and shared internal polling data related to the battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, is that right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that campaign polling data is a thing of value?
I will say that I am not an expert on that particular issue. It's my opinion that it seems to be of value, yes.
Is it your understanding that during the fall of 2016, after that meeting, Russian operatives then engaged in malignant social media activity and influence peddling in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania?
They did.
The Mueller report concludes, I believe, that the Trump campaign welcomed Russia's interference and attack on our democracy, right?
Correct.
And Donald Trump won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania on his way to the presidency, is that correct?
Yes.
It's my understanding that the last Republican to win all 3 states was Ronald Reagan in 1984, is that true?
I will take your word for it.
Seems to me that there's a cloud of illegitimacy that continues to hang over 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and that patriotic Americans have a responsibility to try to figure out what the heck happened in terms of the malignant tumor that seemed to have been embedded in that 2016 campaign. What did the president know?
Regular order.
When did he know it?
Regular order.
And how do we prevent this type of malignant activity from happening again?
The time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield. Gentlemen, the witness.
Thank you. I will only say that the greatest contribution of the Mueller report and the indictments from the previous year has been to expose the full broad spectrum nature of Russian intelligence operations and information operations, the broader toolkit of political warfare against the United States and other allied democracies. And I do believe that it should be up to this legislative body to continue to seek more information related to that kind of interference in our democracy, which is absolutely corroding to the future stability of our democratic institutions.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Chairman. Professor Prakash, just when we're discussing, and I appreciate you coming, and we've asked you to be here, so I'm going to ask questions of you of what you were here to testify for, regardless of what was going on. But I think I really would like to get into the premise of exoneration in Volume 2 in the Mueller report and why that's problematic for not just obstruction, any kind of criminal crime, particularly with a prosecutor. Do you have, can you illuminate a little bit on that?
Representative, are you talking about Volume 1 or Volume 2?
Volume 2, where they basically say, a prosecutor saying we cannot exonerate somebody.
Well, I think it's unusual for prosecutors to say anything. They either indict or they don't. And I think the Mueller report, assumes or reads OLC opinions as if they say that you not only can you not indict or prosecute a president, you can't conclude that the president committed a crime. And of course, no OLC opinion says that. And so there was really no bar on Mr. Mueller coming to a legal conclusion. And I believe he was told this by the Attorney General. Nonetheless, Mr. Mueller decided not to reach a legal conclusion about whether or not the president committed obstruction of justice. And that can, either reflect two things. One, it perhaps reflects his unwillingness to say that, to cast a cloud over the president. It could also reflect his uncertainty about whether the president actually obstructed justice.
And so when we go into, and when we continue, and are you familiar with the clear statement rule?
Yes, I am.
Can you, kind of give us some background on how that analysis applies to the report?
Well, the clear statement rule, there's many clear statement rules that the courts apply, but one of them is that statutes that are written in broad terms, sometimes the courts conclude that we're not going to read them to apply to the president because doing so raises separation of powers concerns. And so the court, in a case called Public Citizen versus Department of Justice, decided not to read FACA to apply to the ABA out of concerns of the imposition it might cause to the president's power to appoint nominees. And then in another case involving not FACA, but the APA, Franklin versus Massachusetts, the court also said we're not going to read the APA to apply to the president, even though by its terms it could be so read. And again, the concern was separation of powers. I think that the interest is more palpable here, the concern is more palpable here, because if you read the obstruction statute as applying to the supervisory authority of the president, you're basically making every presidential intervention into a potential obstruction of justice, because one can always say that the president's intervention was corrupt, because you don't really know why the president's intervening.
Separation of powers, for example, interesting, something you said earlier, we're talking about executive privilege and immunity, and I think you and I could have in a different scenario, have an interesting conversation about that, and where it applies, why it doesn't apply. But it brings up a better point, and we've done this several times today, whether it's Volume 1, Volume 2, as we're speaking up here. In Volume 2, we found that there was Volume 1 found there was no conspiracy, no coordination. The reason collusion is different is collusion's not a legal term. Collusion is a layperson's term, but I think it needs to be abundantly clear. There was no coordination, no conspiracy. And we talk about privilege and immunity, which are two different things, when the president is exercising his authority versus regarding separation of powers. And last but not least, and I think it's important, when we talk about willfulness, ignorance of the law is not a defense. It's not a defense to the president. It's not a defense to the president's advisor. It's not a defense to anybody. Willfulness to engage in criminal conduct is all that is needed to have a willfulness conviction. If not, I have about 300 past criminal clients that should probably sue me for malpractice. So when we're doing those things and working through that, I think it's important. With that, I'd yield to my friend from Florida.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Cordero, you've been critical of James Clapper in the past, haven't you?
I don't think so. Is there something specific you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm looking at the essay I referenced earlier, where you wrote, in January 2012, the Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, devoted only 3 short paragraphs to Mexico in his annual unclassified worldwide threat assessment. His understated assessment, however, appears to be at odds with other high-ranking U.S. government statements and actions which indicate far more grave circumstances. So it seems as though there's at least one case where you are critical of Mr. Clapper's assessment of intelligence. Is that accurate?
In that 2013, I think it was, Law Review article, yes, I pointed out
Thank you so much. I
that
yield back.
they had only used a short amount of the worldwide threat statement to address 2 border issues.
It doesn't appear he's gotten over some of his misassessments.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mrs. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. I was saddened to hear my Republican colleagues try to suggest what we're doing today isn't important. I consider no more sacred responsibility that we have as members of Congress than to preserve our democracy and ensure that no foreign adversary of the United States interferes with American elections. When I think of the brave men and women who have served our country and given their lives in defense of our democracy, it seems to me that we owe it to them to do our part by conducting serious oversight and holding those accountable who engage in this behavior and quickly pass strong legislation to prevent this from ever happening again. Nothing could be more urgent and more important. Now, members of the President's own administration have been very clear in stating that Russia attacked our elections in 2016 and will likely try to do it again. And in fact, the conclusion of the Mueller report after a very detailed investigation is that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. And that's a quote. But President Trump has not only said he would be open to receiving foreign help in the next election, but he's also repeatedly disparaged the men and women in the intelligence community and the law enforcement community who investigated Russia's actions and who are trying to help prevent this from happening again. And the examples of that there are so many. Dr. Plyakova, I hope I pronounced that, you have explained that one of the main purposes behind Russia's influence operations is to sow distrust in institutions and try to blur the lines between fact and fiction. When the president accuses American law enforcement and intelligence officials of spying and even treason without any basis to suggest they've done anything wrong, does that help advance Russia's aim? And if so, how?
It absolutely helps Russian interests to hear a U.S. president seemingly not take seriously or not believe the findings of his own administration's intelligence agencies. Yes, that suits Russia's aims because it suggests that the U.S. president does not believe or take seriously the findings of the intelligence community, which clearly implicate the Russian government and Mr. Putin himself in an attack on the United States.
Thank you. And Professor Godero, you wrote recently that Attorney General Barr's allegations about spying on the Trump campaign and his announcement of an investigation into how the FBI's investigation got started has put agents who were following existing rules in an untenable position if the need arises to conduct similar investigations in the next election. You wrote that the current environment may create, and I quote you, a chilling effect on agents who may be reluctant to open investigations on certain individuals based on the rhetoric coming from the President and the Attorney General, or otherwise to aggressively investigate foreign influence on political campaigns or electoral processes. Can you explain why there's a chilling effect and what the danger of that is?
Sure. So as a former Justice Department national security lawyer, that's the perspective that I bring to to this issue. And so what I'm concerned about is because the Attorney General has now publicly and openly and repeatedly said that he questions the origin of the investigation, that he is then calling into question how agents are authorized and feel empowered to conduct their counterintelligence responsibilities. So what I hope his review does, U.S. Attorney Durham's review does, is I actually think it would be beneficial for them to look at the policies and procedures. And if the Attorney General doesn't agree with the approval levels to open these types of investigations or the different processes that are in place, then it is within his prerogative to change them. What's unfair to the investigators and the intelligence analysts doing this work is to have rules that exist and then disparage them from following them.
Thank you. And since the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation have been discussed by some of my colleagues, I just want to point people to Volume 1, page 89. This will answer their question. The Trump On May 6, 2016, campaign advisor George Papadopoulos told a foreign diplomat that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through anonymous release of information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton. Footnote 465 at the bottom of the page continues, the foreign government, that is the government for whom that diplomat worked, conveyed this information to the U.S. government on July 26, 2016, a few days after WikiLeaks' release of Clinton-related emails. The FBI opened its investigation of potential coordination between Russia and the Trump campaign a few days later based on this information. No mystery about how it started. You can wish it was a different thing. It's right in the Mueller report. Read it. My final question, Ms. Cordero, is, there's a lot of evidence about 170 contacts between the Trump campaign and the Russians, the sharing of polling data, the meeting at the Trump Tower where dirt was to be conveyed, releases of WikiLeaks, the president welcoming it and inviting a hack into Hillary Clinton's personal email account. And while you mentioned there was not enough evidence, according to the special counsel, for a criminal conspiracy, was there evidence of, in fact, coordination or conspiracy in some other way? What did you mean by the word criminal conspiracy?
Well, I think that the finding of Volume 1 by the special counsel's report that there was not evidence of a criminal conspiracy, it really shows the limits of applying criminal law to what is a national security or counterintelligence investigation and problem. And so they were tasked with conducting a criminal investigation, so they applied criminal law. But that is different and should not be mutually exclusive from conducting what is a valid counterintelligence investigation, the goal of which might be to eventually have a prosecution or maybe not, but the goal of which is to uncover the underlying national security threat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yielded back, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield some time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, can we get the word cloud with Mr. Kalimnik's name prominently displayed back up?
Oh, no, can we?
While we're doing that, will the gentleman yield?
Just, excuse me, reclaiming my time. Point of order. I'm looking at the clock. The clock is not. Thank you. Now I'll yield back to Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates, will you yield while they're looking for the cloud?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cicilline, you just controlled the time and could have...
No, but you just got, I didn't realize you were
sorry,
here.
I've got work to do here on Mr. Biggs' time. So this is this word cloud that the majority has cited with the name prominently in the middle, Konstantin Kalimnik. And I seek unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a piece in the Hill by John Solomon entitled Key Figure that the Mueller report identifies was a State Department intel source.
Without objection.
And in this reporting by John Solomon, there is demonstrable evidence that Kalimnik was actually meeting with U.S. State Department officials in Kiev to give us intel on the Russians. This is the first major factual error of the Mueller report, because if you can't delineate correctly between the people collecting intelligence for Russia and people collecting intelligence for the United States, it would seem to be a departure from the necessary factual basis to proceed. So I'm hoping we can figure out who Mr. Kalimnik was really working for, but if he was working for us, it would seem to be that Mr. Mueller was severely wrong about this. And I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent that an article by David Webb published June 18, 2019 be admitted to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. I am intrigued, quite frankly, at the title of this hearing. I represented NGOs at the United Nations and other multilateral institutions. I served in a state legislative body for 14 years and was the Senate President in Arizona for 4 years and Majority Leader for 1. And I've sat on this committee now we're at the 2.5-year mark, I suppose. And I find it intriguing what's happened today. I've not seen hearings conducted in this fashion before, and all that, whether it be at the international level, state level, and in actually the other committees I sit on, the subcommittees. In fact, I was a subcommittee chairman for the last 2 years. This has been intriguing to me to watch, in my opinion, the devolution of the process in some ways. But I will say this, one of the lessons I've learned is that we all see things that we want to see. We all miss things that we want to miss when we look at indications. But the one thing that rang out to me is that none of these witnesses has any fact. They're not witnesses to any material fact. They're providing impressions and ideas about what they read in the Mueller report. And that's okay. That's fine. But I think Ms. Cordero, and I wrote down a quote from her, said that no one should be a beneficiary of foreign operations. No political campaign should be a beneficiary of foreign operatives. Professor Hasten said opposition research from foreign operatives would be illegal. And one of the things that I always thought was interesting about that is that in 2016, the Clinton campaign and DNC used Perkins Coie, a politically connected, influential law firm, essentially as a pass-through to pay Fusion GPS. And Fusion GPS co-founder was Glenn Simpson. He hired Christopher Steele. Steele's a British citizen, a foreigner, foreign operative in some ways. Steele was working at that time as an FBI informant for the Obama Justice Department and representing Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. That's what was going on there. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, Robbie Mook, boasted about accepting dirt on Donald Trump furnished by Mr. Steele, probably sourced by criminal-linked associates. That would be illegal. That would be wrong. That is something that you can gather from the Mueller report, but we're not discussing that. But I think we should. I think we should. And I also think that we ought to give more than an hour and 20 minutes to review our witnesses' testimony instead of popping it up to us at the last minute with a change of topic. With that, I'm out of time and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
That's fine.
Oh, did the witness...
I wanted to respond to that, if I could.
Please do.
Point of order. There was no question before any of these witnesses.
Why don't you respond to that question?
I have always permitted witnesses to answer the last question and to make a comment on relevant. The witness may proceed.
The parliamentary inquiry. Under what rule, Mr. Chairman, are we operating?
I'll solve this. I'll talk.
You can ask.
I'll have. Just give me the time.
The witness may proceed.
I just wanted to respond to a characterization that I said that opposition research from a foreign source is illegal. That's not what I said. I said the contribution of this would be illegal. Paying market rates is not illegal, and I'd point you to footnote 17 of my written report, which quotes from the Republican House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which wrote, under current federal law, foreigners are prohibited from making contributions or donations in connection with any campaign in the United States. However, it is not illegal to contract with a foreign person or foreign entity for services, including conducting opposition research on a campaign, so long as this service was paid at the market rate. And this was made in the context of the Steele dossier.
I thank the witness for serving the committee by clarifying that point. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Hassan, you had earlier stated that you believe Special Counsel Mueller did not go far enough in exploring possible violations of federal election laws. I agree with you. As you know, under the Federal Election Campaign Act, it's illegal for a person to solicit, accept, or receive a contribution or donation, and then defines that as money or other thing of value. And the Mueller report defines opposition research as a thing of value. So let's talk about the infamous Trump Tower meeting. On June 3rd, 2016, an email was sent to Donald Trump Jr. That basically said documents would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia. And it goes on to say that this is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. A few minutes later, Donald Trump Jr. replied, "If it's what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer." Professor Hassan, that could be read as soliciting a thing of value from a foreign power, correct?
Yes, and when that information came to light well before the Mueller report, I said that the next step needs to be an investigation. Donald Trump Jr. and others at the meeting need to be under oath to figure out what exactly they knew about the state of the law, what they thought they were getting, and that could potentially be a criminal campaign finance violation.
And in fact, you believe it was not a good idea for the Mueller team to not have had Donald Trump Jr. testify before the grand jury, correct?
Exactly.
You believe it would be appropriate then for Congress to put Donald Trump Jr. under oath and ask him questions about that meeting, correct?
Absolutely.
We now have a recent TV interview that the president gave to George Stephanopoulos. You see the slide where George Stephanopoulos asked the president about opposition research, and the president says, "You want that kind of interference in our elections? They have information. I think I take it." What the president described could also be criminal conduct, a violation of federal election campaign laws, correct?
So if you take what he said seriously as a solicitation, then it is potentially a violation of campaign finance law, yes.
And there is no Norway exception to our campaign finance laws, right? That even if it's from a friendly ally, you can't take a campaign donation from a friendly ally, isn't that right?
Right, so the statute prohibits accepting anything of value from a foreign government, hostile or friendly, or from a foreign entity like a political party or a company, and from a foreign individual.
Thank you. Professor Prakash, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about absolute immunity. So let me set this up. The Trump administration has engaged in unprecedented obstruction of Congress's attempts to get information on behalf of the American people. And it's not just in the Mueller report, it's in every line of inquiry. So for example, we want to know, why is the Trump administration currently suing to eliminate health care coverage for Americans with pre-existing conditions? We can't get that information. We want information on why Wilbur Ross lied regarding the U.S. Census. Can't get that information. Now, specific to the Mueller report, we interviewed Hope Hicks yesterday. We can't get Don McGahn in. And with both of those witnesses, the White House is exerting what they call absolute immunity, preventing Hope Hicks from testifying about anything related to her time at the White House, including something as simple as, where was your office located? So they were not asserting executive privilege, which, Professor Prakash, you have said you believe doesn't exist as a matter of law within the courts or under the Constitution. I would assume that this broader thing called absolute immunity, you would also agree, is something that is not within the Constitution. Could you talk about that?
I'd be happy to, Representative. As you know, the past several administrations have claimed that people who aren't subject to advice and consent and who are in the White House don't have to testify. And so the Bush administration, the Obama administration, now the Trump administration are taking the same line.
And what is your view of absolute immunity?
I don't believe they have an immunity. I don't believe they had it during the Obama administration. I don't believe they have it now.
Thank you. And today you're the minority witness the Republicans called you to testify today. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me conclude to Ms. Cordero. You earlier had said that the Russians were crawling all over the Trump campaign, and the Trump campaign officials knew about Russian interference. Based on your work in national security, it would be a dereliction of duty, wouldn't it, for our FBI and law enforcement not to have investigated that as a counterintelligence issue and to try to do whatever they can, including surveillance, to figure out exactly what happened so we could have volume 1 of the Mueller report?
Absolutely. So first of all, they absolutely had a duty to investigate Russian interference. There's no question about that. Then when they received reliable reporting and other facts that would have come in that justified opening counterintelligence investigation to find out whether there were ties to the Trump campaign, they had a responsibility to do that. Counterintelligence investigations start one place. They don't necessarily end up where one might expect them to go. They're not a criminal investigation where the outcome is to determine whether or not to prosecute someone. Their goal is to collect the foreign intelligence information to protect the United States and to be able to counter those efforts. So I haven't seen anything in the public record, including in the report, that indicates that there was any ill will or malfeasance in the use of investigative techniques to conduct this investigation.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
Mr. Chairman.
the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of a statement made by our friend from Tennessee earlier about using the word collusion and not reading the report, I would like to enter into the record multiple pages of not only tweets, but stories and articles of almost most of the members on the Democratic side of the aisle, including the chairman and many others, using the word collusion, saying actually collusion found in plain sight. So this is, we're not going to be lectured to by the same ones using the same language.
I will be happy to not object to the inclusion in the record of the truthful information that collusion was in plain sight. Without objection. The gentleman from the gentleman from
and be wrong. That's pretty good.
Okay. The gentleman from Maryland Mr. Raskin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Biggs and other colleagues chide us for having law witnesses instead of fact witnesses today, which is absolutely astounding given that they understand that the administration has blocked all of the fact witnesses from coming and have even invented a completely fanciful new doctrine of absolute immunity of executive branch employees to testify before our committee. But if they would work with us to get these fact witnesses and have them actually testify, then we would not have to simply rely on the reading of the Mueller report. But let's talk about the reading of the Mueller report quickly before my questions. Our colleagues returned today with the absurd and discredited mantra of no collusion and no obstruction. The ranking member just, I think, missed the point about no collusion. If you read the report, if you get to, I think, just page 2 in the report, you don't have to read the whole thing, just get to page 2 and you will see Special Counsel Mueller says we don't address the question of collusion, which is not a criminal legal concept. It is a legal concept in the antitrust field, but it doesn't play a role in criminal law. So that's a matter of everybody's opinion. Now, 157 contacts between members of the Trump campaign and Russian nationals and their agents, I think could lead people to say that there was collusion, but that is a matter of opinion, and everybody can have their own opinion on it. But to come out and say that Mueller found no collusion is absolutely absurd. Secondly, no obstruction flies in the face of 10 different episodes of presidential obstruction of justice, probably 3 or 4 of them that would be prosecutable, but for the Department of Justice policy that the president can't be indicted. That's why Special Counsel Mueller actually had a press conference to clarify that the reason that the president was not indicted had a lot to do with the fact that there's a Department of Justice policy that you don't indict a sitting president. Now, Ms. Polyakova, let me come to you. I think it is scandalous and outrageous and dangerous that the president would say, in the wake of the Special Counsel Mueller's finding that there was sweeping and systematic efforts by Russia to interfere with our elections, to destabilize our elections, and to control the outcome of our elections, that he would gladly accept opposition research from Russia or other foreign governments. What effect do you think this will have on Russia that the president made that statement, even in the wake of the special counsel's report?
I believe that sends a clear signal there's still an open door for continued interference in our elections, not just to Russia, but to other state and non-state actors who would seek to interfere in those ways.
There's an open door. That might be the implication of it. Thank you for your answer. Ms. Cordero, what does it mean to a power like Russia, which militarily cannot compete with America, economically can't compete with America, and they can't compete with what I think are the real ideals and organizing principles of our democracy? But what does it mean to them to be able to use the internet to destabilize our elections if they feel there's an open door given by people at the highest levels of government?
What the report shows and documents is that the Russian intelligence services used our technology, U.S. companies' technology platforms, to spread disinformation. They purchased ads that were unknown to the viewers of that information. They pretended to be individuals who were grassroots activists. They actually set up tried to organize rallies and real-world events. So it was the virtual world spilling into the physical world. And so they used the technology platforms, and what the Senate Intelligence's investigation into this has shown is that the companies have provided some information, but I think we still don't have a full picture of the way that Russian as an intelligence service and other hostile intelligence services are using U.S. technology platforms.
Thank you. Professor Hassan, opposition research is a thing of value, according to the Federal Election Commission. Foreign governments are forbidden to interfere in our campaigns by making contributions. As you pointed out, they could sell information at market rates if they go in the business of doing opposition research. But if they give it to a campaign and the campaign accepts it, it becomes an illegal foreign contribution under the Blumen decision, where the Supreme Court upheld the law against foreign contributions in our elections. What can be done legislatively, administratively, to deal with a political actor who says he would break the law in this way by welcoming foreign assistance in the course of a federal election?
Well, there can be civil complaints filed with the Federal Election Commission. As far as any criminal claims, if we're talking about the sitting president, I think we run into issues related to whether or not the president can be brought up on charges when he's president. But for anyone else, to the extent that you can show willfulness of trying to solicit something of value, and that thing of value is worth over $25,000, we're talking about someone potentially committing a felony.
And is there anything,
investigation?
Anything
Regular
more?
order.
Is there anything more that can be done legislatively?
Regular order.
The gentleman will proceed under regular order.
Is there anything more that is indicated to be done legislatively, or do you think we've essentially done everything that can be done?
Recognize your point of order when the gentleman is finished.
That's not when you recognize point of orders.
The witness can answer the question.
Gentleman will state his point.
Ignore the antics, please.
Gentlemen,
it's not antics when you do the rules.
I think there are.
We had a ruling from the chair.
Rule of point of order.
The chair said I could complete the question.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
You can't ignore
The gentleman will state his point of order.
I make point of order pursuant to Clause 2J of Rule 11. The gentleman's time has exceeded his time under the 5-minute rule.
And I will rule that it has been the practice here to be flexible with 5 minutes on both sides, and always to permit someone to answer the question once it has been stated.
When it is.
The gentleman.
You want me to appeal this?
The gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
He had asked the question. He was answering another. He had answered the previous question, was asked under the 5 minutes. He asked another.
The question he was answering.
The new question.
The gentleman may answer the question he was answering.
I'm getting ready to appeal this. He's going to bring everybody back.
All right. The gentleman's time has expired. Who's next? The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hassan, why don't you quickly respond to Mr. Raskin's question, but it is my time, so be quick.
The very quick answer is yes, including a law that would require campaigns to disclose foreign contacts would be a very good place to start.
Thank you. Ms. Cordero, you in your testimony said something that I think was very important. You said, and this was your written testimony, you said, we have not done a good enough job explaining to the American public why foreign influence matters. Can you tell me quickly, and anybody that might be watching, your top 3 reasons for why foreign influence matters?
It matters, foreign influence matters because it affects the decisions that we make about how we self-govern. It goes to the heart of our democracy. So in order for to receive, if there's foreign influence, then it affects how we interact with each other. If we're the recipients of online disinformation from a hostile intelligence service, that affects as society how we deal with each other. Another example is if there is foreign interference in actual candidates, that determines who sits here in this body. It affects who we elect as candidates. So these are just a couple examples. I've explained more in the written statement, but it goes to the heart of our democracy and the ability of us to self-govern in a way that is in our American interests and not in a foreign country's interests.
You also stated that the early reporting and reaction to the report was skewed as a result of specific actions taken by the Attorney General. And I wanted to give you a chance to just explain that, and then I have a question for you about the Attorney General and his role.
Sure. So as Congress is aware, the Attorney General issued a short summary letter that was sent to Congress before the release of the actual report. That letter did not explain what the special counsel actually did with respect to obstruction. In other words, the letter gave a misimpression to the public, which then lasted for weeks, even amongst those of us who follow this stuff fairly closely, left a misimpression that perhaps the reason the special counsel didn't make a charging decision was because the evidence was insufficient.
And in fact, what did the special counsel do when he heard the Attorney General's reaction or explanation of what was in the report?
Immediately, we now know that the special counsel sent a letter, and the summaries, which are prepared in the report, which are short summaries that the public can read, he sent those summaries to the Attorney General, asked him to reveal those publicly. The Attorney General did not do so.
And for weeks said he didn't have the information he needed to go back and redact, and so the public was denied of that information, and in fact, misled about what was in the report. Who is the Attorney General supposed to represent, Ms. Cordero?
The Attorney General has an oath to the Constitution of the United States.
Is the Attorney General the personal attorney for President Trump?
No.
And in the role of the chief law enforcement officer for the American public, if an Attorney General attempts to skew the perception of the Mueller report, would you consider in a broad constitutional sense that that is ongoing obstruction of justice?
I'm not willing to say that the Attorney General, I would have to think about that more, that the Attorney General has obstructed justice. What I will say, and what I have said before, and I'll say again here, is that the Attorney General's letter of March 27th was misleading. The special counsel did not make a finding on obstruction because the special counsel felt constrained by Department of Justice legal opinion, and instead the special counsel laid out a lengthy factual recitation of potentially obstructive acts. And if you read to the very last page of the special counsel's report, specifically says that no man is above the law. No person is above the law.
So we are doing a lot of these hearings because we're trying to re-educate the public about what was actually in the report. As the Mueller report explains, federal campaign finance laws prohibit foreign nationals from contributing to, donating to, or making expenditures on behalf of U.S. political campaigns, and likewise, U.S. candidates are prohibited from soliciting, accepting, or receiving a, quote, contribution or donation of money or other thing of value in connection with an election. Professor Hassan, the answer to this may be obvious, but what are some of the reasons that we have these prohibitions against foreign nationals contributing to U.S. elections?
Well, I could do no better than to quote Justice Stevens, who said that we shouldn't allow people who have, quote, no basic investment in the well-being of the country trying to influence who our leaders are. That either they could be trying to manipulate the outcome of the election, or they could be trying to curry favor with whoever is in office. And if we believe in democratic self-government, then these laws are absolutely necessary.
So in other words, we could have a president that's not responding to the people of the country, but in fact to a foreign government, and we could have a president that actually wasn't elected by the people of the country in terms of where the money for those campaign contributions came. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us today. You know, I do believe that the United States of America has the most powerful and most capable and most prepared military, and that we have the most talented law enforcement and intelligence officials. And I believe that they are prepared to deal with any attack, cyber or otherwise, against our country. But my biggest fear now, which I did not have prior to 2016, was to think about America being under attack or America being under the threat of attack. And the President of the United States does absolutely nothing about it. Matter of fact, and we all now know that the President said a few days ago, and I quote, "They have information. I think I'd take it." Dr. Polyakova, you said earlier that Russia's intent is never benign. And I really wish we'd heard a lot of passion and concern today. I wish my Republican colleagues were more concerned or as concerned about Russia attacking our democracy as they are about their colleagues on the Democratic side providing the necessary oversight. But anyway, you said earlier Russia's intent is never benign. Could you please again elaborate on exactly what you meant by that?
Absolutely. Russia sees itself as engaged in, if not a kinetic war, non-kinetic war with the United States and with the broader West. Russian intentions towards the United States seek to undermine U.S. legitimacy on the global stage, to destabilize our democracy, to sow greater division among our publics, and to broadly try to split the alliance system the United States has led and built since the end of the Second World War.
Thank you. And switching to the GRU intrusions, in addition to hacking into servers associated with the Clinton campaign and other Democratic campaigns, the GRU also targeted individuals and entities involved in the administration of elections. Alarmingly, the Mueller report states that victims included U.S. state and local entities. I'm from Florida, how well I know, such as state boards of elections, secretaries of state and county governments, as well as individuals who worked for those entities. Professor Hassan, even if Russia wasn't able to change the vote tallies, what are the types of damage that could be done if a hostile adversary gains access to systems used by state and local election administrators?
Well, I agree with you to say that there was no evidence of vote totals being manipulated, but there was evidence of intrusions into voter registration databases, and that could cause terrible mischief. So, for example, you could imagine people going to polling places on Election Day and going to vote, and their names have been removed or their addresses have been changed and they're not allowed to vote. And decisions have to be made in real time. There's really a danger when you start messing with, because these are all statewide electronic databases now, you start messing with those databases, we don't have procedures in place as to how to handle that kind of massive problem on Election Day.
Thank you. Dr. Polikova, back to you. Could data like this also potentially be used by the GRU or other Russian actors to aid in their disinformation campaigns, for example, by targeting particular types of voters?
Potentially, yes.
And if it's fair, is it fair to say that a hostile foreign government, in this case, Russia, potentially has access to or weaponize millions of Americans' personal data?
I don't know the full scope of the information they have access to. That would be an intelligence question. However, given what we know from the Mueller report regarding the probes of up to 21 states, I would think that they do have access to information and that they would be able to, let's say, micro-target various electorate constituencies in the United States. I will just make it clear, however, they don't necessarily need that because they have open source access to micro-targeting data via our social media platforms.
Ms. Kadora, do you believe that Congress has done enough, House and the Senate? I'm understanding that the Grim Reaper is in the Senate, but do you think that we have done enough to secure our elections going into 2020?
No, I don't think the Congress has passed election security legislation yet. I laid out in my written statement a variety of steps that I think the Congress could take with respect to election security legislation involving the administration of elections, updating commission reporting requirements regarding foreign contracts, expanding or more clearly defining the scope of prohibited activity. I think there's potential requirements that we could put on social media companies for them to have to inform the intelligence committees about evidence of disinformation and intelligence activity that they're seeing on their platforms. I think the intelligence community should have more obligation to inform Congress about evidence of Russian or other country election interference and future disinformation and foreign influence efforts. So no, I think there's a lot more that Congress could do.
Thank you all so very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you each and every one of you that are here today. Your testimony is extremely important for us getting to the truth, so we really appreciate you being here. A number of proposed measures have been introduced in the House and Senate that would require political candidates to file reports with the Federal Election Commission if a foreign national tries to offer help to a campaign. Other proposals would prohibit campaigns from sharing certain types of information with foreign nationals. And still others would require transparency in online political ads. Professor Hasan, can you provide some of your overall impressions about whether a reporting requirement would be helpful and could be appropriately tailored to capture the kind of foreign contacts that pose the greatest concerns and threats?
I do support a duty to report law, which would require presidential campaigns and potentially congressional campaigns to report contacts certainly from foreign governments and potentially from foreign nationals. I think that would, if these reports are filed in a timely manner, that would allow people to ask follow-up questions and figure out what's going on. I also think we need much greater funding and attention on cybersecurity in the states, because we really need federal leadership, even though these elections are being done on the state level, especially in counties, we know, and cybersecurity is a real problem, and so we need that. And we absolutely need to pass either the Honest Ads Act or something else that would require that the same rules that apply to ads on television and on radio would apply to online ads, so that it turns out that many of the advertisements that the Russian government paid for on social media were not covered by current federal law and were not illegal. And that is a problem. They would have been illegal if they appeared on TV or radio, but they did not in this way. There's a lot that needs to be done.
Thank you. And let me ask you another follow-up question. What about requiring transparency in online ads? Is there any reason that you can think of not to do this?
So we have certain transparency rules that apply to some ads that are online and more ads that are on TV and radio. I certainly think that the upside of doing so would allow voters to know who is the ultimate source of a pitch to them to vote in a certain way, and the social media platforms have shown they can't do it themselves. The kinds of disclosure procedures that they've put in place are not letting voters know who's behind the ads, so congressional transparency legislation is very much needed.
Thank you. And Dr. Polyakova, do you think that these types of measures requiring reports of certain foreign contacts, prohibiting sharing information with foreign nationals, and requiring transparency in online ads, would that help prevent Russian influence campaigns going forward?
It would be an important but not sufficient first step.
Thank you. So, and I'll ask to Ms. Cordero, if campaigns are required to file a report if they're approached by a foreign national offering to help the campaign, would that be a significantly helpful counterintelligence tool?
I think all of the reforms that you've described are important, and Congress should be taking these up. I think that they will also have their limits. So I think there's two parts. Number one, there's more that Congress can do to make clear in the law what is allowed and what is not allowed and what has to be reported. But there's a second piece, which is that these are we have to remember these are intelligence operations. And so the intelligence agencies, the foreign intelligence agencies that are engaged in them, they're going to adjust, and they're going to try to find ways to get around it. So I think that these are important reforms, and I hope that Congress will pursue them. And then we also need to recognize the limitations of them, which is why it's important that we have candidates that are have their eyes open about not receiving and being willing to receive this type of information, because the foreign intelligence agencies will be coming at them.
And Dr. Polyakova, you co-authored a report for the Atlantic Council that describes some measures for the European Union that has taken to combat disinformation campaigns. But you wrote in a recent op-ed that the United States is lagging behind. What are some of the key lessons that we can learn from what appears to be working in Europe?
Thank you. That is correct. The U.S. is lagging behind addressing the information manipulation threat that we see emanating from countries like Russia and other actors. Some of the key steps that our European colleagues have taken are, one, for example, establish an interagency group that coordinates and has a mandate to establish policy vis-a-vis disinformation operations against the homeland. Currently, it is not clear who within the U.S. government actually owns the information manipulation portfolio. There is no high-level position at the undersecretary level or above that has the mandate to carry out any sort of response. And secondly, most European governments, including the European Commission, have established a rapid response task force within their governments to be able to understand when responses to information attacks are necessary, at what level the response should be, and how the United States and how those countries should continue to build resilience and resistance against such future operations. We have not taken any of those steps so far.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're nearing the conclusion of this hearing, so I will keep my questions brief. Professor Prakash? Make sure I pronounced that right? Oh, thank you, sir. Just a couple of quick yes or no questions. You are a distinguished professor of law, correct?
I'll let others decide.
Well, I believe in the written testimony you provided, you certainly identified yourself that way. You teach at the University of Virginia?
Yes, I do.
Right. You are a witness for the minority here, correct?
Yes.
When I say minority, by that I mean the Republican caucus of the committee has asked you to come testify today, correct?
That's right.
And you submitted written testimony, correct?
That's right.
And on page 13 of your written testimony, you said, these are your words, quote, "I believe that the president has committed impeachable offenses by acting beyond the Constitution and the statutes of the United States," correct?
Yes, I said that of this president and prior presidents.
And with respect to that sentence, you're referring to President Trump, correct?
In that portion of the testimony that I submitted...
It's a pretty easy yes or no question, Professor Prakash.
Well,
I hear your point regarding the others, but you obviously have written
I
testimony.
wish to make it clear that my comments went to the prior several presidents and not just this president. And I think if you just
I'm going to
take
take
the impression that I'm
going to
making a
reclaim my
point about
time,
this president.
sir. I'm going to reclaim my time. I was hoping you confirm it. Nonetheless, bears repeating your written testimony that you've submitted to the House Judiciary Committee for purposes of this hearing after being requested to appear here by the minority, in which you say, "I believe that the president," and you're referring to President Trump, "has committed impeachable offenses by acting beyond the Constitution and the statutes of the United States." Those are your words, not mine. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 years ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered his government to engage in a systemic and carefully orchestrated cyber attack and disinformation campaign against the United States. Volume 1 of the Special Counsel's report tells us that the Russian attack had the central purpose of undermining our democracy by helping the candidate most favorable to the Kremlin. It worked. Make no mistake, this was the most successful Russian attack against the United States in our history. The 2020 presidential election around the corner, America is still at risk. To this day, the current administration has done little to nothing to prevent further attacks, despite everything we know about the attacks that took place. Rather than demand answers from President Putin, the administration accepts denials. Rather than get behind bills to enhance our security, the administration blocks them. Rather than insulate us from further attacks, the administration invites them. I was shocked, but frankly not surprised, that in a recent media interview, the president said that, quote, "of course," unquote, he would accept dirt or negative information about his opponent in the next election, even if that dirt was provided by an adversarial foreign government. He said, quote, "You don't call the FBI, give me a break," unquote. The American people still have questions. What lessons can we learn from 2016? What are the different ways Russia attacked us? Who knew about this attack as it was happening? How can we stop an attack like this from happening again? Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you for bringing up these important issues to the forefront, leading the way to address them in this Congress.
Hassan, I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. For Mr. Hassan, you saw recently that the chair of the Federal Elections Commission, Ms. Weintraub, made some specific comments after the president gave that interview to Mr. Stephanopoulos. In your opinion, how unusual it was for the chair of the FEC to release such a statement?
I can't think of another instance in which the chair of the Federal Election Commission has issued a statement like this. So it seems, as far as I know, it's unprecedented.
And then, Mr. Hassan, also, what more do you think needs to be done to make it absolutely crystal clear that anyone running for public office should, under no circumstances, receive anything of value from a foreign adversary?
Well, at this point, I think further congressional legislation would be in order to further define terms so that there could be no ambiguity about what's illegal and to provide transparency so that we would know when there might be potential contacts between American campaigns and agents of foreign governments.
All right, Ms. Cordero, several investigations into the 2016 presidential election have been conducted. In your expert opinion, what should the Department of Justice be doing right now to prevent interference in the 2020 election?
I would imagine that and I don't have any information, but I would imagine that the Justice Department is continuing, the FBI, which has domestic counterintelligence responsibilities, and that the intelligence community, which has foreign intelligence collection responsibilities, are all working collaboratively to uncover ongoing and persistent efforts by Russian intelligence or any other hostile foreign government that is attempting to interfere with our upcoming campaign season and election. And I think that's consistent with what current intelligence officials have said. As I mentioned earlier, with respect to the Attorney General's review of prior investigations, I hope that part of that review includes clarity so that counterintelligence investigators here, if they do come upon information suggesting that there is a threat to a national security or counterintelligence threat to a current campaign or a near-to-come campaign between now and 2020, that they have clear rules of the road so that they feel empowered to be able to fulfill their responsibilities to protect the country.
And then one final question, Ms. Cordero. The executive branch has repeatedly denied that Russia was responsible for trying to interfere in the 2016 election. The President said that he credits Vladimir Putin's denial of Russia's interference, despite being told the opposite by his own intelligence agency. To you, is this troubling, and if so, why?
It is the definitive assessment of the U.S. intelligence community, as well as well documented in the Mueller report, that there was a Russian government-sponsored intelligence operation directed at the 2016 campaign. That is, from an intelligence perspective, indisputable. And as the commander-in-chief and the individual who has executive responsibility to protect the country, it is deeply concerning if the president legitimately does not believe that assessment.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to yield, how much time would you like, Mr. Collins? A few minutes to my colleague and ranking member, Mr. Collins.
Thank you. I won't take that long. Again, I think it is interesting. I do appreciate Ms. Cordero actually admitting you didn't know what was going on right now, but hopeful, and I'm of the same way, and I have no indication that there's not anything going on between our intelligence agency and FBI at this point, and I appreciate you saying that. Mr. Prakash, you were given the victim in some ways of having to go through the 5-minute rounds just like we all are up here, but I want to give you a moment of explaining further your statement from within your exchange just a minute with the gentleman from Colorado.
Yes, the gentleman, I think, took out of context my statement. My statement is that presidents have exceeded their constitutional powers, and that's true for past several presidents. If you believe that starting a war in Libya was unconstitutional, that's an impeachable offense. If you think that, if you think the president violated the emoluments clause, this president, that's an impeachable offense. My statement applied to all the past several presidents and not just this one. It is true that particular sentence only referred to this one, but I think it's a mistake to think that I was only talking about this. And my point is that Congress, needs to move beyond partisanship, and members of Congress ought to take consistent positions on the scope of the war power, on the scope of the Emoluments Clause, on the scope of executive privilege. And singling out one statement and using it against one president was not the point of my testimony, with all due respect to the member from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash. I think it's interesting, too, because I've got actually, you and I would probably have a different spin on even the War Powers Act itself being constitutional, and that's another topic for another day. I think as we look at this as we go forward again, it's just an interesting time that we again have folks telling us what we should be doing when there are bills in the hopper right now that we could actually be marking up. Instead, we're hearing that we should be marking up bills, but we're not doing that. And that goes back to the chairman and the majority who control this time. With that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. As I've said before, this is very frustrating to me because my constituents want me to work on real issues and not, do something that the special counsel has investigated for 2 years, 2,800 subpoenas, 500 bench warrants. I don't really understand what my Democrat colleagues think they're going to get further out of this, except maybe PR against the President of the United States. That's all I can imagine. But originally, we were supposed to be here talking about obstruction of justice, is my understanding, but now it's moved. The Democrats have moved it to Russia. So, I really don't understand this, what I believe is obsession over this subject, because right here in the Mueller report, page 173 is one place where it says it. It says the investigation did not establish that the campaign coordinated or conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. This is after 2 years, 2,800 subpoenas, 500 bench warrants, 40 FBI agents, 19 attorneys, and they have not found this, but yet somehow here we're going to rehash all this because we want to, some people I think want to influence the 2020 election. My question then, since we're now talking, I'd like to talk about the obstruction of justice part, and my question is with Mr. Prakash. In your view, Professor, what's your view of the special counsel's decision not to make any determination one way or the other on obstruction of justice? It seems odd to me that a prosecutor who's supposed to, either charge somebody or indict somebody does it or they don't. Why do you think it's odd as well?
I do. I think there's no OLC or DOJ opinion preventing Special Counsel Mueller from deciding whether the president committed obstruction. There wasn't one when he wrote the report, and isn't one now. He's fully capable of making that determination. He's fully capable of saying, I think there's enough evidence to suggest a prosecution or suggest that there's a guilty conviction. Or he's able to say there's some evidence, but not enough to go forward with the prosecution. There's nothing in OLC or DOJ opinions that prevents that. I think he was told this, and he nonetheless decided to keep the report as is.
And thank you, Professor. And I also want to remind everyone that's watching that there was a joint letter by the Joint Special Counsel and DOJ statement on the role of the OLC opinion saying, I'm going to read it so I don't get it wrong. The Attorney General has previously stated that the Special Counsel repeatedly affirmed that he was not saying that for the OLC opinion he would have found the president obstructed justice. And so when if that's the answer that my Democratic colleagues give for why he didn't prosecute, there was a joint statement made by both of them saying that was not the reason. And so again, I'm very short on time, but one of the other questions, do you think, Professor Prakash, that there needs to be an underlying crime in order to prove that there's corrupt intent for obstruction of justice?
I'm not an obstruction of justice scholar. I don't think there needs to be an underlying crime, but of course, if there is no underlying crime, it becomes less likely that the person who allegedly influenced or obstructed an investigation did so with a corrupt intent.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Thank you.
One of our witnesses, Dr. Polyakova, has to catch a plane, so with the thanks of the committee, you are excused. The committee will take a 5-minute break at this point. We'll recess for 5 minutes, and I mean 5 minutes, not 6. Committee is in recess.
Well, so those were not being given to the campaign. Those were being, and they were not being done in coordination with the campaign. But there's a separate part of the same law that prevents foreign governments and other foreign individuals from expenditures, from spending money even independently to try to influence the outcome of American elections. Unfortunately, the way the current statutes are written, very little of the kind of social media activity that's described in the Mueller report and that were described in reports given to the Senate Intelligence Committee are illegal under current law. And they don't even require disclosure of the source. That's why it's essential that we pass legislation that would require people to, so we could at least know who's behind these things. And I expect we're going to see a lot of this activity coming not from foreign sources, but from domestic sources. And even there, it would be valuable to know who is behind this kind of advertising.
Thank you. And I know that the Mueller report confirms that actually these accounts were able to reach somewhere between 29 and 126 million Americans spreading misinformation on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. So I just want to reiterate that for everyone that is watching or that is paying attention, that what we're seeing today is the continuation of the spread of misinformation in social media. So one follow-up question, Mr. Hasen. Is it illegal for a foreign entity to buy political ads aimed at U.S. audiences?
So that depends on what you mean by a political ad. It's illegal to buy an ad that says, for example, we saw an ad that said, vote for Jill Stein, who was a third-party candidate. But paying to run something that said Hillary Clinton is a Satan, which is something we also saw, if that's on social media and not on radio or TV in the period before the election, not illegal right now.
And why is the first ad illegal? Can you explain
Because it
that
contains express advocacy. That is, it says that you should vote for or against a particular candidate. For First Amendment reasons and other reasons, the laws have been constructed to differentiate between ads that are about candidates and ads that are about issues. We have a slightly broader definition that applies to TV and radio. There's been a proposal to extend that online. It's in the the Honest Ads Act, and I would support that extension.
Okay, and just one final question for Ms.
Regular
Cordero.
Regular order.
Why do you
Regular
think it
order.
is so important for us to have this hearing, since we keep
Chairman.
hearing from our
The gentleman
colleagues
will
across
state
the
his-
aisle that this is not important, that we're wasting our time?
The gentlelady's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Witness may answer the question.
Thank you. I believe these hearings are important because the special counsel's report, number 1 in volume 1, explains what the Russian influence effort was. It explains contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian surrogates. It shows its willingness to receive information. And volume 2 of the report articulates anywhere from 4 to 6 and up to 10 potentially obstructive acts that are acts that this Congress has a duty to look into further.
The gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cordero, in my limited time, I wanted to take a look at the notion of disinformation. Disinformation from a foreign foe, but also disinformation from within the country. And the general definition that I'm using of disinformation is false information that is intended to mislead. False information intended to mislead. I was really struck by the clarity with which you began your written testimony, that you talked about your focus on the significance in our national security and our democratic institutions. And one of your bullet points regarding Volume 1 was lessons we can draw from the report to ensure that foreign interference in our democratic institutions can be looked at as an aberration and not an accepted part of American elections and public discourse. That's my ambition too. I thank you for so clearly stating that. But I want to take a look at the disinformation that I saw coming from the Attorney General on behalf of this administration. You commented on this skewed perception of the findings of the special counsel due to the actions of Mr. Barr. I'm going to try to do this timeline real fast. On March 22nd, special counsel submitted his report. On March 24th, the Attorney General put out a 4-page summary that was misinformation about that 448-page report. On March 25th, the special counsel wrote a letter to the Attorney General, including executive summaries that he hoped would be released. March 27th, special counsel again wrote to the Attorney General that the summary he released did not fully capture the nature and substance of his work or conclusions and worried about public confusion. Finally, after almost 4 weeks, and we lived it right here, on April 18th, the Attorney General first held a press conference where he said over and over again, no collusion, no collusion, no collusion, no obstruction, and then released the report. And as we know from page 2 of the Attorney General's report, he was never looking for collusion because it's not a legally chargeable thing. So the President and the Attorney General have gone around saying no collusion, I would argue probably hundreds of times. In fact, in that press conference, no evidence of Trump collusion. This is by Attorney General Barr. Can you talk to me about the problem of public confusion, of disinformation coming from within a governmental institution, and what is at risk when that happens?
So I want to be careful not to confuse what the Russian interference effort was as a hostile intelligence operation with what I described in my statement as the misleading letter of March 24th from the Attorney General. I do believe, as I wrote in my statement, that his letter was misleading, and it created, as the special counsel later wrote and in his letter that was not released for several weeks, the special counsel acknowledged that the Attorney General's public statement had created a misimpression in the public. In my view, the Attorney General had a responsibility not to create that confusion. And because he is the Attorney General, because we hold the Attorney General up in an elevated position as the chief law enforcement officer of the country, we expect that the Attorney General will accurately, and I expected that the Attorney General would have accurately represented what was in the report. The special counsel's office was clear that the reason they did not make a finding on obstruction was because they felt constrained by existing Justice Department legal opinion that a president could not be indicted. Therefore, they didn't think they could make the recommendation, and they applied a doctrine of fairness, which said that you can't accuse somebody of a crime if they're not going to be able to stand trial, which a president would not. But I would note that in the very last 2 pages, if you read all the way to the end of the special counsel's report, at the end of volume 2, the special counsel says that we had a valid basis for investigating the conduct at issue in this report, and the application of the obstruction statutes would not impermissibly burden the president's performance of his Article 2 functions, and that this protection of the justice system accords with the fundamental principle of our government that no person in this country is so high that he is above the law, quoting a case from the 19th century. So I believe that the special counsel laid out their investigation so that this body would wrestle with the facts that are in that report.
I thank you for that, and I thank you for your opening clarification. It is I who is saying that absolutely I agree with you. The Russian interference, the Russian disinformation is extraordinarily grave, and of course members of this committee are concerned that it's continuing and will continue in 2020. But I do think that it's very critical that we examine what happens within our institutions and what information is put out. It is very dangerous as Mr. Mueller himself told Mr. Barr, to risk public confusion. And that's exactly what he did and continues to do as far as I'm concerned. So thank you for your expertise. Thank all of you. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and many thanks to our panel today. I just want to say for the record how deeply concerned I continue to be when I hear efforts to distract and distort the truth, when what is at stake is our very American democracy. Ms. Cordero, I'm going to be asking you a couple questions. I'd like to get through as many of them as possible, so if it's possible, if you could be as succinct in your responses. I want to focus a little bit on Russia's hacking and dumping operations.
The Mueller report states that in April 2016, the GRU, quote, hacked into the computer networks of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and the Democratic National Committee, targeting hundreds of email accounts used by Clinton campaign employees, advisors, and volunteers. In total, the GRU stole hundreds of thousands of documents from the compromised email accounts and networks, end quote. Then, the GRU released stolen documents using fake online personas and later released them through WikiLeaks. The Mueller report states that, quote, the release of the documents was designed and timed to interfere with the 2016 U.S. presidential election in order to undermine the Clinton campaign, end quote. We then heard from Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, long after the report was released, that all it was a few Facebook ads. And so my question for you, Ms. Cordero, in your view, how sophisticated was this operation?
The social media well, there were two parts of it, the social media operation and the hacking operation. Both were, they were government-sponsored events. They were activities. They were the activities of a hostile intelligence service. So this is part of the Russian intelligence, part of their military operation. The online effort was, they had an organization called the Internet Research Agency, which had employees, people who this was their actual job to do, actually doing the activity of putting out posts. I don't know how particularly sophisticated that is. I think on the sophistication, technical sophistication, we see the hacking activity, which was pervasive and consistent and deliberately timed in terms of the releases.
And so you mentioned the military operation component of this. So literally, people would get up and go to work every day in order to do this?
Well, and that's consistent with, yes, and that's consistent with what we see from other countries as well. Some of the Chinese indictments have described, with respect to Justice Department prosecutions against Chinese intelligence activities, where this is their job. This is a foreign intelligence activity directed at our country. That's what the Russians were doing. This was an organized government intelligence operation targeting us.
And why should ordinary Americans care? And I have found myself having to explain this to folks. Why should they care about the fact that Russia was trying to manipulate us?
They should care because Russian interests are not American interests. So this gets to, this is why this is a bigger part of our foreign policy conversation, our domestic conversation, in terms of when a foreign country is taking intelligence activities against another country, they're doing it for their own interests, his own geopolitical interests, their economic interests, their military interests, and so they determined that this information operation was in their interest. That is not the same as American interests. Maybe there's things that we can cooperate on with countries that have different interests than ours, but we need to pay attention, and it's the responsibility of American leaders and government to protect what is in American interests. And when we are the recipients of a foreign influence operation and we don't understand that, we don't understand how we're being manipulated.
And why on earth would any American want to prevent an investigation into that kind of manipulation?
I don't know why any American would want to prevent that investigation, and I certainly don't know why anyone who is ostensibly the head of the executive branch would want to interfere in that investigation.
Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady has yielded back. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the witnesses. I know it's been a long hearing, and first off, I want to apologize that I was not here for your opening statements. Regretfully, I was in another committee hearing, but like people coming to Texas, they get there as quickly as they can. But I wanted to start with you, Ms. Cordero. During last Monday's hearings, our witnesses focused on discussing all of the evidence regarding obstruction of justice as described in Volume 2. However, I think that there are some things in Volume 1 that kind of shed light on the allegations of obstruction. So broadly speaking, when the Mueller report describes efforts to undermine the special counsel's investigation, what exactly was the investigation that the administration officials or the president was attempting to restrict or end prematurely? In other words, if the special counsel Mueller's investigation had never happened, what are some of the things we would have learned?
special counsel's investigation has been able to lay out in a way that we can see for the most part, and there still are some significant parts redacted that I hope the committee will be able to obtain, but to lay out
Many of us agree with you.
what the activities were of the Russian intelligence activities. In terms of the obstruction, Volume 2 lays out a variety of steps the president took in terms of starting with the firing of the FBI director, then trying to encourage his staff to potentially relieve the special counsel of his duties, encouraging his staff to then try to cover up the fact that he had directed, in particular his White House counsel, to direct the Deputy Attorney General to fire the special counsel. So I think that the president perhaps thought, and I'll make that speculation, that firing these different individuals or changing the leadership of the investigation would end the investigation. I think the agency's work in a way that was able to continue it, but had the special counsel's investigation actually been curtailed, it could be that we wouldn't know all of the facts that we do know already. And just as an example, so I'll show you, there's a section of Volume 1 that says Trump campaign and the dissemination of hacked materials. And this is my marked up copy of the report. You can see that the Trump campaign and dissemination of hacked materials is mostly redacted in the public report. But this is obviously information that the special counsel was able to uncover regarding what the campaign was trying to receive in terms of information that was hacked by the Russian intelligence agents.
Right, which is a perfect example of the reasons we're trying to get a copy of the entire unredacted report and all the underlying evidence. And you know, on page 90 and 91 of Volume 2 of the report, it describes how the president tried to enlist his former campaign manager, who was not a White House employee at the time, had no real role in the White House, Corey Lewandowski, to deliver a message to then Attorney General Jeff Sessions. He told Lewandowski to write it down and then dictated a speech that he wanted to order Sessions to give about the special counsel's investigation, notwithstanding Sessions' prior recusal from the case. He wanted Sessions to deny that he had done anything wrong as a candidate during the campaign, and then he wanted Sessions to say, quote, "Now a group of people want to subvert the Constitution of the United States. I'm going to meet with the prosecutor to explain this is very unfair, and let the special prosecutor move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections so that nothing could happen to the future." He was trying to limit it, right? So Lewandowski wrote all this down and gave the notes to the special counsel's office. My question, Ms. Cordero, is, would it even have been possible to limit an investigation like this to, quote, election meddling for future elections? Why or why not?
If the special counsel would have been fired, then, or if the individual overseeing the special counsel's investigation. So the reason he wanted Attorney General Sessions to unrecuse was because, I think, he thought that Attorney General Sessions, if he was in charge of the investigation, might limit the scope of it. So perhaps he was hoping that he could put in place an attorney general who would not allow the investigation to go into areas about what the campaign did or what happened in the White House or the obstructive acts that are detailed in Volume 2. That's what I think the goal of trying to change the leadership of the investigation was. But, and that's why this, and so that it is possible that had the special counsel been fired and a different attorney general would overseeing the investigation would have cabined the investigation, then it is possible that we would not have the information that is in Volume 2, especially, which is the outline of the potentially obstructive conduct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. This concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for attending and for their testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
We got it done.
plantele, un business serios pentru oamenii care le livrează o chestie care moare la mine în sufragerie. Mitul pe care îl demontăm astăzi este... Salut, dar dă-mi voie să te ajut. E foarte greu ce este.
E un gentleman, un gentleman adevărat.
Alo! Decât să cântați mai bine, puneți mâna și cărați. Ia de aici. Faină afacere, plină de verdeață, plină de viață.
Aveți să-mi schimbați 100 de lei că n-am să dau rest.
Eu sunt doar cu carte.
Uitați, lăsați așa. 2 plante sunt din partea mea. Dacă nu m-am pregătit...
Cum? Nu ai POS? O, Monstera!
Chestia e că eu sunt cu plantele, nu cu instalările. Și... Oricum livrez mai mult la domiciliu, adică... N-am magazin.
Nu e așa dramatică treaba. Tot ce ai nevoie este ING Soft POS.
Da?
Da. Vezi? 2.
Nu-ți trebuie sediu, angajat sau cartelă cu acces. E suficient să ai telefon smart ca să ai POS.
ING Soft POS e sigur.
Ca orice POS clasic.
E ușor de folosit.
E doar o aplicație.
Și are costuri mici în comparație cu alte tipuri de POS. Iar verdictul este... mit demolat. Foarte bine, băieți. Hai să-ți povestesc. Am o problemă cu un ficus care se tot
E ușor să accepti plăți cu cardul. Folosești doar telefonul. ING Soft POS. ING Soft POS.
Despre căderea părului. Căderea părului este un fenomen normal, dar care ne dă bătăi de cap, fiind întâlnit atât în rândul femeilor cât și al bărbaților. Studiile recente au arătat că aproximativ 5% dintre femei se confruntă cu subțierea și căderea părului înainte de a împlini vârsta de 30 de ani. Iar dacă ne raportăm la toate categoriile de vârstă, procentul crește până la 30%. Care sunt cauzele căderii părului? Știai că fiecare persoană pierde zilnic în mod natural în medie 50-100 de fire de păr? Cauzele căderii părului pot fi diverse, de la dereglări hormonale și tratamente medicamentoase, până la utilizarea de produse de styling care nu sunt potrivite tipului tău de păr. Scalpul nostru conține în mod normal între 100.000 și 150.000 de fire de păr, iar 85% dintre ele se află într-un proces continuu de creștere, degradare, cădere, care durează de la 2 până la 8 ani pentru fiecare fir de păr. Acesta este constituit din 4 etape. Etapele creșterii firului de păr. Etapa 1. Faza anagenă. Celulele papilare de la baza foliculului pilos generează creșterea firului de păr, care rămâne pe cap timp de câțiva ani, fiind hrănit de rădăcina firului de păr. Etapa a doua, faza catagenă, durează aproximativ 10 zile, perioadă în care foliculul se micșorează cu până la o șesime din lungimea sa normală, iar baza firului se deplasează spre exterior la suprafața pielii. Etapa a treia, faza telogenă, apare la sfârșitul duratei naturale de viață și durează aproximativ 3 luni. Firul nu mai crește, dar rămâne atașat de foliculul pilos înainte de a cădea. Etapa a patra, faza exogenă, reprezentată de căderea firelor de păr aflate în repaus, face parte din procesul normal de reînnoire a părului. Dacă părul intră în faza de repaus prea devreme, poate provoca subțierea și căderea excesivă a acestuia. Când părul se subțiază și cade în mod excesiv, trebuie intervenit cât mai curând posibil. Cum reducem căderea excesivă a părului? Specialiștii în domeniu recomandă să acționăm atât intern, prin consumarea mai multor alimente care hrănesc părul, carne albă, ficat, somon, morcov și spanac, dar și în mod extern, cu ajutorul tratamentelor locale care acționează la nivelul scalpului și a rădăcinii firului de păr. Pentru acțiunea externă sunt benefice produsele cosmetice special create împotriva căderii părului, care au la bază biotină, keratină și substanțe specifice care reduc căderea părului. Gamma Parusan, șampon stimulator și tonic energizant, conține nutrienți care asigură în mod țintit aprovizionarea cu substanțe nutritive la nivelul scalpului și a rădăcinii firului de păr. Studiile clinice au demonstrat o reducere a căderii părului după 3 luni de utilizare a produselor din Gamma Parusan, iar numărul de foliculi aflați în faza de creștere activă, anagenă, a crescut, rezultatul fiind un efect pozitiv asupra densității părului. Ingredientul activ anagain din compoziția parusan, un extract de lăstari organici de mazăre, este responsabil de reducerea căderii părului și de accelerarea semnificativă a creșterii acestuia. Acesta lucrează împreună cu biotina și arginina pentru a întări rădăcina părului, iar urea, vitamina E și pantenolul hrănesc și conferă părului strălucire. Parusan șampon stimulator reduce căderea părului și accelerează faza de creștere a părului, favorizând hrănirea pielii capului cu substanțe nutritive, iar tonicul energizant stimulează circulația de la nivelul scalpului și hrănește intensiv rădăcina firului de păr, având acțiune de lungă durată. Produsele Parusan trebuie utilizate împreună, iar rezultatele pot apărea relativ repede după minimum 3 luni de utilizare. Conform studiilor efectuate în România, Parusan înregistrează un grad de satisfacție de 83% în rândul clienților care au utilizat produsele cosmetice din gama Parusan. Bucură-te de păr mai bogat și mai strălucitor cu Parusan. Pentru mai multe informații, accesați www.parusan.ro.
Acum energia ta se reflectă și pe chip. Enmiplant Hyaluronic Gold.
We'll be getting started in a minute with Senator Feinstein. There she is, right on cue. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm embarrassed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. To our witnesses, thank you very much for sharing your testimony with the committee. We have 9 very distinguished people. If you could keep it to 5 minutes, we appreciate it. We have your written testimony, and we'll certainly look at all of it. Senator Feinstein, thank you yesterday. I thought it was a very good hearing. Asked a lot of good, tough questions that were appropriate. Nominating an Attorney General is no small matter, and I thought the committee acquitted itself well. And Mr. Barr, I think, is a unique individual, and I'm glad the President nominated him. Today, the purpose is to hear from people that have concerns and support, and we're honored that you showed up. If you don't mind, I'll mention who's here, then turn it over to you. Is that okay?
That's excellent.
Thank you. Our first witness will be the Honorable Michael McCasey, former United States Attorney, former U.S. District Judge, and former attorney, former everything. Yeah, so Mr. Derek Johnson, President, Chief Executive Officer of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People from Baltimore, welcome. The Honorable Larry Thompson, former United States Deputy Attorney General, welcome, Larry, good to see you. The Honorable Mark Morrell, is that right, sir? Morrell, sorry, President, Chief Executive Officer of the National Urban League. Mrs. Mary Kate Carey, former speechwriter for President George H.W. Bush, and a senior fellow at the Miller Center, University of Virginia. Professor Neil Kempkoff, Professor of Law, Georgia State University College of Law, Atlanta, Georgia. Professor Jonathan Turley, TV star, smart guy. That's enough. Reverend Sharon Washington Risher from Charleston, South Carolina. Mother Emanuel, God bless you. Thank you for coming. Mr. Chuck Canterbury, National President, Fraternal Order of the Police. I will now turn it over to Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and I very much enjoyed your leadership yesterday and look forward to it in the future, so thank you. I'd just like to take a moment to thank our panelists today, and just a few comments, if I may, on the discussion that we had yesterday. Yesterday, many of us from, I think, both sides of the aisle asked Mr. Barr about his legal memo, and that was allowing the special counsel to complete his work unimpeded and making the report at the end of the investigation public. His answers were good. He clearly understands the need for independence and the importance of protecting the department, as well as Mr. Mueller, from political interference. I was concerned by his equivocation regarding the report at the end of the special counsel's investigation. Mr. Barr was clear that he would notify Congress if he disagrees with Mr. Mueller, which I'm grateful for. But his answers on providing a report to Congress at the end of the special counsel's investigation were confusing. When I first asked him about the report, he said he would make it available. However, it seemed to me that as the day progressed, he referenced writing his own report and treating the Mueller report as confidential. I'm going to follow up with him in writing on this. I think it's essential that Congress and the American people know what is in the Mueller report. I first met Bob Mueller when he was U.S. Attorney and I was mayor in San Francisco. And I know his reputation, I know his integrity, and this is a big report, and the public needs to see it. And with exception of very real national security concerns, I don't even believe there should be very much redaction. So I am hopeful that that report will be made public And my vote depends on that, Mr. Chairman, because an Attorney General must understand the importance of this to the nation as a whole, to us as a Congress, as well as to every American. I also plan to follow up on questions that Senator Blumenthal asked about Roe and whether he would defend Roe if it were challenged. This has always been a critically important issue for me, and I believe the majority of American women. And I very much regret that I didn't get to ask follow-up questions. Mr. Barr's nomination comes at a time when we are very divided on many issues, ranging from immigration and civil rights enforcement to the very independence of the Justice Department. And the witnesses today are going to speak to those key issues. For example, Professor Kinkoff from Georgia University served in the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel, and he can speak today about issues he's focused on, primarily presidential authority, as I understand it, and separation of powers. Sharon Risher is an ordained pastor who lost her mother and cousins to gun violence in the horrific hate crime that took place at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, and can speak to the importance of enforcing common sense gun laws. We will also hear from two prominent leaders of the civil rights community who could speak to the impact of the Justice Department's policies under President Trump. Mr. Mark Morial, where are you, Mark? Whose sister has been a colleague of ours, and it's great to see you. The President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Urban League now, and Mr. Derek Johnson, the President of the NAACP. So I welcome, on behalf of this side, I welcome everyone here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. If it's okay, lead us off. Casey. Oh, sorry, got to swear you in first. Could you please stand, all of you? Thank you. Raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. All right, General McCasey. Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee. It is a tremendous honor, as well as a great pleasure to be here to testify on behalf of Bill Barr to serve as Attorney General. I don't know of any nominee who has had his background and his credentials for this job. Obviously, the job is about a lot more than credentials, but he has done literally everything that you could possibly do, including serving as Attorney General, to prepare him. Now, obviously, the Department of Justice is a different place today from the time that he served. It's different from the time that I served. But he's obviously well equipped to deal with whatever problems he faces. He was with the CIA. He headed the Office of Legal Counsel, which is, I think, the office that attracts, along with the Solicitor General's office, the best legal minds in the department. He headed that office. He was Deputy Attorney General, so he knows how the department runs. And, of course, he was Attorney General. It's impossible to improve on that. Not only what he did, but the way he did it. When he was acting Attorney General, he supervised the liberation of hostages at a federal prison in a way that prevented any casualties, and then followed that up by not taking any public credit for it. That's the kind of person he is, and that's the kind of judgment he has. And as far as pressure from the White House, he was asked at one point whether he could come up with a theory to justify the line item veto. And he did a lot of research and found that there was no precedent in our law. There was something that might be called common law going back to about the 15th century. He said there was a Scottish king who had done something that looked like a line item veto, but of course that Scottish king, as it turned out, was suffering from syphilis and was quite out of his mind. And so he would have to call that the syphilitic prerogative if you did it, Mr. President. And so the president decided not to assert the power. That's the kind of judgment he has. That's the kind of
You learn a lot on this committee. That's why I like it.
It was a revelation to me too. It's a terrific story, but it illustrates what he's like. He's not intimidated by questions or by the source of them. A couple of months ago, when General Sessions was leaving, I thought to write an article pointing out all the good things that he'd done. And I called up Bill Barr to ask whether he would join in that article. He didn't hesitate for a nanosecond. He said he would. He said it was the right thing to do, it was the correct thing to do, and he was glad he had done it. And that, I think, tells you in substance what it is this person is about. He's an honorable, decent, smart man, and I think he will make a superb Attorney General. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman Graham. Is that better? Great. Thank you for allowing me to testify on the nomination of William Barr to be Attorney General of the United States. My name is Derek Johnson, and since October of 2017, I have had the honor of serving as the President and CEO of the NAACP. Founded in 1909, the NAACP is our nation's oldest, largest, and most widely recognized civil rights organization. The NAACP opposes Mr. Barr's nomination, and I urge every member of this committee to vote against his confirmation. The Senate considers this nomination in extraordinary times. Under the Trump administration, we have experienced the worst erosion in civil rights in modern history. We have seen reversals and rollbacks of long-standing policies and positions that have enjoyed bipartisan support from their creation. We have seen an undermining of both substantive protections and the tools necessary for civil rights enforcement, such as the desperate impact method for proving discrimination and the use of consent decrees to address abuse by police agencies. The next Attorney General of our United States has the opportunity to reverse course and place the Justice Department back on the track to fulfill its historic role of safeguarding our civil and constitutional rights. The Senate must seize this second chance for justice and insist upon an Attorney General capable of independence and willing to enforce our nation's civil rights laws with vigor and resolve. After a thorough evaluation and review of the record, William Barr is not that candidate. Mr. Barr's record demonstrates a lack of strong commitment to protecting the civil and human rights of all Americans. The community served and represented by the NAACP will have a difficult time placing our trust in the Justice Department and, by extension, the American criminal justice system overall, even with the improvements just signed into law with the First Step Act. The Justice Department's enforcement of our voting right laws is of paramount importance. But the current department has jettisoned protections for the right to vote. It has reversed positions in lawsuits to support voter suppression measures and to purge voters from the rolls. Because Shelby County versus Holder eliminated safeguards under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, litigation under Section 2 of the Act is all more important. But the Justice Department has filed no Section 2 claims since this administration has been in place. As the nation experienced rampant voter suppression throughout the 2018 midterm elections, the Justice Department stood silently as communities of colors across the nation were denied access to the polls. At a time when the Justice Department has abandoned voting right protections, the need for federal enforcement has never been greater. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights recently reported that voter suppression is at an all-time high and unanimously called on the department to pursue more voting rights enforcement in order to address the aggressive efforts by state and local officials to suppress the vote. Mr. Barr's record on criminal justice is abysmal. As Attorney General, he championed mass incarceration and deprived countless persons of color of their liberty and dramatically limited their future potential. His Justice Department tenure was marked by extraordinary aggressive policies that harmed people of color. He was a general in the war on the crime on drugs that was rooted in racism. He literally wrote a book on the case for more incarceration, which stands in contradiction of the First Chance Act. But William Barr did not and does not recognize racially discriminatory impact of our criminal justice system policies. In 1992, he said, "I think our system is fair and does not treat people differently." And just yesterday, he told Senator Booker, Overall, and I quote, the system treats black and whites fairly. This statement is singularly disqualifying. We need an attorney general who understands both the history and persistence of racism in our criminal justice system. The government's sponsor inhumanity is inconsistent as it relates to this administration's enforcement of immigration rights. The NAACP, we filed a lawsuit as it relates to DACA. We need an attorney general who respects the rights of individuals. Finally, and I'm trying to rush through this quickly now, Mr. Barr's recent action make his impartiality on the ongoing investigation into Russia interference in the 2006 election suspects. And for the NAACP, we are very clear. Matters of international questions is not under our purview. But anytime a foreign nation used the worst common denomination in this nation's history of racism to suppress African-American votes in an effort to subvert democracy, it is a question of national security, and we need an individual who has the independence to stand up and be fair and make sure we protect democracy. Thank you, members of the committee.
Good morning, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee. It is my great honor to appear before you this morning in support of Bill Barr's nomination to serve our country once again as Attorney General of the United States. I've known Bill since 1992. I can attest to the fact that Bill has a deep, deep respect for and fidelity to the Department of Justice. Bill will go where the law leads him. In fact, as Attorney General, he did not hesitate, when required by law, to appoint or seek to appoint various special or independent counsel in high-profile matters. He served with great distinction as Attorney General and is highly respected and admired on a bipartisan basis by the career prosecutors and investigators he oversaw in the department. Importantly, Bill knows how to develop much-needed partnerships with state and local law enforcement. He was very successful at this during his tenure as Attorney General and created strong and effective joint task forces across the country to combat white-collar and violent crime. Bill believes that every citizen, no matter where he or she lives, deserves the full protection of the law. Bill also understands that federal law enforcement cannot do the job alone. In 1992, Bill visited my hometown of Atlanta, Georgia, and spoke with members of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He said that when cleaning up crime-infested neighborhoods, and I quote, "It cannot be a Washington bureaucratic project. It must be a project where the solutions are found in the community itself." He acknowledged to the Reverend Joseph Lowry that in the past decade, the federal government's anti-crime efforts have relied too heavily on prison construction and not enough on crime prevention. Now, as a former general counsel of a large public company myself, I also appreciate and admire Bill's approach to his work in the private sector. Bill was very supportive of the lawyers who worked with him. He was collaborative with his colleagues. He welcomed input, dialogue, and discussions. He created opportunities for everyone he oversaw to develop and grow in their careers, including many female lawyers and lawyers of color. He was also supportive of diversity in the legal profession. In 2002, the company Bill served as general counsel received the Northeast Region Employer of Choice Award from the Minority Corporate Counsel Association for successfully creating a more inclusive work environment. Finally, members of the committee, I think the most important point I can share with you is that Bill Barr is a person of very high integrity. He led the Department of Justice as Attorney General with an unbending respect for the rule of law. As general counsel of a large public company, he emphasized the importance of complying with all laws, rules, and regulations, and he stood up for his corporate client a world-class compliance program. Bill Barr's integrity is rock solid. He will not, and I repeat, will not simply go along to get along. Last January, he resigned from his position as a director of an important public company board. Bill let his conscience and his integrity guide his decision. As a citizen, I thank Bill for his willingness to return to public service. He is needed, and I look forward to his tenure again in service to our great country as Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Morrell?
Thank you. Chairman Graham, Senator Feinstein, and members of this committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the nomination of William Barr to be Attorney General of the United States. I'm Mark Morial and have the pleasure of serving as President and CEO of the National Urban League. Before doing so, I served 8 years as the mayor of my beloved hometown, New Orleans, President of the United States Conference of Mayors, a Louisiana state senator, a college professor, and a practicing lawyer involved in one of the most important civil rights and voting rights cases to come before the Supreme Court in the 1990s. The National Urban League was founded in 1910. It's a historic civil rights and urban advocacy organization with a network of 90 community-based affiliates, and we have affiliates in every town represented by the members of this committee. We have worked hard and fought for civil rights, justice, and equal opportunity, along with fairness for our entire existence. My illustrious predecessor, the late Whitney Young, was one of the big six of civil rights leaders who worked for the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and the 1968 Fair Housing Act. One of our prime missions is to ensure that each of these laws is aggressively, faithfully, and consistently executed and enforced by every president, every Congress, and every Attorney General. That is why I am here today. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of our entire Urban League movement across the country, I urge this committee and the entire Senate, based on a careful examination of this nominee's record, to soundly reject the nomination of William Barr as the next Attorney General of the United States. Let me tell you why. For the past 2 years, the Justice Department has been led by an Attorney General intent on restricting civil and human rights at every turn. This nation needs an Attorney General who will dramatically change course and enforce civil rights laws with vigor and independence. Based on his alarming record, we are convinced that William Barr will not do so. Indeed, in a recent op-ed, Mr. Barr called Jeff Sessions, the architect of these restrictive civil and human rights policies, an outstanding Attorney General, and offered praise for his anti-civil rights policies. It's clear, based on the record, that Mr. Barr intends to follow Mr. Sessions down the same regressive anti-civil rights roadmap. The confirmation of William Barr, who espouses former Attorney General Sessions' policies, would enormously exacerbate our nation's current civil rights crisis. When we submitted comments to the United States Commission on Civil Rights, raising concerns relative to Sessions' actions on various civil rights issues, they were as follows: overturning a memo from former Attorney General Eric Holder aimed at reducing mass incarceration by avoiding mandatory sentencing, disproportionately subjecting African Americans and other minorities to long-term incarceration, abandoning the Justice Department's Smart on Crime initiative, ending the Community-Oriented Policing Services Collaborative Reform Project, a Justice Department program that helped build trust between police officers and the communities that serve, announcing the Justice Department's school safety plan that militarizes schools, offering a sweeping review of consent decrees with law enforcement agencies related to police conduct. Nothing but a subterfuge to undermine a crucial tool in the Justice Department's efforts to ensure constitutional and accountable policing. Mr. Barr has a troubling record that tells us that there will be no redress of Sessions' blunders. Last year, after arduous work done by many members of this committee, we passed the first step in the Juvenile Justice Reform Act of 2018, and I want to thank the committee for its support of that. Mr. Barr's record on criminal justice places these achievements at serious risk and gives us no confidence that these hard-fought reforms are going to be carefully executed. Why? As Attorney General, Barr pushed through harsh criminal justice policies, or rather he pursued them, that escalated mass incarceration and the founding war on drugs. His 1992 book, The Case for More Incarceration, argued that the country was incarcerating too few individuals. Barr led an effort in Virginia to abolish parole, build more prisons, and increase prison sentences by as much as 700%. Yesterday, Mr. Barr testified to this committee of his intent to implement the First Step Act. If that is the case, this committee should ask him for a commitment to rescind the guidance that Mr. Sessions issued on May 10, 2017, instructing all United States attorneys to seek the maximum penalty in federal criminal prosecutions. The Attorney General has a duty to vigorously enforce our nation's most critical laws, to protect the rights and liberties of all Americans, to serve as an essential independent check on the excesses of an administration. And we feel the evidence is clear that Mr. Barr is ill-suited to serve as chief enforcer of our civil rights laws. And therefore, we urge this committee, as a part of its deliberations, its duty and its responsibility, to reject Mr. Barr's nomination as our next Attorney General. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kerry. Ms. Kerry.
Chairman, excuse me, Chairman Graham, Senator Feinstein, and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to testify today, and I am here to give my enthusiastic support for the nomination of William P. Barr as our next Attorney General. My name is Mary Kate Carey, and I was a White House speechwriter for President George H.W. Bush from 1989 to 1992. In January of 92, I moved to the Justice Department from the White House for the final year of the Bush 41 administration to serve as Deputy Director of Policy and Communications, overseeing the speechwriters and the policy shop, and serving as one of two spokesmen for the then new Attorney General, Bill Barr. When I first started working for General Barr, I was 28 years old. I got to know him very well, as speechwriters do, and quickly learned the way he thinks. I found that Bill Barr has a brilliant legal mind. He knows Mandarin Chinese, and he plays the bagpipes. He's got a great sense of humor and an easy laugh. He is a kind and decent man, a dedicated public servant, and one of the best bosses I've ever had. He is always a gentleman. Bill and I flew thousands of miles that year in a 4-seater prop plane to towns and cities all over America, where he met with local law enforcement leaders, small town mayors, city council members, victims' rights advocates, criminal justice reform leaders, residents of public housing, prison wardens, federal prosecutors, religious leaders, really all kinds of people from every walk of life. We were often traveling in support of Bill's visionary initiative, Operation Weed and Seed, which sought to remove violent criminals and drug gangs from underserved neighborhoods and then allow grassroots organizations and programs to flourish, bringing hope of a better life to residents through education, opportunity, and stronger civil rights. As we met with people in communities all over America, I saw that Bill was a good listener. He was masterful at drawing out people's concerns, and he had a knack for finding the best solutions on the ground, figuring out what worked in a neighborhood, and then putting the right policies in place. He made sure politics never entered into it. Bill Barr treated everyone with the same respect, whether they were an up-and-coming chief of police, a receptionist at the Department of Justice, or an 80-year-old resident of public housing. I believe this is why Bill Barr continues to be held in high esteem by the career staff and the civil servants at the Department of Justice, and why he was such a successful Attorney General. I also believe that in addition to being good policy, Bill Barr's leadership style is why Operation Weed and Seed continued on for many years after he left office. Everywhere we went that year, we were accompanied by rank-and-file FBI agents, and he was admired by every one of them that I met. More than once, I can remember being in very dangerous situations where the agents were concerned for his physical security. Every time, he was more concerned about my security. The fact that the Attorney General of the United States was more concerned about the safety of a 28-year-old staffer than his own safety tells you volumes about him. Despite his top-notch education and his stunning intellect, Bill Barr is not an ivory tower kind of guy. He went out of his way to build friendships at the department and across the United States, checking in when someone was sick, helping people get jobs, just staying in touch. He and his wife, Christine, came to my wedding, and we have stayed friends for the 27 years since we have worked together. Like President Bush 41 did, Bill Barr has a devoted and wide collection of friends, each of whom think of him as a really good friend. I remember when he was Attorney General at the age of 42, and his 3 daughters were young girls. Despite the long hours he kept, the tremendous amount of travel, and the time spent away from his family, his daughters admired his devotion to the law so much that each of them later went to law school in order to follow in his footsteps. As a mother myself, that too tells me volumes about the way he has lived his life and the example he has given to young people, especially women. It is no surprise to me that he's one of the few people in American history to be asked to be Attorney General of the United States twice. It's an honor for me to highly recommend William P. Barr to you for confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kinkoff. My thanks to the committee for the honor and privilege to appear here today and testify on the nomination of William Barr to be Attorney General. In his testimony yesterday, William Barr minimized his 2018 memorandum on obstruction of justice. He characterized it as a narrow analysis of a particular interpretation of a specific statute. That's true in a sense, but to answer that very narrow question, he elaborated a comprehensive and fully theorized vision of the president's constitutional power. He declared without limit or qualification, and I quote, "Constitutionally, it is wrong to conceive of the president as simply the highest officer in the executive branch. He alone is the executive branch. As such, he is the sole repository of all executive powers conferred by the Constitution. Thus, the full measure of law enforcement authority is placed in the president's hands, and no limit is placed on the kinds of cases subject to his control." That manifesto of an imperial executive has alarming implications for the Mueller investigation and for the whole of the executive branch. First, I wish to highlight 2 implications for the Mueller investigation. William Barr gave reassurances yesterday regarding what he would or would not do. These assurances are beside the point, because on Barr's theory, the power rests with the president. Therefore, the president does not have to ask Barr to do anything. In his view, the Attorney General and the special counsel are merely the president's hand. Again, a quote. The president needs only ask the Attorney General, "Can I terminate the special counsel's investigation?" And Barr's answer to that question will be yes. This is not speculation or inference drawn from the Barr memo. The Barr memo takes this on very directly. Again, quoting the memo, "Say an incumbent U.S. attorney launches an investigation of an incoming president. The new president knows it is bogus, is being conducted by political opponents, and is damaging his ability to establish his new administration and to address urgent matters on behalf of the nation. It would be neither corrupt nor a crime for the new president to terminate the matter." Well, President Trump has told us that that is exactly how he regards the Mueller investigation. Next, there was a great deal of discussion around the release of Mueller's report. First, it is clear that Barr does not mean that Barr takes the DOJ regulations to mean that he should release not the Mueller report, but rather his own report. Second, he reads DOJ regulations and policy and practice to forbid any discussion of decisions declining to indict, declination decisions. In combination with the DOJ view that a sitting president may not be indicted, this suggests that Barr will take the position that any discussion or release of the Mueller report relating to the president, who again cannot be indicted, would be improper and prohibited by DOJ policy and regulations. I wish to close by noting one consequence of the Barr memo's theory of executive power that extends outside the Mueller probe. The memo asserts that the president has, and I'm quoting again, illimitable discretion to remove principal officers carrying out his executive functions. This would mean, for example, that the president may order the chairman of the Federal Reserve not to raise interest rates, and to fire the chairman of the Federal Reserve if the chairman refuses to follow that order. The independence of the Federal Reserve, the SEC, the FEC, the FTC, the FCC, the dozens of independent administrative agencies are unconstitutional under Barr's theory of executive power. This in spite of the fact that for over 80 years, the Supreme Court has consistently upheld the constitutional validity of the independence of those entities. Mr. Barr's theory of presidential power is fundamentally inconsistent with our Constitution and deeply dangerous for our nation.
Professor Turley.
Thank you, Senator Corrin. Also, allow me to thank Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, all the members of the committee for the honor of speaking to you today. I've known General Barr for many years in my capacity as both an academic and a litigator. I actually represented him with other former attorneys general during the litigation leading up to the Clinton impeachment. I can think of no better person to serve in this position and lead the Justice Department at this critical time. I come to this as someone that holds different views of the Constitution from General Barr. I am unabashedly a Madisonian scholar, and I have always admitted in testimony that I favor the legislative branch in fights with the executive branch. I also been a critic of the expansion of executive power. My default is in Article 1. General Barr's default is Article 2. He tends to take a robust view of executive authority. Despite our different defaults, however, I've always admired him. I have always found him to be one of the most knowledgeable and circumspect leaders in the United States when it comes to constitutional history and theory. Now, I have already submitted written testimony addressing the 1989 and 2018 memos. I respectfully disagree with my friend Neil, even though I found many of the things he said very compelling. We disagree on both what General Barr has said and also the implications of his views.